golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hill, that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now by official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas!
We're down to the last 2 weeks of the regular season. We already have 3 teams that have secured a spot in the playoffs. 3 pa ang hinihintay natin. Ngayong linggo ba natin makukumpleto ang ating listahan? And it's not just that. Guess what? Today is a very special day because today is the 8th anniversary of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Ako po si Mara Aquino. And this is MPL Philippines Season 14. And all together now,
Happy anniversary, MLBB!
Happy anniversary, MLBB! This week is gonna be full of fun and surprises. So let's get week 7 started. Casters, pasok!
Happy birthday, MLBB! Dan, Leo Kubangay at your service here with JC Nicey Rezabec bringing you the action. We got a couple of bangers coming your way. Joseph, how was your week?
I feel like it went so fast. I took a quick trip to Malaysia, and we're back here. I feel like I got a good catch up from around the world, from our dear friends out there, the other casters. But yeah, we're here, and we're here to celebrate not only the anniversary of MLBB, but it's one of the final 2 weeks left of the regular season.
That's right, we are in the twilight of the regular season of Season 14. And any day you can play MLBB is a good day, an MPL game day more so. But when it's the 8th birthday of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, our beloved game and much celebrated esport, well, what better place to be than here? Join us now as we witness 2 best-of-3s looking to secure their spot in the playoffs. Still, if I'm not mistaken, all 4 teams in action still want to get in. But real quick, we want to remind everyone that you can be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to flexibility, convenience, and local connectivity with a smart prepaid eSIM.
Now available for digital delivery through the Smart Online Store for only 99 pesos. And I like that you already mentioned it here, Leo. All the teams playing today obviously still fighting for that spot. Some higher chances than others, I'd say, and I think a lot of people have been seeing, the talk around online and everything else. But nonetheless, there's still quite a few slots that need to get locked in. And we're in week 7, like I said, we have this week and then we have our week 8 next week. But maybe, by the time we get done with week 7, we might have more of those teams locked in.
That is possible. That is possible. Locked in, not just the upwards way, but even down. Even the teams that are confirmed to be eliminated could be found out, if not tonight, by the end of this week. As you can see, 3 teams have already locked them in. Still no shoo-in for upper bracket. Still no shoo-in for 2 lives.
Yeah.
But we have Fnatic Onyx Philippines, Falcons AP Bren, and Smart Omega sure to make it into the playoffs to fight for the championship and, of course, 2 slots to the M6 World Championship. But down bottom, you'll see here, no one is confirmed to be eliminated.
Yeah, my eyes are on RSG Philippines and Blacklist International. Like, both sitting at match points for 3 right there. Anything at that point, one of those teams could really just switch up and bump one of each other out or in, to the playoffs even as we go through these games. But more or less, another thing people might be looking forward to is obviously Fnatic Onyx still being undefeated, like we've mentioned. And will they be able to, say, break the league record, which is, what is the record?
11.
11, so they need 12, right?
12 is the magic number. They could hit that this week.
They could. And if they do, they'll make history even further. And looking at today's schedule, we're kicking it off with TLPH and RSG Philippines.
That's right. The defending champions in Team Liquid Philippines, the Cavalry, facing off against the Raiders. Ever the consistent contender, RSG Philippines. Joseph, I'm going to ask you now, in the history of this franchise, is this not the scariest it looks for RSG?
As a fan as a Raider myself, yes, it is. It's probably the scariest that it's been. We know that there's and I know the panel will go into this a little more. There's a lot of things, obviously, that have to fall in place for the team still looking for those last 3 spots. RSG Philippines being one of them. We know this match versus TLPH, like we said, is crucial. And even later on, like RORA and TNC. As rough as it's been for TNC, what if they win that, What if they beat RORA here?
This could be their first series win in all of Season 14, and not saying that it's impossible for them to make it through the playoffs, but the beginning of a Hail Mary run. Who's to say? Anything and everything can happen here in Season 14. Week 6 is a testament to that.
Not only that, but I do believe, too, that given the way things are, if RORA wins, they should be securing their playoff spot.
That too.
So there's that. So both matches have quite a bit of contingencies here for them and could lead to, like we said, teams already locking the slot for playoffs here.
Tonight is a monumental night in the history of Season 14, and we would love for you to join us all the way. 2 best-of-3s coming your way. The first about to be broken down by our analysts over at the Infinix Game Tambayan. We have Renmar Santa Cruz and Brigida Ramos.
Thank you so much, casters, and welcome to the Infinix Game Tambayan. Happy birthday, MLBB. Today is such a special day. I think we could already see it based on our key visuals. But then, as mentioned by our casters earlier, this is a week where we gradually might just get to know all of our playoffs teams. And we're starting off the first match with a very important condition, or let's say there is a very important condition for the second or the next matchup that they have to watch out for when we talk about the first match.
Yeah, if any of the teams, if our teams today don't want to get shampooed, they got to meet their conditioners, Win. To put it simply, just win. If you're RSG, you want to win. If you're TNC, you're hoping that TLPH wins and RSG doesn't.
Yep, that's it. There are a lot of things that have to come into play for TNC, considering their current situation in our regular season standings. But for anything, of course, we would like to thank Infinix GT20 Pro, the official tournament phone of MPL Season 14. And going back this week, the second to the last week before we put a close to our regular season, is a week wherein we may potentially get to, especially for the teams today, know the lower half, like final standings for the lower half. Because for this particular first series that we're about to witness, TLPH, the magic number, all we have to know is that the magic number is 7. For those who want to make it to the playoffs, they have to make it to 7 points. And TLPH, they're 2 points away from securing that magic number. But for RSG Philippines, they're far, far away from securing that. So it's a little bit surprising to see TLPH in this current situation, especially as they were our previous champions. But there's another team in a different region that's currently undergoing the same situation.
Yeah, Fnatic Onic. I was about to say Fnatic Onic Indonesia. Yeah, it's still proper to call them Fnatic Onic Indonesia. Yeah, they're struggling. They were swept by the Indonesian counterparts of Team Liquid just last week, and there's a really heavy discussion online about what's really going on. How come the defending champions of both of these two, of the Philippines, of Indonesia, are both struggling? At times, I feel like, though, for Team Liquid Philippines, it's just a matter of finding consistency. Consistency in the drafts, consistency in their execution. For Team Liquid Philippines, I feel like for the longest time, one thing that we've liked to point out or analyze about them is that when they're really going, they're one of the world's best. They're one of the titans of MLBB. On their somewhat mid days, you're just looking for that consistency in execution, consistency in the drafts. For Fnatic Onic Indonesia, though, I feel like that's a whole different beast with what's going on with them. It's not just they haven't fully grasped the meta yet. I feel like the level of competition, not just in Indonesia, but in the Philippines, just really has gone up. That once the top teams of the two leagues are now surprising. Wait, what's going on? How come everyone's like way better?
Yep, for Fnatic Onic Indonesia, if we just want to put it out there, I feel like it also has somewhat something to do with, I guess, their newfound or their chemistry that they're trying to build once again, since there have been changes once again to their roster. So unlike Team Liquid's, the main problem is, of course, the consistency, the stability, since they're just really sticking with the same roster. And now, since we're watching two teams with two junglers who are well known when it comes to using assassins, it might just be right to ask and respond to this question by the community. Is Lancelot really just an afterthought now? There are only, I think, 2 players so far in the regular season who've used Lancelot so far. It's Irad and MP the King.
And Irad is undefeated with the Lancelot, if I'm not mistaken, or he could be 1-1. For the Lancelot, even before the newest patch, in the first 4 weeks, there were times where people would be saying, oh, you can slot in Lancelot here. For me, no. There's way too many mobile heroes that even for a Lancelot would be difficult to catch. Lancelot shines in the meta where there are static heroes that are easier to catch, you can make the most out of. And there's such a crazy amount of crowd control in the top meta picks that you have to worry about. And even 2 of the best mid-mages that we have abilities in their kits where they can just survive through damage or make a Lancelot combo feel nothing. So it's not just he's an afterthought. More of it's so hard to find the right draft and the right time to slot in a Lancelot.
Yep, and I mean, even looking back at RSG Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines' first meetup in the regular season, there aren't any Lancelot picks here. But then I'd think here we are seeing the idea that initially both RSG and TLPH wanted to stick by for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
RSG Philippines, particularly for this entire series, made Irad use the Julian for 3 games straight. There were some changes in Team Liquid Philippines, and these were, I think, some of the first few times we've been seeing the adjustments where in Carl TZ, he was starting to bring back the assassin meta in their team. But then overall, these two teams, they've been having a lot of history either way. But it was somewhat, in this particular matchup, a lot of us were expecting it to go to a game 3, and so it did.
Yeah. Although that series, if I remember, Game 1 was close, and Games 2 and 3 were just stomps for Team Liquid Philippines, specifically because JP and Sanford really stepped up. We even saw an XP lane Cho for Sanford in that game, paired up with a Jawhead roam for JP, so pick off. An interesting thing about these two teams is that the roam, mid, and EXP, the most picked heroes for those roles are all the same. Jawhead, Zask, and Edith for both of them.
Yep, very similar, I think.
Yeah.
Except that we're starting to feel like, especially for Team Liquid Philippines, they're starting to explore a little bit more in terms of the unique heroes that they could possibly show us. And
Khalid.
now, it's your time. It's time to show your support for the MPL fans there. Who do you think will be winning this match? Team Liquid Philippines or RSG? It's time to vote now via the online poll. And looking at you.
My prediction is TNC Pro Team. Okay, put up TLPH for me.
All right, mine's TLPH as well.
Oh, Brigada, so biased.
Yes.
TLPH? Oh my goodness.
You know, I was just really thinking about
Hey, Naisu! Naisu!
What?
She didn't want to vote for RSG.
Oh, Naisu. Okay, so if we could put Naisu up here, you know he'd be voting for RSG as a raider, so...
It's her bias board, by the way.
That's our bias board, by the way, so...
We do arts and crafts now this season. We went on a workshop, and this is the best we could do.
We chose our respective emojis, which resemble, I don't know, what. Mine's a dinosaur, I couldn't explain it. Renmar's a panda.
Yeah.
I think it's a favorite animal. Is it your favorite animal?
I don't know. Are you trying to lose something? Are you trying to tell people I look like a panda?
No.
Because I'm large? Oh, bring it up. Bring it up.
I think it's his favorite animal. I think it's his favorite
it is.
animal.
It is.
Right?
Yeah, it is.
I'm safe. Okay. Anyway, you know
It's
what?
so fun messing with you.
You know what? I just cannot wait to see what could possibly happen here. It's interesting to think that we aren't seeing any highlight matches yet for today, at least. But you know that they have a lot of bearing, especially for the next or the teams who will be playing in the second series, mainly TNC. There are a lot of conditions that have to be met for them to not be eliminated, because in this particular matchup, if RSG Philippines does get the win, TNC might just have to face Aurora MLBB later with an elimination in their heads. So they wouldn't want that. Right now, I think TNC and RSG.
Yeah, they're friends right now.
They're friends right now. They'd want to work hand in hand. But of course, don't miss the first ever MLBB romantic mini series.
What?
So wait,
Dang, okay.
You're seeing it right here. I think this is a quick preview about it. Searching hashtag MLBB Celebrate on TikTok. Like the video to get Kylene's battle emote for free from September 30 to October 13. Limited time and exclusive only to the Philippines. So you have a Kylene. Kylene's a famous artist here in
I like
the
when you...
Philippines.
Yeah, she is famous.
She is.
You hesitated a bit. She's like, famous? Maybe not as me.
No.
Brigida.
No. I've been seeing her a lot. Oh
yeah, she's a celebrity.
Even the guy, I think he was what's his name?
I'm not well versed.
Okay, wait.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah, but then if you wanna like get some merch, not merch, I mean in-game merch, if you could call it that way, in-game items, we will be giving away a code at every match this week to celebrate the 8th anniversary of MLBB as well. So don't forget to watch out for the code. All right, you'll be receiving a lot of in-game items right there. And to start off the first match of the second to the last week of Season 14, it's time to get to know who will be playing for Team Liquid Philippines and RSG Philippines.
Match 1 of Week 7 is about to begin. Here's our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. last 2 weeks and the last few matches, the Cavalry opens the 7th week as they ram through looking for a W. Here's Team Liquid Philippines! And their opponents, the Raiders, the rivals, have their eyes set on those remaining spots in the playoffs, and they won't stop till it's theirs. Welcome, RSG Philippines! And their coaches for Team Liquid Philippines, Coach CJ. For RSG Philippines, the legendary Coach Panda.
It's time for the face-off. Irad, Zaida, step forward. Irad, paano mo babawian ang Cavalry? Ano ang palag mo?
Winster kami sa scrim namin, tsaka may nibor kami.
Zaida, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang katapat mo? Ano ang palag mo?
Gagalingan ko lang para kay Carla. Get Wilson, Carl.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. The stage is set for the 7th week of our regular season. Let's head on over to our panel. Pasok!
We're seeing Zaida once again play for Team Liquid Philippines, and all I want to say about this team coming into week number 7 is that they really were vocal last week about how they needed to bring something new to the table. And so they did, and now we know that they're open to exploring those possibilities.
Well, Zaida now getting fielded for over Carl Teasy for Team Liquid Philippines, although for 2 seasons now, that's something that they've been playing around, changing out Zaida, changing out Carl Teasy. Last week, they were able to sweep Smart Omega, which was, by all means, a surprising result, considering what we were heading into with Omega being on a bit of a streak, Team Liquid Philippines on a bit of a slump. So now they just have to continue what they did last week. Does that mean picking the Khalid again? Maybe, I don't know.
Or maybe.
But I like the idea of one unique pick that we haven't seen yet from Team Liquid Philippines.
Yes.
Plus, just make sure you get your comforts and Sanford and JP are popping off again.
Yep, and I think this is a surprise to RSG Philippines as well, who will be facing against Team Liquid Philippines for the 2nd time around with the same roster once more. And I feel like we've been talking about RSG Philippines gradually getting their groove in the latter portions of the season, but could it just be too late right now that we're in the second to the last week? Could they really, do they still have enough time to really look for that particular groove and experiment around? Because even though we've been seeing them stick with their signature styles, it seems like they're still struggling to this point.
That's a great Roman philosopher once said, it's probably never too late to get points in MPL Philippines. RSGPH, when we got to talk with Coach Panda, he did admit to us, like, it will take time.
Yep.
Will this be the season where they, with a relatively new, young-ish roster, make it into the playoffs? Maybe. But first, step by step, let's look at the Infinix keys to victory for MPLPH. TLPH, rather. Let San dominate. Because Sanford and Sanji were great last time against Smart Omega.
Oh yeah, it's been a while since we've been able to highlight the San duo, and maybe it's time that they bring back that level of synergy and their kind of that level of play that they're able to show us whenever they work together. And that's how we've been describing Team Liquid Philippines for the longest time, but they changed things up a bit. Even off-season, they started doing like a different approach to taking the turtles, which I think there have been some sort of adjustments for their side. But for RSG Philippines, since we've been seeing these changes from Team Liquid, they've been tweaking a little bit of their usual playstyle. maybe they'd want to exploit these adjustments that Team Liquid Philippines might not be completely comfortable with just yet, especially in terms of the drafting.
Yeah, it's funny because this meta that we're in right now, that's why I'm so excited for this season. Because we don't know how it's settled in the scrims. There are still new picks floating up. Teams I know in other countries are trying Argus in the gold. There's a team in NACT, I don't know who I'm talking about, played Balmond and Angela Gold. And they made it work. So, I mean, I think if ever this meta rewards creativity and the ability to, be willing to use mages in the gold lane, which apparently I think one of the gold lane flex picks right now are going to be one of the most important in this draft.
Now that you mentioned the Balmond, I'm really looking forward to seeing a Balmond for hopefully at least before the regular season ends, because it's been a really interesting pick so far in ranked games. Like, I can see him almost everywhere, but I know it's the new season, so you could really just expect anything to happen in terms of your ranked games. I see a Balmond mid lane. You said a Balmond in the gold lane.
Yeah, I'm not gonna knock it. If Kurt TZ can play Fanny in the mid and make it work in MPL Singapore, the world is our oyster. It is limitless now.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one pick I want to watch out for here though later for TLPH. It's the Nathan for Benny Cutie. Nathan's been popping off recently in scrims from what I've heard.
What's your command?
So more than the Alice, could we be seeing that still for Team Liquid Philippines? I think Alice has been making waves as well throughout the past week.
Oh,
so
definitely.
Far, we're seeing that this is again one of the picks that Aqua has been sticking by so far, and one of the picks that a lot of teams have been able to activate. No Pyramis whatsoever for this series, and just when we thought that, oh no, Chip, you can't say no more.
No, because they added an immobilize effect to Chip's ultimate, even more so now, I think it's a job that you have to really ban out Chip on the red side first phase. If you're willing to give Chip, then maybe you're thinking of countering with picks such as Tigreal, but that's really just waiting for everyone else to come out of the portal and wait. But that's not how it is. There's just too much macro that Chip has, even though they made the cooldown of his beacon a little bit longer. So in terms of priorities, let's see if it's still going to be the Hayabusa Nolan that teams are going to be chasing. If not those two, maybe even the Julian. Junglers were really prioritized a lot last week. 11 out of the 14 games last week, it was junglers that were first picked.
Especially as we're seeing the Phoveus immediately banned out here for Team Liquid Philippines. Though, again, based on last week, it was in the XP lane where they decided to show us something different. So probably I'm also still thinking about if it were Carl TZ around the Nolan, but now that it's Zyda, probably he's been showing us more Lings than other picks.
I remember last season, Nolan was his pick. Like, he was undefeated when he would get fielded, and I think 5 or 6 of those games, that was almost all of his games, it was a Nolan that he played.
For Zyda, that's currently open. So will he be picking up the Nolan, as we've been mentioning? Or
the Haya?
Is it something different to just the Haya? Because Julian really sounds like an RSG pick. It really feels like an Irad hero for this particular series. I wouldn't think that they'd be denying that from Irad as well, since they have a lot of ways to potentially answer that either way later on. So is it the Nolan? Is it the Haya?
We have to remember that these two teams love fielding the pick-off type roamers. So if ever TLPH pick an assassin with a Hayabusa, Julian
they did deny.
now locked in. Okay. So they deny it from Irad, leave the Nolan and Haya open. Is TLPH potentially thinking about a first phase Cho pick that can be flexible either between Sanford and JP? I think RSG Philippines might want to consider picking up the Arlot since the favorite pick of Nibor is gone. Arlot's like the safest you can go in terms of aggression. If you want to be more defensive, then you pick Terizla along with an assassin.
I'd be so surprised if Team Liquid Philippines flexed the Julian pick as well. But I doubt that's going to
that's a Falcons AP Brent thing.
Because that's really a Falcons AP Brent thing. So RSG Philippines will be revealing that hero. Wait!
Okay, whoa, interesting.
You just mentioned the Chu earlier that they could immediately get in the next picking phase, but then there's so much deny picks happening right now in the first phase of the draft.
Yeah, that's them shutting down what TLPH want to do. I think they have to clap back and go for Roman EXP. You already see the matchup. Might as well play into it.
This is such an interesting...
Or get either the Romer XP, then pick up a low Yi now.
For Sanji.
Yeah.
But then that would immediately reveal whichever
I think
combos or duos the Sansan duo might be playing.
yeah, I mean, if it's a key to victory, it's a key to victory. Chase it in the first half.
All right, so is it going to be a Sansan? Oh,
No, it's JP Sanford.
all right. So the trio mid for Team Liquid Philippines is currently revealed right now for RSG Philippines. Wow, we're not seeing the gold laners being as prioritized anymore in the current meta. So will they secure Irad's jungler right now, or will they leave it for later? Since at this point, I think a lot of assassins are still open, but then this seems like a very aggressive early game draft for Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, there's a lack of hard catch. They can potentially just pick up the Claude now if they want to. There's no picks right now in terms of the drafting, unless TLPH swerve and then put the Matilda in the mid lane and then pick up a different roamer that will mess up a Claude entry like a Grok.
Wait, that sounded like a Hayabusa.
Okay, yeah, so they go for the jungler instead.
Okay. So now, both gold laners are yet to be revealed to us.
Yeah, mid and gold is what we're looking for both.
Oh wow, there's a... Is that a Makima cosplay?
Yeah. Is that Andy?
Yeah, that was Andy.
Oh, yeah.
We're seeing cosplayers now. Alright, so now, for Team Liquid Philippines, they lack their gold laner again and their potential mid laner. Since I don't think we're completely shutting down the idea that if Team Liquid Philippines are really trying to explore, then they might just swerve it a bit, but that would be too heavy on the pickoffs, if I must say.
Yeah.
And this is RSG Philippines. That's also their specialty. They really want to go for the pickoffs, and we're seeing it right now as they prioritize the Chun.
Yeah. TLPH really need to be careful for their pick for Sanji. So RSG Philippines read into TLPH. It would be good if they got the low Yi. If I'm not mistaken, a very good record there for Sanji.
Yeah.
He is undefeated, in 2 games. Yeah. So 2 games undefeated, so they're respecting the low Yi of Sanji. Let's see if they take out another Sanji hero like a Vexana or a Zask. But they can pick up the Zask here. However, the Valentino will still be left open.
The Valentina's open, yeah.
So usually, if let's say RG pick up Zask, Valentina's going to get picked. If RG pick up a Valentina, TLPH will will think about the Zask, but maybe might be better to go for something like a Vexana for them.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to give the Dominator's descent to Valentina.
RSG Philippines, they're currently showing us a really interesting draft because it's so dive heavy. Typically, or based on statistics, RSG Philippines, they've been really avoidant.
Yeah.
They have low scoring games. They don't get the highest number of kills whenever they go up against teams. And this is Team Liquid Philippines. Their scores are on the opposite end of our rankings. They're a very aggressive team who always look for kills.
You know, there's a pick I remember that TLPH did before, that if they're up against an assassin and annoying roamer, they did it like twice or thrice in one season. They put it in the mid, and then they fast clear mid to invade the purple buff or invade the opposing jungle right away. It was a glue mid.
A glue mid?
Yeah. Because they already have a good amount of magic damage. Because a fighter mid slots in well for the lineup of TLPH.
Yeah, and if you think about it, the Matilda glue in the mid lane, that'd be a lot of problems for the jungling patterns that RSG Philippines would want to secure or give to Irad later on. But they get the Claude for themselves, and now the only remaining gold laners, if ever, could possibly be the the Moskov's already out as well. So could this be a...
Is this a Clint game for Benecutie or a carry game?
Yeah, because I think the only recent gold laners that are left are Carry, Alice, but at this point, it would be too risky to, I think, go for the, as there's so many...
Alice Vengeance is oh no, it is a carry.
Alright, so they go for the carry.
Oh, but it is a magic Matilda. Mid lane Matilda, rather, excuse me.
Not entirely focusing on the pickoffs. Still, it's the JP's Tigreal.
Yeah. I don't know, unless it's a mid lane Tigreal.
But for RSG Philippines right now that they're lacking their mid laner, the only remaining options are I think the Aurora, the Lilia, the Zas.
Valentina, there's still a lot,
Valentina.
honestly. Because if they want that, I think they need another front. I think they need to go Zask. Valentina, if Aqua's feeling confident to help set up, but I think they need another front here. Or another damage soaker with the Dominator's Descent.
And typically, Aqua doesn't like to go for that route, so instead of anything else we've mentioned, it's an Eve.
Against a lineup with a Matilda?
Probably with the creating space mindset.
Yeah, I mean, there is a pot. We saw it last week. Fnatic Onyx Philippines got to do it against TNC Pro Team, where Super Friends with the Eve, TNC Pro Team couldn't even get close, they were zoned out.
Yep. So this is quite the adjustment from RSG Philippines with their Eve last pick going into the hands of Aqua. But then I'm watching out for the early game pressure that could potentially come out for RSG Philippines as well, despite this sudden last pick, since at the end of the day, it's still a Khalid again. It's a Chu in their hands.
Yeah.
So really, if you're Team Liquid, you'd want to be careful. But let's see what happens as we head into game number 1. Casters, take it away.
Away into the land of Don Pro. This is game 1 in the best of 3 between the Team Liquid Philippines and the champions up against RSG Philippines. Leo and Naisu bringing you the action. Joseph, is this the first mid lane Matilda we've ever seen? All season long?
All season long? I think so, man. I can't recall the last time we saw a mid lane Matilda.
It feels weird to me.
It does, but, you know, in the hands of Sanji, we'll see how he plays this out. We're already used to seeing most roamers play Matilda pretty aggressively. But this time in the hands of Sanji, we'll see how they respond to already their early aggression coming out from RSG just for the orange buff. So a flicker already burnt. Rest of the team, Sanford's got to make his way to allow Zyda to get his buff safely right now. Because even Light obviously staying around, takes a couple of shots, gets thrown in the air, and the first blood goes to TLPH.
With nothing to show for it, too. RSG with a stolen Khalid, looking to pressure. Daddy JP just forced him to back off. Didn't even use the flicker. You see this? Yeah. It's still a fresh flicker on this Tigreal. And Ira did go ahead and steal away a little bit of Zyda's camp, nullifying that first blood drawn onto Light. But here's the thing. Looking at TLPH's lineup, I can see their damage coming from Duo. Oh, wait!
Okay, JP. Right, going right for Irad. Good thing he gets away, as you were saying.
TLPH's damage coming from 2 solid spots right now. It's not from Sanford, it's from Zyda and from Benny. That's it. Really, you expect this Julian to burst down.
Yeah.
Again, what was the reaction? Whoa! You expect him to do that?
What they do to his damage?
When Sanji and JP, ask those questions, right? When Sanji, JP, and Sanford find a CC, or from Benny later on. And that's 2 solid sources of damage with a great damage profile. DPS on Benny, that's true damage, and then burst magic on Zyda. So that's what they're working on. That's what their curve looks like.
And right now it's Light just trying to be a nuisance. Morgan joined the fight too. They go in. Zyda goes in, cleans up the turtle. Fight's still going to break out. The focus in, but again, a flicker. There's the circling eagle as Irad gets taken out of the jungle under the purple, and they actually keep going as another body falls. Sanji finally goes down as well, but they're going to push 2 down of RSG. Plus, look for more. JP gets the implosion and brings Light back.
They ain't done, and now they're going to steal away Irad's purple. And why it works is because in the absence of either, right? Without the DPS true damage, if let's say Zyda doesn't get the perfect full-on combo with the enhanced everything, they can just out-CC you, and that's what they did in that sequence. That's what put them now 1,000 gold ahead, a stolen buff, and a turtle to boot.
They got a whole lot out of that entire exchange, and TLPH playing around the fact that, you know, you were talking about where their damage is at this point of the game, but and that, like we just saw showcased, even if that damage doesn't find its mark right away, they have enough CC and crowd control to make it happen again. And so what does RSG Philippines do against that? How do they play against that? Well, part of this has been the reason why you pick up the Cho is you're going for those pickoffs. But what if he gets picked off? And that's been what's happening. This Light goes in, will get the way of the dragon off before he ends up running back to the turret, still looking for more here. JP finally goes down. Nibor should be able to survive, does get retrieved, but he'll use the guard to heal back up.
All right, that was an early 5v5. That's basically what RSG wants to do. That's their winning image if they can pull it off. Again, a kick started off by Light, the real world manipulation keeping them in place.
Yeah.
And then, you know, whoever gets caught by the Raging Sandstorm. Look at this. Light jumps in, finds one, and how unfortunate is it? How unlucky that it's the toughest member of TLPH.
I know, and that's the thing, man, is like, only certain players are going to be able to pull something like that off, Light being one of them. But yeah, it's unfortunate that they couldn't make more happen. But they do slow things down a little bit. Namor, though, less than half health, wants to fight back against Sanford. But ultimately, objective secured again for TLPH. So we're still looking for that fight back, that clap back from RSG Philippines, the Raiders, on what they're going to be able to find. Because even if Light does that again, can they find that kill? Can they cap it off?
Can they finish what they started? Because we've already seen a taste of what RSG wants to do, right? This is what RSG wants to get at. Not just willy-nilly fights here and there, because you don't know exactly where Nibor can lay down a smackdown, given that he's building up into a hybrid build. So it's not just burst. Usually when you see Khalids, they, at least in the past, want to build the Heptases, the Blade of Despair. Oh!
There's the implosion already being set up, JP, and now they're going to lock down Irat. He's already gone. And still going to be used. They might sandwich in under the tier 1, but Aqua joins the fight. Is he going to be enough to hold them off? He does have the real world manipulation, and it looks like they'll do just that.
They don't have to push him back. Again, the fact that TLPH have forced a reaction from RSG means they're playing to their tempo, which now explains exactly what's wrong with RSG's lineup right now, or at least the predicament they find themselves in. Much like my long-winded explanations, they have to find their way towards making their game plan work. They have to find the perfect kick, get Nibor in a place where he can deal reliable damage, soak up a little bit too, and Aqua to find the perfect RWM, because if he lays it down and no one's in it, that's a no-go.
And that's part of it. Like, as you were just saying, they have to figure out the whole team fight, or even these skirmishes, but then at the same way, like we just saw, TLPH can just pull back if they want to.
It's so easy for them too. They got Guiding Winds, they got Flickers on Sanford, the Vengeance dash out, JP's got the Sacred Hammers, Zyda's got 6.5 dashes, right? So everybody has a way to get out of RWM, which is, by the way, slowly been working up to become a priority pick. This came out in the twilight of the draft for RSG, which means almost more importantly than even first pick, it's the final pick. It's what they needed to make the draft work. And right now, Aqua's finding it hard to lock it in 6 minutes in.
Yeah, he's having a hard time. It makes me, I know Eve has kind of struggled a little bit as she has been picked up quite a bit, but it's still useful, especially the RWM once that's used. But I think they just go ahead, Turtle's giving up, TLPH takes the third one of the game, and so that's really what my eyes are on here, is like, how do you utilize this, just the lineup as a whole? If you look at it like face value, you look at RSG's lineup, yeah, it could work. You could see this. But right now they're just defending everything. There's the kick from Light, gonna go in the way of Dragon under the turret. JP will get taken out. So good setup play there from RSG, but again, my question is, do you just keep doing that and hoping that you get back into this game and swing things in your favor?
Zyda's out of position!
Could be a fight here. That's the dashes, that's the guiding wind we're talking about.
If there wasn't a Matilda, it would have been a punish. Now Aqua getting hit.
Re-engage, final slash going to be used as well. Aqua taken out, now Sanford could be in trouble as well. Can't get away with the guiding wind on that time, and Zyda takes a ton of damage in exchange, and Sanji tries to walk away as well. Here's the fight back from the Raiders as RSG picks up a couple kills.
That's not how you start a team fight. Already, I think Team Liquid were walking in half-cocked. They traded out JP for 2 ults, seemingly. And that's not worth it. Again, if you had a follow-up immediately, sure. If JP maybe found a winning implosion to trade for those 2 or 3 ults, sure. But that wasn't the case. They were still fighting underneath the turret. And that's what's going to allow RSG to trade those early kills, those 3 turtles, into 2 turrets. Joseph, they're winning the side lanes. This is so beneficial for Nibor and Kusei.
And this part where RSG has, in that one team fight, based off what Light has been doing, and I'll say it again, Light's been doing work on the Cho, but so all that has a domino effect, and now you find yourselves where RSG is like actually ready to fight for the Lord. Yeah, they essentially gave up the turtles. They didn't really lock in any of those. You know, maybe they showed face a little bit. But at least for the First Lord, they can be in a position where, okay, we can actually dance and go toe-to-toe with TLPH.
Which is another development in the current meta game. Again, we saw how about 2 or 3 months ago, especially in the advent of the assassin junglers, you don't want to trade out the last turtle. The second and the last turtle, like, those are the ones that ramp you up into a mid-game power spike. Now, I guess RSG showing us that they know the fundamentals of letting go of the first 3 turtles, or well, all of them basically, and trading them out for major objectives, side lanes. These objectives that don't respawn, that open up the map for your cores. And that's what allowed Kusei to go 1-0-3, and even Nibor to go 0-0-5. This is the first time I've actually seen Nibor not die in the first 10 minutes.
We're so used to seeing him play the Edith, man. You know?
We're so used to see him play Patsy, to play the scapegoat. And here, building the full-on tank Khalid that deals some good damage on the clapback, this might be his new power pick.
When did we see the Khalid pop up? Was it just last week?
Last week in the hands of Sanford.
Yeah, the debut pick.
It's a stolen pick.
Oh, there's an implosion.
Excuse me!
JP.
What?
But they're still looking to capitalize on it. Irad goes into the backside, forcing him back a little bit further. The Lord also still up. Sanji finally goes down, and there's the counter comes in.
What?
Nibor's still going to be alive, too. He just heals back up through it. And JP going to get run down as well. They're looking for a wipeout here, but Benny doesn't have enough to fight back in RSG. Flips the game on its head and will go down the mid lane.
The Raiders are in the building. 2,000 gold ahead. A turn in mid, a stolen buff. Suddenly, Joseph, the damage profile from TLPH, if you figure out how to soak it in, how to just isolate these many different pieces that make it work, they can't clap back. As soon as that's what confused you. The fact that Nibor was just there like, come on, come on.
Is he going to? And then he's like, nope, I'm going to heal up.
Bring it. How is he not gassing out? I mean, that's what you get when you build a full tank Khalid.
It's that quicksand, man. It's
damage reduction, it's heal.
Yeah.
I'm wondering now if anyone from TLPH has healing reduction. Maybe Sanji can build it. Maybe there's a de-ice on JP, or at least on the way.
But even the tenacity plays its part in there. The
sure.
emblem, right?
Like, there's only so much you can do with heal reduction.
Yeah, and again, he's just like this. Khalid, we're going to see a lot more of, I feel like, especially for some teams, because he's a good enough distraction and even does pretty good damage. Like, he does pretty good damage in the lane, and then even for these team fights.
Save for a massive penalty zone, I think he's just a pound-for-pound better Terizla.
Yeah, he's faster, too.
He's faster, too. That's one of the problems with Terizla is he's just wailing away with his massive mallet. And then, all right, wait, give me a sec, bro. I gotta make it to the team fight. Kali's like, all right, give me 2 seconds.
He's just soaring through.
Is that a sound of sand?
You're the sound effect guy, man.
That's
You'll come up with something.
All right, he's got a Radiant armor already, so he's dealing with Zaida, dealing with Sanji. I don't know, de-ice on the way, so he can deal with Benny, kinda, JP as well. Sanji's shields, too. All those shields be damned. Oh, here we go!
Gonna force the fight again. Light finding the target. It's JP in trouble. Implosions are we gonna use. With the right into the blazing duet, into the RWM. Irat's still going as well. He's alive. He goes back. But Sanford connects the shot.
1v1!
1v1! Sanford still going. Kosei! Not sure if he wants to fight it out. The regen from Sanford.
No. You do not take this as a ranged combatant. Claude cannot take on Scarlet. No! Oh, wow. All right. You see the veteran wiles of both of these championship side laners. Kusei, the Kumai King, and as well Sanford, the Apex Predator. Dude, that could have resulted in a disastrous one-on-one for either team. Like, if either just went there like,
You bring a gun to a spear fight.
see, like even that, if this was not such a well-bushed area, the Claude would have won, right?
Claude would have won.
But since, Sanford knows his strengths, he's like, I dare you to come in.
You just don't know.
Clarence, I dare you to come in.
Well, it's funny because all these team fights, they're still so close.
Yes.
Every single team fight we have seen up to this point.
I could have sworn that was RSG's.
And then it wasn't.
Especially with the well-placed and well-timed blazing duet, but not. If you're that tight, if you're that close, and you don't have like a wall or some level of peel or I guess Nibor didn't do what he did the first time around.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't happen, then it's closer to 50-50.
Closer to 50-50, but you can also see how like the real world manipulation from Aqua can still be deadly in those choke points. And TLPH played really good against that, even though being locked down and everything else. And I would say that even JP's implosion was a part of that, which kind of slowed things down a little bit. So ultimately you come down to this now, where the Lord is up, both teams are pretty much 50-50 in the team fight, and it's really dependent on who pulls that trigger first.
That's right. JP here doing quite a bit of work, controlling this lower quarter of the Lord Pit. Now the shuffle begins. RSG just asserting their dominance, pushing out any and all. TLPH, here we go!
Already gonna go, implosion gonna be used with the flicker, and they'll be able to find Aqua, and then get another in Nibor. Shadow Key already gonna be used too. Light has to get out of there. There's just way too much damage coming out as it's a triple for Zyda. And TLPH will go ahead and now focus on the mid lane turrets, knowing they have a numbers advantage. Oh! Irad tries to delay him a little bit further, but it's just him and Kosei holding on to the base from the full force of the cavalry. Blazing Duet with the Wind of Nature already going to be used, but they still have a minion to push in. They're going to try to delay him as much as they can, but they won't be able to as TLPH takes game one.
Side up and bursted them, boys. Whew, that's how that happened. Again, the perfect combo of an implosion into the other. It wasn't just Zyda, it was also Benny.
Yeah.
They all went into an area of that small river that just, you know what, we'll throw it over to the Infinite Game Tambayan because it happened in the blink of an eye. I'm sure they had a better view of it. Break it down, Redmar, break it down. It's all you.
Honestly, that was the most decisive and aggressive I've seen RSG.
Yeah.
And they almost had it, but Team Liquid Philippines, with that decision to just look for Aqua, they realized that eventually I think he was becoming a problem for the team fights.
Yeah, I was talking about this before. Sanford, San duo, yes. That was a key to victory, but in the last time we saw RSG Philippines and TLPH go up against each other,
Wow.
Sanford and JP were a devastating combo because they knew the targets to look for, and it was the right target they found. You mentioned it was the Eve, the same Eve pick that I doubted, and I will stand my ground. That is a very difficult Eve game. However, one thing that we have to acknowledge is Aqua made it difficult for Benny Cutie to fight.
Yep.
Leading into the last team fight where they wanted the Lord, Benny Cutie was 2-2 and 2. He was just taking a lot of damage, and it was way too difficult for a carry to be able to free hit and deal damage.
Yep.
Most of the time, it was the damage of the Julian, the Arlot that was delivering it for TLPH. So they knew they needed to find Aqua. Sanford found it with the final slash. Aqua tried to get away. They waited for the CC immunity of the Purify to go away, and then JP goes in with the implosion.
Yep, and I think it became a lot more easier for Aqua when it was already RSG dictating or looking for the team fights, starting the engages compared to the first few minutes where we clearly saw how difficult it was to play an
this
Eve.
one.
And this was that beautiful answer or response between the two XP laters, I think, wherein even though we thought that RSG already went for that beautiful engage, the way Sanford was able to look for a counter final slash kind of saved them from that possible really devastating outcome.
Yeah, exactly. And since now Nibor and Aqua was the one taken out, Irad going in there with a final slash to me was very questionable. He is able to get away, but it put Light in a delicate situation so that it would just be left to the Hayabusa and the Claude. You see Sanford heated, man. He is excited. And in the last highlight we showed before that final team fight, it was Sanford with a final slash that helped recover that team fight for TLPH because it was JP who got kicked first by Light underneath the starfield of the Eve, but then the final slash brought everyone closer to JP under the implosion to equalize things out, and then we saw that little game of chicken from Kusei and Sanford, which ended in a draw because both of them acknowledged, both of us should not fight this, let's both back off. It's just another classic TLPH RSG game showcasing how good they can be in terms of team fighting.
And you know what? During that last sequence before Team Liquid Philippines decided to go for a one straight push towards ending the game, I really felt like just how much there was this level of presence of mind for both the starters here for Team Liquid, JP and Sanford.
Yep.
Even though it wasn't a perfectly positioned implosion play, I think it was the only, or this is the only time I ever saw that implosion first, then flicker play from JP just to make sure that he captures the right target. So there were a lot of well-timed and well-communicated plays, if I may say, for Team Liquid Philippines throughout the entirety of that game, even though they were nearly, or they were almost at the mercy of RSG Philippines when they were starting to get the groove of things. And honestly, going back to what I mentioned earlier, I really liked this gameplay from RSG, the way they handled things, even despite the previous situations that they were in, because I think they were starting to recognize, oh no, we have to be just as aggressive. But at the same time, still with that flavor that they've been showing us for the past few weeks, where they were sort of avoidant, they really knew how to go for the trades, which, as mentioned by our casters, gradually opened up the map for them. As they didn't, they just decided to really let go of all the turtles. They still look for trades, but at the same time, it wasn't completely them avoiding the team fight. They were ready to take them on.
Yeah, Kuse was helping split open the map. The team fighting of RSG was a problem for TLPH, especially the tankiness of the Khalid. It was good that they were able to take down Khalid as one of the double kill targets for Zyda there at the end, because it was really the Khalid that was posing majority of the problems for the team fighting for Team Liquid Philippines. So for TLPH, they got out of this with the skin of their teeth. They needed to execute really well. Because if they didn't, then yes, at the end of the day, I'm still gonna doubt the Eve. You know, it was tough. But Aqua got to do the job of the Eve in this one, which was to make Benny Cutie struggle. Benny Cutie struggled, yes, so it's a good thing that the other members of TLPH stepped up. Zyda with the damage, great circling eagles and guiding winds from Sanji's Matilda, and of course JP and Sanford with the right execution of their crowd control abilities.
I really like how they shifted their targeting when they realized that, oh, we're at this point where we need to really let Benny play his game, and so they just immediately went after Aqua to allow Benny to do that. Get that Eve down. And I feel like even Aqua, even on the Purify, was really caught off guard, because if he was forced to use it from that final slash, then he wasn't completely safe just yet, because there was a follow-up implosion right after that.
Yeah, and Aqua's actually a very patient mid laner with using the Purify. So I noticed it analyzing their games last week, wherein Aqua would really maximize the crowd control immunity you get after popping the Purify. So the Purify has that cleanse where you remove the initial crowd control, but then there's like a second and a half or 1 second where you're immune to crowd control. So that's what Aqua wanted to maximize. Unfortunately, TLPH were also counting the seconds that was used, and great timing from JP.
I cannot believe we're seeing these two teams with that close of a fight for just game number one. This brings us back to the first time they met each other in the regular season.
Hopefully this means that game 2 and 3 this time aren't stomps. Last time, what happened was RSG TLPH. It was close game 1, then TLPH stomped game 2 and 3. If we get 3 full games of like that, I'll be happy.
Oh yeah, what a way to open up the second to the last week, I mean, of the regular season. We know that there are already 3 teams in the playoffs, but then we're seeing 4 teams who really want to still make it to the playoffs with these much improvements in a span of just 1 week. Because I think, based on RSG's previous games, based on Team Liquid's previous games, yes, they got a win, but previously they weren't really that consistent. And so I think right now we have to check out our MPL arena first. There are things happening out there, so let's first go to our host, Ms. Mara Aquino.
Here with Miss Chai, Moonton Games Marketing Planning Manager. It's nice to have you here, especially ngayon na it's the 8th anniversary of MLBB. Tell us more about this.
Well, since it's already the anniversary of MLBB, 8 years na, no? So, parang it's really a cause for celebration kasi 8 years na nandito pa rin tayo. So, yung campaign namin, it really revolves around celebration and reunion. Kaya, pinlano talaga namin to para talaga sa fans ng game at talagang maso-surprise talaga yung lahat ng fans all over the place.
Can you give us an inside scoop about the surprises? Like, what else can the Filipino MLBB fans expect for the 8th MLBB anniversary?
Okay, number 1, may nanda kami ng mini-series. First time to ng MLBB. It's titled Miss Legends, starring Kailin Alcantara,
Oh, wow!
Aras, and Criselda Alvarez. Talagang matutuwa talaga yung mga fans. Maiiyak, magagalit. Talagang yun, abangan nila this coming September 28 until October 1.
Nakakatuwa, alam mo, they're trending right now. Pati nga yung buko inspired kay Kylie Alcantara eh. And what about the fans right now? Like, how can they catch up with everything that's happening with the 8th MLBB anniversary?
More than that, maliban sa Miss Legends, no, meron din kami inahandang, siyempre, this campaign revolves around celebration and reunion nga. Inanda rin talaga namin na mag-mount ng mga events dito sa all over Calabarzon area. So meron kaming mga celebration and surprises doon sa kumaliit nating barangay din. More than that, meron din tayo mga anniversary merches, phones to be given away.
Wow!
Oo, doon sa mga barangay and in-game, offline, talaga may celebration natin. Doon talaga natin ibubukas.
Grabe talagang bongga para sa ating 8th anniversary. So for the people who want to know more about this, how can they go about trying to catch up?
Of course, you can catch it at our MLBB official pages, sa FB, sa TikTok, and YouTube as well. Abangan nyo guys, sobrang maraming celebration and surprises talaga na mangyayari in this campaign. So, hashtag mag-celebrate tayo.
We're definitely gonna be having fun celebrating the MLBB 8th anniversary, Ms. Chai. Thank you so much. And for sure, yung ating mga MLBB fans, sobrang excited sa mga ganap ngayon. Ngayon, we're just gonna go back to the game 2 of our series. So babalik na tayo sa ating panel. Pasok!
A lot of events lined up for all the MLBB fans, especially here in the Philippines. If ever you are based here in the Philippines, we'll be having some barangayans, as they call it. So some talents will be visiting various areas, and there will be a lot of things prepared for you. So check out the official accounts and social media accounts of MLBB just to keep yourselves updated. And now, this is again is MLBB's 8th anniversary. So join us in the upcoming hashtag MLBB Celebrate Caravan this September 28 to September 29 and October 5 to October 6 in Calabarzon and surrounding areas. So these are the specific areas, Calabarzon. Lots of prizes, games, and surprise guests. So that's why you should come us and hashtag mag-celebrate tayo, which means let's celebrate in Filipino.
Yeah. Rizal, Laguna, Batangas, Quezon, and Etivac. Let's go.
Calabarzon.
It's a region here.
It's a region here. I think it's merged. Like it's a way to merge the.
Yeah, it's a region.
But that's geography for you, and I'd like to give up on geography. But then, if you ever are near Calabarzon, then. Don't forget to check that out. Again, September 28 to 29 and October 5 to 6. So those are both Saturdays and Sundays. So I'm assuming a lot of us could possibly be free during those days. And those are the last 2 weeks also of MPL Philippines. The last 2 weekends of MPL Philippines. So don't forget to check that out. And right now, going back to the MPL Arena, it's time we also look for our Index Salon beauties. MPL Arena, give us your freshest look because we're looking for our Index Salon beauties. So whenever someone gets or do they get the winner, Ma? Or yeah, but if you just get chosen, you win Index Salon merchandise. Could you be it? Could you be it? Wait.
Raise up the camera.
Oh,
Raise up
wait.
the camera.
Was he supposed to draw? Hey! Show some confidence, guys. Oh. That's the Echo Varsity jacket.
Yeah, Brigida has like 7 of those. Ask for one from Brigida. Hey, congratulations. Good for her.
Congratulations to our Index Salon beauty. I mean, she really showed confidence. Throughout the entire time, the camera was panning.
Yeah. So when you come here, don't be shy. Don't be shy when you come here to the MPL Philippines Arena.
Yep, it's time. We
You
have
win stuff.
some giveaways for Index. Some smart pose.
Yeah, you get one of Brigida's 7 Echo jackets. So win.
I don't know if that's considered like. No, it's not vintage, but it was for like the old.
It will be vintage in like a few. Time flows differently for esports, you know that.
That's right. Oh,
Yeah.
so maybe if you have some, like,
Yeah, and I am the esports equivalent of a 45-year-old.
What?
Yeah.
So-
You're like
What?
your age.
Oh.
Which is young, which is very young.
Let's.
I'm old. I'm the oldie here.
We're in the same age, Brian. Are we? Oh. Anyway, RSG. They decide to pick blue side this time, so they'll be the ones who could possibly secure
What are you
the
pointing at me
Julian.
for?
If ever, what?
Oh, I thought you were pointing at me.
No.
Oh, because RSG said. Okay, that's what you meant. Gotcha.
Based on our POV,
Yes.
I pointed towards the blue side.
Oh, dip! They straight up respected the Tigreal.
Wow. Well, so I was mentioning, could they possibly be prioritizing the Julian? Because I feel like from earlier's performance, Irad, like he could go with anything. Even the Hayabusa played really well during game number 1. There were a lot of highlight plays coming in from Irad.
If it's the Julian priority, honestly, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be a bit too much. I like the Loi Tigreal prio.
Yeah, but at least I think the Phobius is still open and some.
Excuse me. I think they should ban out the R-Lot. Oh wait, no. If they open up the R-Lot and the Phobius is open, RSG can first pick the Phobius.
Yeah.
Then the R-Lot will be open.
Wait,
Oh wait, no. I mean, TLPH would not want to play the R-Lot.
Oh yeah, because wait, it's actually interesting because they banned out both the Tigreal and the Matilda.
Yeah, that's respect. You had to respect that.
Yeah. I think Team Liquid really played these two heroes well. It wasn't entirely them working together. I think it's where we saw the San duo really activated.
Yeah,
Because yeah.
it was him bringing it was Sanji bringing Sanford to the back line. It was the main beneficiary of that of the guiding wind was the R-Lot.
Yeah, and eventually it was JP going for the succeeding setups, but not entirely the first few setups. So yeah, both actually a lot of XP laners are still open to this point. The Phobius, the Edith, they're all open, but so are the Julian and the Hayabusa.
I think RSG would want to first pick the Phobius, and if they can pick the Valentina later for Aqua. Because then TLPH will be forced into the Vexana Aurora as their third pick. The only one.
What was that?
Oh, Phobius.
Yeah.
So they can go Edith. If they're thinking ahead, they'll steal the Valentina away from RSGPH.
Yeah. Even the Arlot's open to this point. We've seen a lot of teams still confidently pick up the Arlot against the Phobius, but then...
I am not one of those. I don't like seeing a team with an R-Lot going up against a team with a Phobius, because Phobius is the happiest Phobius in the world. He gets all of his abilities and his passive back so quickly.
Alright, so there they go. They decide to pick up the Edith and not the Julian this time.
Yeah.
I mean, if RSG Philippines decides to go for that, that's 2 solid magic damage dealers already for
I think this has to be a Valentina and Nolan for RSGPH. If not the Valentina, I would honestly question it, because you'd want to get the Primal Wrath from the Edith.
Yep.
And I think, yeah, it's just a great combo.
Yeah, and regardless of what JP decides to bring out later on, it's a nice way to secure that ultimate. Unless it's a Jawhead. Unless it's a Jawhead, that's the unstoppable force. So yeah, they get the Valentina, and for the first time in the series, the gold laner is already revealed to us.
The funny thing now is I think TLPH needs to pick their mid laner. So if this isn't it could be an Aurora or Vexana pick already. I don't want to see Zask for TLPH, because that's giving the Dominators to send to RSG.
Yeah.
Zask plus Phobius will just is a nightmare to go up against for a Hayabusa.
And I wouldn't oh no, the Luis ban, but then either way, it's not really part of the options anymore since there's a Valentina again. So I think that was a Vexana.
Yeah, it was. Okay. So good. I'm not just saying good drafting because I'm hitting my predictions, but that's really just good drafting by both. They're answering each other well.
Yep, and now we might just see probably the Nathan banned out again for RSG Philippines. They seem to be very keen on that for Benny QD. Even in the previous game, they really took that out for him. But The Claw's open as well in the carry.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I think it'll be good to ban the Nathan and the Claude here. But I would understand if they would ban out Nathan and the carry that you mentioned. Because now if you're RSG, you don't worry about the Harith at all. You're worrying about the gold laner for Benny Cutie. Oh, they're opening it up, huh?
Oh, and they banned the Kaja.
They were thinking it's gonna be a EXP Edith?
And now the only remaining options for Irad might just be the Nolan, since even the Julian and the Ling are taken out. So
Unless we're gonna see him pick up the Lancelot.
or even the Roger, but I doubt the Roger in the jungler role will
Rogers
happening.
dipped out.
No, because oh no, Roger's not even being prioritized anymore. At least for this series or for today so far.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
far.
seeing it.
Slightly. No, even last week teams were.
I mean,
As the week went on, teams were slowly putting Roger into the next 2 picks, and then the next phase, and then the last pick, or just completely overlooked.
Until it wasn't anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. They banned out the Kaja and the Arlot, so a lot of gold laners are still possible or available for Team Liquid.
They're willing to give the Nathan?
The Nathan, the Claude.
I don't understand why you want to get the Claude, because it allows you to open up the map a little bit, but I'd rather see the Nathan. Oh wait, no, but that might be an overload on magic damage.
Magic damage.
You're right, and then the Phobius can just go ahead and rush to the Radiant Armor, and their spike is gonna be so slow.
What do you pick if you were Team Liquid Philippines?
What if he ends up with a Clint? Oh wait, no, but Carrie's still there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Actually, I also think they might be planning to show us something new for their gold lane. Wait. So they save it for later. This might be a Hylos roam. The way we're seeing it right now. So Hylos Vexana for Team Liquid Philippines in the mid lane. RSG Philippines, they're lacking their roamer as well as their jungler. The Nolan, we've already mentioned it. Other than the Nolan, we've seen other heroes from Iran. The Lancelot, was he able to use the Bane previously? I think there have been some surprise or some unorthodox picks coming in from Irad from time to time as well. But then in this current situation, I'd go for the Nolan.
Yeah.
And then
there you heard it. Nolan, Cho, pick off. You know what's funny? If they decide to go Alice here, RSGPH might not have the right damage output to give the Alice difficulty.
Not until the late game.
Yeah, it's gonna take time.
It's gonna take
and TLPH will need to commit rotations to speed up Benny Cutie. They can play safe and just go carry or claw, you know that. But Alice is so good.
Wait. I'm hoping something unique shows up for the last pick here. Wait. Nah, I think it's a Nathan. Okay.
Okay, it is a Nathan.
At least. So, it's still true though. That's a lot of magic damage for Team Liquid Philippines. The Hylos, Nathan, Vexana, and the Edith.
Yeah. Okay, pick off 1, 2, damage output. This feels like another 50-50 game in terms of what we might see. Although in the lineup rating, RSG Philippines, early to mid and late game potential looks very good for them. With Nolan, the Phobius, those are the stat patters in that regard. Plus the Valentina ult that you can steal will be the Primal Wrath. This might be tough for TLPH if TLPH don't get the Hayabusa Snowball.
Alright, so it's dependent once again on the Snowball, and we've seen RSG Philippines go for the invades. So what could be happening in game number 2? Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you so much. Bring it in, Redmar. Back at it again.
Welcome
for game
to
number 2.
Mobile
Match
Legends.
point for Team Liquid Philippines facing off against RSG. Joseph, how you liking this adjustment? Because it was kind of tricky in game 1, but after just one turnaround, Liquid goes for the throat. How about this time?
It's, I was just thinking about this as you were leading in. The index that we had from both drafts in the previous game was nearly identical. This one, it's different, favoring, who's it favoring? TLPH's draft? Well, either way, I know it's not the same like we had in game 1. Now, the biggest thing is if Light does what he did in the previous game, great. You can pull that off, get the executions off if you can with this choke pick. But I think that was the thing. If you want to get to the late game with this lineup from RSG Philippines, you're going to be facing a Nathan late game. That's something that's tough to deal with, especially when what do we coin that? The Nathan bomb?
The Benny bomb.
It was the Benny bomb that started it, right?
Here specifically, it's the Benny bomb.
And, okay, Light jumping in, doing some damage, of course. Has a concussive blast, but still Kosei there to help him up. And that's what I'm saying, man. Late game, if it gets to that point, I'm worried for RSG. I'm worried for them. And look at this already. I'm worried for Kosei. I'm not sure why he stayed so long. They already saw Zyna make his way down there.
All right. Here's one of the main reasons why I think you're scared for RSG. Not just because of the potential for the Benny bomb.
Yep.
Not just because of how far out maybe they might place Kosei early on while they're waiting for this power spike. Is compared to game 1 even, they don't have as much on-demand engagement as they did. Because look, sure, Nibor can put up a solid peel, like a front line and a half, because that's how chunky Phobias are, Phobiae. But him aside, and Light's kicks, who else do you rely on when TLPH go full force? When they full sail lean hard into a fight? There's nothing. Look, you get laid down a glorious pathway, you kind of scramble.
The only thing I think is, like, who do you rely on? It depends on what Aqua takes, because there's initiation that we're talking about. Into the Eternal Guard as well. Trying to get away, Nibor jumps up into the air, but he'll be taken out. Sanchi in return, still going for it as Aqua picks up a double. The fight for the turtle still going to break out, and it's Irad that gets the turtle. Going for the fight. JP will pick up the kill himself. Spirit Destruction not going to be able to land, but JP already gets a triple. He's looking for another as he runs down Aqua. He doesn't have much space to move, but he will get away as JP gets a triple.
Daddy JP says it's time to go home. Sending him back with a TLPH TM recall. Well, TLID as well.
I was going to say, so fitting.
It's both. It's both. So there you see immediately how it could go very preemptive. Drop it at the glorious pathway.
I'm just going to heal a bit.
Why not? All right, so what I'm saying is, unless they both lean hard into it, and it was just unfortunate that TLPH lost Zyda first, if that went in a different direction, if Zyda came in and maybe delayed his entry maybe 2 seconds, saved his retribution, maybe TLPH had the damage and the shields to actually turn around. But RSG, they played within the small margins of error and found themselves in a one-on-one. Like that was a 4v4, right?
It was, yeah. Both gold laners were still on the bottom side, and it was an attempt. Like Kosei threw the Spirit Destruction to try to join the fight, didn't land its mark.
Yeah, Benny can't do that. Like Benny has to commit.
He's got to just stay there.
To rotating, which is fine, given that that is one of the main things you get when you pick a Moskov as early as you did for RSG. Again, first phase pickup right there. Also, we're celebrating the 100th ban of Chip, courtesy of Team Liquid.
100th ban.
Happy Bands Day, Chip.
He has 100 bans.
All season 14 long.
All season. Wow.
That's right. What happened to Sanji? What?
He took a ton of damage from Irad.
Oh, and then so close to get hit by the SOD. Light taking an interesting flank here. Sanji gonna do the right thing and send himself home. I think he'll make it in time for this turtle fight.
Yeah, he's gonna head back. Again, part of this, they're looking to make a play, actually. Both sides of the map. Things happening here. Sanford taking the Infernal Pursuit, but that's just gonna be a turtle secured for Irad this time around. RSG picking up the second one. TLPH, they spent their time here on the bottom side of possibly looking for something. They won't find it.
Yep.
So they just disengage.
It's a good read by the Raiders. RSG said, hey, we just sent Sanji back, and it looks like TLPH are going south. Why don't we take this turtle? Clean. That's 2 turtles now in the first 5 minutes of the game over to the Raiders. They're looking good. I'm smelling a game 3. Joseph, the first game 3 since week 5. Week 6 had none.
What? First game 3 since week 5?
We haven't seen a game 3 since week 5.
Man, we just been in Sweep City, huh?
That's right. That was 14 games, all straight sweeps last week.
And you know what? I know we like you look at a sweep, but then sometimes it doesn't paint the whole picture.
Oh,
like
yeah,
some of those sweeps were like super close games.
For sure.
Like some of them should have gone 3 games. Even if you look at game 1 in the series.
This series alone.
I was going to say, this series alone, yeah, TLPH won that, but it came down to like one fight, essentially. There's the kick. Where the drag going to be able to go on. Oh, Sanford will be able to escape with his life for now. Still Light, the one to get taken down. DeBoer not sure where he wants to go, if he wants to chase down for the kill. Won't be able to find it though. Now the clap back. JP trying to walk back to the team. The fracture is going to be used from Irad. Now he's have to pick up the kill, and a Spear Destruction won't land again, but Sanford will finally get taken out.
All right, Sanford's second life forfeited there, and another clear win for RSG. Now gold lead swings back over to them.
Whoa!
Oh, wait, Irad! He's fine. What does this mean for RSG? Where's the majority of the gold? All right, you see a good chunk of it right now on Aqua, and a good bit of it on Nibor. Oh!
That's big damn. Irad! He'll go in and pick up the kill on Sanji.
And get away with it too. That's a good trade. Any day I'll take mid lane for Rome.
Yeah.
Over and over again.
Worth, basically. And Light's been doing that since game 1. He's been finding moments.
He knows that that's what he has to do. He knows that that's what starts things, but what ends things, right? You can't keep doing that same trade over and over again, because that's what led to their defeat in game 1, right? He thought he could get a kick, and then it was different lineup. Regardless, if you're RSG, if you're looking for good trades, it has to be more than just a role trade.
Yeah.
Because so far, yeah, they've been winning turtles, but how do they translate this into a sure victory? Because already still TLPH is leading in the AoE department. Because that's what RSG is missing right now. I don't think any of us, even our analysts at the NPC mentioned, the lack of AoE from RSG.
Yeah.
Like, all of their fights have to be super sure. Same for Kusei, who can go lane to lane, right? But same for that, RSG have to say, this is it, and this might actually be it.
This might be the fight they're looking for. Light on the off angle. Kosei still pushing. Eternal Jaguar going to be dropped down too. They go inside, looking for the entry point. Irad will get the turtle. Still going. Spear Destruction going to land that time. Kosei joins the fight. Sanford's going to be the one to fall, and the shadow kill goes on. Kosei going to be in trouble, but the Spear of Misery will stun him into the wall, and RSG will fight on back as they find 3 from TLPH. Irad possibly going to push JP back further so they can take the tier 1 in the mid.
Kusei coming in like Rambo. His first SOD that actually hit the target in 8 minutes. That was a turning point. That
was.
And it's not even like a clean SOD, you know what I mean? Like, it was in front of 3 or 4 chunky members of Team Liquid. And luckily, his team came in clutch, and his spear came in clutch, pushed back Zaida, who had, I'm pretty sure he had a kunai with Kusei's name on it, and luckily the damage was there, which barrels RSG forward now 3,000 gold as they try to convert. Okay, so earlier we were looking for conversions, right? Bottom lane, clean, all the way till the second.
Yeah.
Mid lane, first tier, down. Up top, this is inevitable. RSG's going to get the push as well. This is a good position for the Raiders.
This is a great position. They have a pretty good-sized lead now at this point. Kosei, you can see this. I mean, both teams are locking in some key items for them all around. Irad, too, we already saw a preview of the damage earlier on. Now that he gets a Malefic Roar, it's even more devastating. And so now you're wondering for TLPH, when do they hit that spike of theirs? And we mentioned this earlier on, as they have to watch these turrets get taken out, where Benny Cutie is a integral part of that. And he's close to the Holy Crystal.
Wait.
Oh, hold on. Wow, we didn't get a glimpse of it.
Not at all. That's how fast the mechanic works.
That's that Malefic Roar.
That's Irad. Again, never doubt Irad's mechanics.
Oh.
Even when you don't see it, he will use it. And Sanford did pop the Primal Rat there. Oh, now Light looking for a kick. Oh no, Sanji. Can Sanji get away from this? Joseph!
I don't know if he can. He's going to bob and weave as best as he can. Waits for the team, but he'll go down. Shadow Kill going to be used as well, and JP has to get back to the base. Don't forget to grab your code while you can. 8th anniversary.
Oh, wow. RSG now about 5,000 gold ahead. Takes the first Lord of the game and turns it into a fight.
All right, he got his purple at least. Zaida got that. But man, are we just... The damage overload, this is Raider form right now.
Yep.
Like, this is what they're known for. You know, we used to say back then Deathball strategy, and it's all, I mean, a lot of this is on this guy right here, Light.
37 so far of his many games of professional MLBB he played as a Cho, and won close to 60% of the time.
Yeah.
So consider that, Joseph. It's his second most played hero, with Kufra being number 1. by a small margin. Just a handful of games over.
Oh!
With the line. Oh! Irad!
That's the damage we were talking about, Irad.
And he took Sanji too.
He took Sanji out of the picture. Sanji not having a good time. So TLPH will go ahead and try to defend the base, keep up the base turrets the longest they can here. But look at that. I mean,
they didn't have to buff Nolan, but they did, and that's what happens.
What do you do?
Where is it from? All right, you got a Sky Piercer. Doesn't even have a Blade of Despair just yet. That was all Hunter Strike, Sky Piercer, Malefic Roar.
Man, that's
casual Legion Sword and
and a Fury Hammer.
And a Fury Hammer. That's it.
And like part of that too is like they were stacked up, like three guys in the back,
and one died.
Boom, right? Like just lay it on
the
them.
Softest one. So far, 12 minutes about and counting. We're still waiting for that Benny Bomb to drop.
Man, we're gonna have to come up with a name for the Nolan, I guess. At this point, they're gonna force the fight. That's what we're talking about with the damage from Benny Cutie, but he still has to go back. So they all do this for that purple buff, and right now RSG total control of the game.
Joseph, I seem to be eating my words, and it's almost as if I can hear Light saying, Coach Leo, look, I have AoE. You see that 3-man knockup?
Did you see that concussive blast from my emblem?
I mean, sure, he can just kick one, but if all you need is to knock up 3, set it up for Nibor to get another mini stun, and then Ira to just blast him into oblivion, should be enough. And that's what RSG's been doing so far. 12 and a half minutes in, 11-8, the map is totally blue. It's Raider country right now.
Yeah, we are in Raider Nation at this point. And for TLPH, they want to try to turn this game on their head. It's going to be tough, to say the least, because Irad is enough in himself to put enough pressure on the lineup.
How can they do that? Number one, maybe let Sanford bait him out. Because again, it seems like Irad has something for Sanford. Like, he's been looking for Sanford all game long.
Yeah.
Right? That a majority of the 4 kills
look at the stacks
on Sanford are on Irad. And I believe that's max.
Yep.
I believe that is max stacks. Maybe if it wasn't 60, it was prior 80.
Before, like, the first iteration?
Yeah. I don't play as much Assassin Jungle anymore, so I don't build the
it's all Bane.
Sky Piercer, but yeah.
It's all Bane.
Yeah. So, that said, the way that TLPH can actually turn this around is number one, bait out Sanford, have him have the closest to death he can, Primal Wrath, and then send JP to bonk Irad. Just stop it. Just stop. Behave.
That's all he has to do.
Right? And then from there, you work on the rest of them. But it's easier said than done, and you're committing so many resources to stopping just one from RSG.
Just Irad at that point. And you know,
he deserves it. He deserves it, though.
He deserves it, but then, you know, even Kosei, he's been farming up here on this Moscow, and that's where we usually see this. You can see the swing happen up top as well. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down, and here comes Lightning Irad! They'll find Benny Cutie and take him out in an instant as 3 members of TLPH already fall.
They don't want none!
Zaida trying to run, he gets kicked back to the team as Nimor gets a double. It's only a Sanji. And it looks like we're going to have it here in a couple weeks. We finally get a Game 3 ahead of us.
The Lone Stallion stands alone, and he cannot defend against 4 angry Raiders. Ladies and gentlemen, RSG are waiting for a minion.
And there they go. We're going to that Game 3.
RSGPH takes Game 2. Here we've proven Kung Fu beats ninjutsu. that was a hilarious, almost mass moment where Zaida just running for his life, and then gets kicked. Can you imagine that whole thing, that whole sequence? Lightning used to break the dragon.
I know. That's what surprised me. I was like, wait, he still has the way of the dragon. He still has the ultimate to kick anybody he wanted to. Obviously, Zaida was there, and you can't shadow away from that.
Impressive. We'll throw over to the evening's game tambayan. Red Martin, bring it up, bring it down.
Thank you so much to our casters. And now, as you've said, we're finally having a Game 3, which I feel is a very, very close series.
Yep, close. for majority of the part and for the beginning of game number 2. But as it went on, we got to see the thing that we mentioned right before we head into the game, that TLPH, based on the lineup rating that we saw, the strengths of the lineup of RSG Philippines, and the fact that they have the Valentina.
Yes.
That was their main bridge to get to the point to balance out the snowball that TLPH would be looking for to help set up what Irad can do in the snowland. The Valentina would be the X-Factor pick. And so we got to the point where Irad was 7-1-2. Besides that KDA, the man was getting the right retribution battle wins.
Yeah, I agree. It was so surprising to see that first turtle take escalate to a point where it was surprisingly RSG getting the advantage.
Yeah.
Because it did seem like Team Liquid Philippines were able to set things up for them to actually get the advantage or the win during that first turtle fight. And it was, I think, in this entire game where we've seen how Irad was just so focused on his targets. Apart from, you've mentioned the retribution spells, if Sanji was available, then go for Sanji. But even the tanky heroes, even Sanford, he really tried to shut down the XP laner of Team Liquid.
Yeah. For Kusei, I want to talk about Kusei here. I think that we were talking about is like the first 2 major team fights that we saw RSG Philippines had, Kusei could not land that Spear of Destruction to join him. But the one that he did land was the one that solidified the lead of RSG Philippines heading into the mid to the late game. And TLPH is playing from behind, playing from scramble. Irad, besides the retributions, he was getting pickoffs such as that, finding the right backliners, finding the Vexana, and in this case, in this highlight, finding Benny Cutie. Sanford in this team fight could not get the Primal Wrath off because, yes, he was taking damage initially, but the crowd control stopped him from pressing that damn button to get that ultimate off. And it did get to the point where RSG Philippines just ran away with it. TLPH could not get that snowball that they needed, that decisive early game snowball.
And RSG Philippines, they're slowly becoming a little bit more unpredictable as the game goes by. Prior to that last team fight that we've seen, actually it was Irad and Light. I thought they were going for the split. They were around the top lane area, but then they decided to just circle around and sandwich Team Liquid Philippines here, who I think didn't really expect some players from RSG to come from behind. So they really just got the advantage throughout that entire team fight. And I think that the Raiders just really did perform. And it was like the best kind of show game. I now understand why Light has that high of a win rate for his second most picked hero in his entire MPL career.
And I think TLPH just... I would want to see them respect Bandit already, depending on what side they are. Just take out the choke or steal it away from Light. Make sure that he doesn't get it. And it's interesting because in this meta, especially at around week 4, we started noticing that there have been some pop-off gold later games.
Yeah.
But I think it was in this series so far that we're seeing that a lot of what you want to see from your gold laner, you really don't see it until late in the latter portions of the game.
True.
Since Roger got nerfed, you can no longer find that jungler-esque Roger power spike.
Yep.
Takes time. Kusei, besides that one play where he finally got to hit that Spear of Destruction and join in, he entered the game with 1, 2, and 3 KDA. There was a total of 15 kills from RSGPH. It's even less than half of the total kill participation for RSGPH. And for TLPH, even though Benny Cutie got his items, it was still too damn hard because he ended up getting picked off. So that's why now it really is determined by roam, mid, jungle in this current metagame.
Yep. And partly the ways that Kusei just really maximized his time not being part of the team fights. And I think it was a pattern that RSG Philippines was trying to commit to even during the first game. They were able to start things off that way, similar to what happened here in game number 2, taking out the first tier turrets for both sides, slowly creating space or controlling the map, and then eventually joining the team fights and being just as aggressive. So it was just in game number 2 where we've seen it become more successful for RSG Philippines. So this is the game plan that Team Liquid Philippines might want to consider, because RSG Philippines apparently can approach this in different ways. They can willingly let go of the objectives in exchange of just focusing on the traits that they want to take and then eventually joining in the team fights, or really take them on. Take the team fights early game and just leave Kusei to do the job on the other lane.
And it's a great call by RSG Philippines to take the team fights. Without the Nathan there, the Phoveus is happy. It's going to be difficult to take down the Phoveus, and it's going to take a lot. Most importantly, you have your bridge into the mid game if you're RSGPH. Yes, you have the Nolan who could pick someone off with a great fracture, but again, the X factor being the Valentina. That's your bridge, stealing the ultimate of the Edith. And when the Valentina steals the ultimate of the Edith, you get that at full potential.
The Eradicator, we've seen him in action here, and props to Aqua for especially that first turtle. Really one of the biggest highlights I've seen.
Yeah, where the Hylos almost got a maniac.
And it was Aqua who was actually able to survive and deny him of that maniac. But even prior to that, yeah, there were a lot of things made possible here by Aqua. But I feel like we are slowly seeing like that close series happening. I'm hoping this game number 3 will be the closest yet.
Yeah, no stomps.
No stomps whatsoever. And I wonder what Coach Panda has to say, or what were his thoughts prior to everything that's happening or prior to this match. So before we proceed to game number 3, let's listen on this quick VDR for Coach Panda.
Sa mga practice, kahit natalo kami today, it doesn't mean na parang sayang yung buong practice or we didn't effort enough. We really reported that. So, yung preparation going forward is just to win and then mas malinis and aggressiveness regarding sa execution and communication.
I think the audience saw a glimpse of how invested we were.
Yeah, you were invested. You were up close. You really wanted to hear what Coach Brandon wanted to say. But yeah, I think those two key words describe what we've been seeing from RG: neat and aggressive.
I know I mentioned how could it be too late for RSG to find that groove now that we're in the second to the last week, but it seems like they're showing us that no, you need to watch out for the lower half a lot more now, because it's not just Blacklist International really stepping up. This is still Team Liquid we're talking about, and RSG now more than ever. I know they've always been like this whenever they meet each other in the regular season, but now the stakes are a lot higher.
Yeah, and speaking of stakes, again, gotta update you with what this means for the playoffs race. If RSG Philippines defeats Team Liquid Philippines, that's it. TNC Pro Team is out of playoffs contention. If Team Liquid Philippines defeats RSG in this Game 3, winning the series 2-1, that means later on TNC Pro Team needs to sweep Aurora.
So it's either they enter the next series not eliminated yet or already eliminated, but then either way, it's becoming a lot more difficult now for TNC, because if ever TLPH does get the win for game number 3, it still has to be a sweep for TNC going up against Aurora, who are still struggling to get their first win, series win in this entire season. And I think we're seeing Leo right behind us, walking backwards towards the caster's desk. Wow, that's such an interesting way to walk back to the desk. But before we go back to the desk and head into the draft, we want to give some huge shout-outs to the Cavaliers watching the Team Liquid PH watch party being held at San Miguel, Manila. I hope you guys are enjoying out there, because it's a game number 3 that's happening here. But then, compared to the first time they saw each other, it was a reverse sweep from RSG, so things are a little bit more unpredictable this time.
I love the Cavaliers. I'm a big J.R. Smith fan.
Is that the basketball?
No.
No?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's
talking about MLBB here, Brigida.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, let me search who that is. But then, yeah, shoutouts.
No.
What?
No, don't do it. No.
No, what? Don't do what?
Draft should start soon, right?
Yeah,
Where's the draft? Where's the draft?
Yeah, I'll just search it later, but if ever that is, it is what it is. But shoutouts to all the Cavaliers watching the Team Liquid PH party. There are a lot of Cavaliers here on site as well.
Yeah.
And wait, let me check. Even the Raiders, they've been so happy with that recent win. We've seen them shouting and jumping. I think you were seeing some shots of our audience here at the MPL arena. And I hope you guys as well are giving your all-out support, since Team Liquid would definitely want this to get one win closer to securing their playoff spot. And they're 2 wins away from getting into the playoffs. 12, is 12 the magic number? 12 the magic number for upper bracket, right?
I haven't counted in a while, so... Let's just say yes.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, it is. It's 7 and 12 that they have to watch out for when it comes to the standings. So now, Game 3, side selection update. We're back to the blue side being a little bit higher in terms of win rate for the teams who pick it today. TLPH in game number 1 were blue side. RSG in game number 2 were blue side. Now it's TLPH back to the blue side. But then the difference is there were a lot of respect bans coming from RSG earlier, even if they were first pick. So all the more, definitely, now that they're in the red side.
Okay, so we're at 100 games right now this season. That's a 100-game anniversary for Chip. 100 games banned, same spot. And because of you having to do that, it is now 55%, 45% in terms of the blue side versus red side win rate. And if we look at this draft, the Team Liquid Philippines going into the blue side now, earlier it was Phovius, Chip, and Edith that was banned for RSG Philippines. If ever, I think RSG Philippines might be more willing to give up the Edith ban, replace it with something else, because now they know they can just prioritize a Valentina.
Yeah.
If ever the Edith gets picked up.
Oh. And now it seems like the Tigreal and the Mathilda are both open this time, unlike earlier. But I doubt it will be the prio pick for Team Liquid Philippines. So either way, at least now we're seeing a very similar draft to the first game for both of these teams. Just definitely some adjustments here and there, and that's why we're seeing the Moskov taken out. No, I think this was similar to the first game. Yeah, it's exactly the same, I think. The Fire Mist, Fanny, and the Moskov for Team Liquid during game number 1. So we're only lucky to eat it if RSG wants to deny the Edith.
I would really want RSG to consider a different ban. Even like a Tigreal ban would be okay. Or a Matilda ban.
A Tigreal or a Matilda ban, because that really worked well for them. All right, there it is.
Yeah, because again, if TLPH decides to prioritize the Edith, RSG can just go ahead and rush the Matilda. If TLPH gets the Edith and RSGPH do not get the Matilda, I will be questioning things.
Oh, I'm actually having second thoughts about the immediate Edith pickup now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Liquid.
Do not. Prioritize something else. Get the Nolan or get the Haya.
Nolan, Haya, or if you want to be exactly the same with game number 1, the Julian is still available here for Team Liquid, but it didn't feel like RSG was prioritizing the Julian anymore. It did feel like Irad was really onto the other assassin junglers for the past 2 games that we've been seeing him play. So could it be? Is it the Edith or is it not? Oh, we heard the Hayabusa!
Hayabusa first. So now,
oh, wait.
No one get the Edith.
No one.
Valentina's up. Not to say that it's an instant win, but we can wait a little bit on that. So this time, you don't need to rush your jungler yet. You can go ahead get your.
Oh wait.
What should they get?
Is that I don't know. Deny the Arlot.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're right. Deny the Arlot. Take the Arlot for Nibor.
Yeah, because it did seem like a lot of, or the Sansan duo was really activated when the Arlot happened, but.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
It's still good.
I realize you can do that. Just pick the Edith and the Valentina. But now here, you're gonna get a lot of pressure from Team Liquid Philippines. That was a quick select. RG Philippines will need a roamer that can. This Edith needs to go to the XP lane.
They took the Cho from Lai, and we mentioned it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if not ban the Cho for Lai, then take it away from RSG.
Oh no, Edith is a bit slower getting out of lane compared to the Khalid.
I wonder what could RSG do. They get their jungler right now and just save their other picks for later, or do they get the light hero? Light might be targeted later on.
Thing. What, are you just gonna end up picking the Ruby or no? Okay.
They get the jungler.
Yeah, they're playing it safe. Already show your source of magic damage.
3 magic damage.
Yeah, for Team Liquid Philippines, you just take out the Moscow. Oh, excuse me. They already took out the Moscow. Yeah. You take out the Carrier the Claude.
Who banned the Kaja earlier again? What's it? Oh, it's RSG.
Yeah.
He banned it himself. Alright, so still the same. Taking out the Louis here for Sanji. Oh, I'm glad they did. I could only imagine the Louis Khalid in action.
Louis, Khalid, Cho all together. No. So good bans. TLPH checking out the carry. If you're RSGPH, you can't go magic anymore. You need to go physical or true.
Yep. It does seem like Light still wants to heavily focus on the pick-off type of roamers. Previously, he showed us the Guinevere, but then in this kind of composition, I'm starting to think twice of whether or not they should be sticking with that kind of approach, since there's so much pressure that can potentially come from TLPH. Looking at their first 3 picks right now, like there's the Hayabusa, there's a pick-off type of roamer, that's a Cho, and there's AOE from the Khalid.
Exactly. Pressure is like the problem here. I wouldn't be surprised if RSG just end up picking an off-kilter gold laner. If it's not the Claude, you're stuck with either a Melissa or an Ixia. I'd rather go Melissa at this point.
Yep.
But the thing is, there's not enough protect on the side of RSG that you can pair that up with.
Yeah.
Way too much dive. There's still the Aurora open later for Sanji.
Even the... No, I was thinking about the Paramis earlier, but then there's a Valentina here for RSG.
No, it's already banned also.
It's so bad. I wonder what Light and Kusei will be picking up here for RSG Philippines. There's the carry.
It needs to be tanky. Or if they want to go pick off for pick off, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Still, those are available to carry and the Melissa, as you've mentioned. Wait. Oh, okay. So they bring it back? He's not forgotten yet.
Yeah.
But if any, I think the Roger in the gold is a bit more manageable than the jungle Roger.
Yeah. The RSG need to... I think Light's gonna end up with what, like a Grog? A Kaja?
I wouldn't mind. At least they have like a front type of roamer that isn't just reliant on positioning himself.
Don't tell me RSG's just gonna pick a Hellcurt again.
Oh!
It's gonna be rough, buddy.
Well, you're right. That's
What?
Wait! I'm sorry, I was so happy.
Yeah, why?
Because Wanwan's my favorite.
Wanwan's Wanwan's your favorite hero?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm happy for you.
But it is surprising to see the Wanwan.
It is. And it makes sense because the lineup right now of TLPH is just dive, burst. And they don't have hard catch. RG are forced to pick off and just go Kaja or Franco, but it's so tough. You put so much pressure on the Edith. TLPH, yes, the Cho is pick off, but you could say that he can take a good amount of damage before having to get away, and he has 2 major sources of crowd control. The Khalid will be difficult to take down. So yeah, Kaja, that's it.
And it does put a lot of pressure indeed on Nibor as probably the only reliable frontliner now for RSG Philippines. So we're back with the idea that yes, this is the strategy that they want to stick by for the entirety or probably the remaining matches we're seeing RSG Philippines. But then in this current situation, there are just so many surprises from Team Liquid Philippines in this draft.
Well, Team Liquid Philippines, in terms of the lineup rating, a little bit very even in the early to mid, late game, and potential for RSG Philippines very strong. Light, we're looking at the roamers. Light versus JP. They said it.
Happy birthday, MLBB, and welcome back, Wanwan. Let's head over to our casters and witness the action.
Ready to celebrate, including the very first Game 3.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Welcome to TLPH versus RSG. Leo and Naisu bringing you the action. You expect to see Wanwan today?
You know, I didn't, and I appreciate the whole bring it a fangirl moment for Wanwan because I am still happy, man, that we are in week 7 and we still have these heroes popping up, like different heroes. The meta, I'll always say it, I know you agree with this, is just the healthiest it's been in a long time.
I love it. The meta right now is at like 2% body fat.
It's lean.
It's
Wait, is that...
No.
No, that's not.
Its metabolism is just through the roof that you can just keep injecting hero after hero after hero. And wait, look at this. You would have thought that in a laning phase that has a 1-1 and a Roger, that the rest of the map should kind of respect that.
Yeah.
They don't. TLPH,
Whoa! Already has a level 4. Waited as well for that, and Aqua's going to get taken out. Zyda, early kill, first blood.
All right, here's one of the symptoms of what TLPH set to do in the drafting phase. Real quick, look at the emblems here. If those who want to build like 1-1 in the current meta game, do that. Warcry, Tenacity, and then Swift. But yeah, regardless, TLPH, besides the whole 1-1 pick, looking at their first 3 picks, Haya, Cho, Khalid, they're super proactive, Joseph. Like, they want to set the pace. And all throughout every beat, 1, 2, 1, 2, RSG, they've just danced to their own tempo and are now forced to react.
They have to every single time that you see them. And the fact that the first blood kill went over to Sanji, you know, we've seen the snowballing effect actually happen with Aurora, no pun intended. But part of that is you're just locking them down. So even if you don't get that initiation you're looking for, with JP being on the Cho this time around, you can actually just stop them in their tracks if RSG tries to press the situation with what they have. And the fact that we have to say Nibor's best performances so far in Season 14 has typically been on the Edith.
Yeah, for sure. They're almost synonymous with each other. And now a fight's breaking out.
It's going to break out. JP trying to zone out Irad a little bit further here. And now Sanford jumping in as well. Still going for it. Sandstorm comes in from Aqua. They get frozen down with a Frigid Glacier. Nibor will pop the Primal Wrath, but he gets kicked and taken out of the picture as Sanford picks up a kill, looking for possibly some more damage, but Light and Irad will have to go back to base.
Between sand, snowstorms, and swift kicks, I don't know what RSG has to do to get out of those pits and those fights with a dub. All right, 2-0, 1,000 gold in a turtle, the Team Liquid Philippines' name. Joseph, prior to this, you're talking about how like CC dictates what RSG can do, and how Nibor is one of the main source of CC from RSG, and how he's so, again, he's so prolific on the Edith, right?
Yeah.
And right now, he's struggling to go lane to lane. No, whoa.
Zyda could be in trouble. Jose trying to chase down, gets juked though with the Shadow, but Zyda goes back. Shadow kill already going to be used into the Frigid Glacier, but finally goes down, and RSG will be able to pick up a kill. So good response there, and you saw it. Light used his Divine Judgment to start things up.
All right, and they finally get the punish onto Zyda, who, by the way, could be one of the main targets for RSG, and one of the reasons why TLPH might actually lose the early to mid game.
Yeah.
He's one of those softies from TLPH that if he goes in without the shadows to back him up, he's gone. Like, everyone else has an out. Everyone else has some sort of insurance policy. Zyda, if he's caught out without a shadow kill or a quad shadow,
he's gone.
He did.
Yeah, he's gone. And so that might force Zyda also just to approach the game a little bit differently as the game goes on.
Yeah, late entries are like 99% of what he wants to do.
Exactly. And also, the caveat to that too is depending again, what does Aqua take for the most part in terms of ultimates throughout the game, because that could also change. He could do pretty well with the Sandstorm. He could also obviously go with the Way of the Dragon or the Frigid Glacier from Sanji. So there's so many options that can actually help them with this as well. Light gonna go in, Flicker. There's the Sandstorm on the response, trying to help out JP. He will be able to survive, and now the fight under the purple buff. They go in, crossbow of Tang, pops off. We'll be able to find Irad, and now still going for it. His turtle's already secured as well. Benny Cutie finally goes down in the exchange, but Zyda looks for more, and Aqua's in trouble as well. A double kill picked up. Sanford forcing Nibor back under the turret. Man, TLPH gets a lot of that one.
Benny Cutie taken to the skies like it's 2022.
That's a throwback, man.
It has been a while.
It's been a while since I said crossbow of Tang.
And you can see now why it's so important for Team Liquid to be on the offensive. And in that sequence alone, you saw how RSG's game really is to be reactive. To be like a wizened... Whoa, what a kick!
With the drag coming out from JB, they're going for Nibor. He tries to get away, but he can't escape. Benny Cutie picks up the kill, and Sanford goes in further. Still chasing down Aqua, but it'll be a double for Benny. Looking for Irad. He goes in. Zyda will get taken down, though. but still, more bodies fall for RSG.
I didn't know you could quick Sandguard and recall at the same time.
Yeah, we're learning.
Sanford coming in. It seems like his quick Sandguard's AoE is so much bigger, but that's literally just RSG scattering as soon as Team Liquid initiates. JP's kicks, sure, it could be a catalyst to a huge fight, but at the end of the day, either one works for the other.
Yeah.
A zoning ult from Sanford could lead to a perfect kick from JP.
From JP,
And then eventually, whoever's left out gets hit by the Frigid Glacier. It's ridiculous. And then Benny and Zyda clean up.
That's why in the beginning of the game, I was like, man, the crowd control, the CC from TLPH's lineup is pretty devastating, especially in the sense that just a Raging Sandstorm alone, like your initial reaction is disperse. Right. So RSG, when they want to clump up or fight up and follow through with whatever Nibor's doing or Light, a Sandstorm is sometimes enough where you're just like, yeah, we're gonna split from this and not get hit, you know, and that seems to be an issue.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
We see it. Oh, Sanford walking a
Sanford,
three.
he's gonna get Divine Judgment pulled in, trying to stay alive, and he does because he's able to Sandstorm on out of there. And now Nibor caught off from the team as he falls. As we were just talking about it.
That's literally a got him moment. Nibor got. And what's crazier is Sanford walked away like nothing happened.
He literally rode on the Sandstorm away. And nothing did happen. He's fine. And now the last turtle of the game going to be secured as well for TLPH.
All right. That's all three. Score. Oh, Light!
Oh, Light's still going to be alive. Frigid Glacier already dropped down.
Fine.
Might just have to disengage, but they are going to focus on the Tier 1 turret mid lane.
All right. I'm curious. What is on this young man? What is Sanford playing? He just picked up his tough boots here, who now he's building a roam onto. So he's transitioning into being a secondary support. What does he have? I'm pretty sure it's all tank items. It's got to be.
We got to see. Because we also saw, like when we saw the Khalid in Game 1.
It was all tank.
It was all tank.
Yeah. Sanford's also. It was an MVP winning performance, if I'm not mistaken. Also was all tank.
You see what happens? Like, this is all for the purple buff, right? And that's going to be the effect the entire game. Sandstorm, disperse. Sandstorm, disperse. So RSG, they got to come up with an answer for that because, like you said, you know, he's at this point where if he does go all tank, like he's tanky enough, he can heal enough from that too. And, you know, meanwhile, while you're sitting there trying to fight them, you're getting all the weak points hit, and Benny Cutie will just get the airtime that he's looking for.
And, you know, even with Winter Crown's changes and possibly a Wind of Nature being built up by Kusei, it doesn't matter. Like, they can time that out. That's just one of many. And check it out. The last time we saw 1-1 played in MPL Philippines was in the playoffs of Season 12 by Benny as well. He's played it 17 times all throughout his career with a 53% win rate. All right.
Is that the name of his kid, by the way? His daughter?
A nickname.
Nickname.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was going to say nicknamer.
So
I know he calls
Season
him
12 means early 2023. So this is off of the height of it in early 2022. All throughout 2022.
All throughout 2022, yeah.
So that was the last time.
So that's what I said. Throwback Fridays.
Huge. Flashback Friday.
Flashback Friday.
That's what they call it.
Hashtag Flashback Friday. Oh, hold on. There's
go.
a Divine Judgment going to pull JP again. And JP's even alive. Irad already went down in the exchange, and now they're going a little bit further as Nobor gets taken out. Benny Cutie, just look how fast he's moving. The recalls come out. Grab yours while you can, because right now TLPH will go and grab the Lord for this fight.
Look at the effort. Look at the timing involved of doing it together at the same time. They got to be talking about this. There has to be some comms to this. But talking about that sequence, again, Sanford got him. He put himself in harm's way, gets out of dodge, and then the rest of Liquid, the rest of the cavalry trample through.
He's almost saying, like, just pull me.
Take it.
Just get me, Light. I'll be fine.
It's him or JP. It doesn't. It's him or JP. It doesn't matter. They're not going to get away with it. So far, they've not gotten anything. All right. All it was a Thunderbelt and Radiant Armor. Joseph, just a Thunderbelt and a Radiant Armor.
That just seems very...
Looking at RSG's kit since they were down like, what, 6K when that sequence happened, 6K, 7K, I understand.
That's it. I'm playing Khalid tonight.
The items just don't add up. Like, there's not enough kit on RSG to burst down 40. And as we speak, 40's building up stacks on that Thunderbolt. Like, he can just, you know, casually bonk somebody that he sees get hybrid defense.
And that's like, that's the weird part of it is like that is also enough like of an item and damage to be a threat already. And part of it is just being a distraction. So with this, he's going to try to distract them, trying to defend the base. RSG has the Holy Shields being popped on the base turrets. JP even has the Immortality now available, so he's going to be a little more risky with some of the initiations he goes for. But it's still ultimately that. Sanford, JP, and then follow through from TLPH. This is a massive lead we're talking about at this point, almost 11,000 gold.
They're just going to be playing a little bolder this time around. Both JP and Sanford. Is it going to cost a very little? There's a kick!
There's JP already going to the backside. He does get Divine Judgment back to the Crystal. Immortality already going to be popped. They're looking for it. Zyda will jump in with a shadow kill. He pops off enough damage, but he gets zoned back out. Primal Wrath from Nibor, and Sanford once again raging sandstorms on out of there. They have to disengage without JP.
The Raiders punish TLPH's preemptive Alpha Strike. Impressive work by the Raiders, spreading the damage around from Zyda's blade. And, of course, could have sworn JP was going to get away with it.
Yeah.
But if you have, you know, 2 turrets raining down heavenly fire on you, it's very hard to get away. It's very hard to survive even that. So right now, not out of the woods just yet, but we've proven that maybe, just maybe, RSG can actually come back. And here we go!
He was trying to get back to base, but Nibor, he'll just get stopped from recalling back to base and just get taken out.
Is that a communications breakdown?
It has to
It
be.
looks like RSG wasn't sure if they're backing off.
It was just an odd place also to just kind of get to that point and then be like, yeah, let's call it off and get back to base. So, you know, Nibor will be back for the defense. I don't know if they're actually going to get in position for contesting this Lord, though.
But long and short of it, they couldn't afford a death like that.
Yeah.
That was the equivalent of saying goodbye to someone and walking in the same direction. It's
Exactly.
like, wait.
I thought you were leaving.
What was that? And then eventually Nibor falls. So with that said, it results in a free Lord for Liquid. Not as if RSG could have contested, for sure, right? But to consider that that major slip-up did not help at all in RSG's comeback. Now they got to do it again. Now they got to bait JP with a kick, force 40 to come in, and then hit him with a D. I don't know.
I don't know. It's too many boxes you got to check almost.
Luckily, Immortality is off of cooldown for JP.
Yep.
And 40 doesn't have an Immortality yet. He's on his way to a winner crown, but here we go. This is a Lord marching in.
We'll see if they're able to pull it off. Once again, Lord's going to be worked on. Mid-turret goes down here on the base, top next. RSG will have a fully exposed base to defend as they're huddled around the Crystal. TLPH massive lead, 13,000 gold at this point. Sanford picking up the winner's crown. They're just waiting for the waves to push in here, staring down at RSG Philippines while the waves from top and bottom crash in. And there's the sandstorm coming in into the frigid glacier. Winter crown already popped as well, still holding on, trying to clear the lanes out. JP will jump in, gets the kick on light, and the follow through comes through. Shadow kill to the backside, even with the fountain, won't be able to save them as the crystal is worked on from TLPH, and the flexes come out and they go for it. As all Kusei can do is stare at the emotes as the series is taken 2-1 Team Liquid PH.
Zyda scores another dub for the Cavalry, and this makes RSG's playoffs dream all the more a long shot. What is happening with the Raiders?
I don't know, man. It was a series where you have like this game 1, game 2 story, but then game 3 was just completely out.
I'll tell you now, the draft played a huge role. That was a difficult draft to work with.
Yeah.
First phase alone, you went for the obvious comfort picks, and then everything else just followed. We're in, all right, this is what's left. This is what we got to do. This is what we're going to pick. And that's what allowed Liquid to walk away with a 14, 15K gold lead.
It was massive, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, as close as game 1 and game 2 were, and then you get to game 3, and it's just so one-sided for TLPH. And there was apparent, mistakes, too, that came out from RSG. Like, it's tough to see in a series like that. it's great to get to a Game 3, but, you know, I was hoping that something better for Game 3 from RSG Philippines there, so still puts them in a tough position when we talk about the standings.
We've got another match this weekend, so we're hoping that all the Raiders stand together even in defeat as their team tries to make it through to the playoffs. For now, though, we see that the Cavalry are on stage with Mara Aquino. I wonder what they have to say, because Zaida here definitely redeemed himself. That's it for now. Nice and Leo out. Let's hear from Mara and Liquid on stage.
All right, everybody, give it up for TLPH! Benny Cutie, it's been a while since nakita ka namin mag 1-1. Bakit ngayon mo lang ito nilabas ulit?
Wala lang po. Sabi po ng coaches eh.
Sabi ni coaches. Okay. Pero di ba 1-1 is also your daughter's name?
Yes po.
Oh, shoutout naman natin si 1-1 dyan. At ngayon nakabalik na finally ang iyong hero. Ito naman para kay Zaida. Zaida, isa na lang and playoffs secured na kayo. It's nice to see you back on stage. Paano niyo masisigurado na masisecure nyo ang susunod na panalo?
Siguro po pagbubutihin pa namin yung practice namin, tapos iinom na ng gamot si Carl.
Naiinom ng gamot si Carl. Bakit ano ba nangyari kay Carl ngayon?
May lagnat po siya.
May lagnat siya ngayon. So let's wish Carl quick recovery. Okay, ngayon naman it's time to announce our MVP. Who do you think it is? Sino? May narinig akong tama. Sino ulit? Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP, Sanford. Sanford, alam mo, your team, TLPH, no doubt, one of the best in the world. Pag sinabi yung koponan nyo, talagang isa sa mga kakatakutan, lalo na sa mga ibang bansa. Now that nandito kayo sa place na hindi familiar, nasa gitna kayo ng standings, paano mo na-ensure na you don't lose trust with each other at laging positive pa rin kayo?
Lagi ko po sinasabi sa kanila na normal lang pong ganito kasi may mga team talaga na lumalakas. And siguro, itong season na po talaga na to is hindi para sa amin para mag-upper bracket.
Oh, okay. So how do you motivate them na para you guys are always maintaining a good relationship?
Siguro po, win or lose, healthy discussion lang po.
Healthy discussion, and that's what we like to hear, and that's a championship mindset. And now, it's time to announce our lucky fan that will win 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. Hello. Ang ganda naman ng smile mo. What's your name?
Nikolay po.
Nikolay. Nikolay, congratulations. Dahil ikaw, magkakaroon ng 3,000 diamonds. Hindi lang yan. Meron ka ring ticket para sa Day 1, Match 1 ng ating playoffs. Let's give him a round of applause. So, sino dito yung favorite player mo?
Si Kuya JP po.
Si Kuya JP! Okay, tabi ka kay JP. Ay, bago yung highlights mo ah. Ang ganda naman ng buhok. Okay, bakit si JP ang iyong idol?
Magaling po siya mag-tank.
Magaling mag-tank. Okay, nasa harap mo na siya. Ito na yung pagkakataon mo para magbigay sa kanya ng kahit anong gusto mong message.
Idol, galingan mo po para makapasok po kayo sa championship.
Yes! Ikaw naman, JP. Nakatapat ka ng batang to and whatever you say can inspire them forever. Wow, pressure. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Mabuti may pag-aaral tapos huwag ka magsiset sa hangin.
Congratulations! You won 3,000 diamonds and a ticket to Day 1, Match 1 ng ating playoffs. Ito yung gagawin natin. You get to take a bow with the team and you get to take a walk, okay? Alright. Tabi ka kay JP. You can hold his hand if you want. TLPH, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory! Congratulations! Isa na lang! At sila na ay playoff secured. At para sa lahat ng ating mga lucky fan, hindi lang 3,000 diamonds ang bibigay namin sa inyo. From now on, meron din kayong Day 1, Match 1 playoffs ticket that's happening right here. Ngayon, we're gonna break it down for you, that match. So we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok!
I know we were talking about how we wanted close games, but let me ask you, was that a close game for you or was that a stomp?
That was a stomp delivered to you by the feet of Air JP and the Apex Predator Sanford. Their Cho and Khalid combo, that's the new deadly combo you have to respect when you're up against Team Liquid Philippines.
Yep.
But when you have people setting things up, you gotta make sure that the follow-up is there, and that's what Sanji delivered. Not just follow-up, sometimes he'd be the guy starting things off with his own crowd control
agree.
setups.
You know what was the best follow-up ever from Sanji for me in that entire game? It was that game-ending follow-up where he decided to flicker in, use the Frosty Freeze together with the Frigid Glacier right after Sanford set things up for him with that Raging Sandstorm surprise in the face of RSG Philippines. But other than that, throughout the first few minutes of the game, we're seeing precise positioning again once from Sanji, and the way I think he rarely died in the entirety of that game. Props to his passive, of course, but a lot has to do with the way he also decides to position himself. It seemed like Benny Cutie was just so safe and he need not worry about anything because he was well guarded by all his teammates.
Yeah, other than being well guarded, he was just well positioned as well. So when you have strong frontliners providing you the vision of where you can safely place yourself, but then at the same time you yourself, you're making it hard for the enemy to catch you, then that needs to be respected as well. This is TLPH at their finest hour. This is jungler helping set the tempo in terms of being aggressive and dealing the damage. You have Sanji making his own plays.
Yeah.
You have the Roamer and EXP laner being nuisances to the lineup of RSGPH. And it feels like as the draft went on, we were starting to think of more and more picks for RSG Philippines. And we were thinking, oh damn, this feels so difficult to think of good picks for them. While for TLPH, it seemed like they already won it once they had their 3 picks locked in with the Haya, the Cho, and the Khalid.
And part of me was thinking that why is it like TLPH was literally waiting for this moment that they could bring out this 1-1 pick, and when they saw that, again, there were little to no problems that it could potentially face. RSG Philippines were even forced to bring out the Roger in this situation, which I think could have fared well, but then it wasn't solely reliant on him and his laning anymore that could potentially bring RSG toe-to-toe against Team Liquid Philippines in that particular game. And Nibor, I don't know why, but Sanford and Nibor earlier, they were just so heated.
Yeah, I mean, again, we were talking about it. Nibor would struggle in this game, and that's exactly what happened. Again, the difference between the Kaja and the Cho. The Kaja has that one big pull based around his ultimate, and then it's just going to be a bird slowly flapping trying to get to a safe distance. While the Cho can, you get the pick off, but at the same time you can weave in and out of the fight, dish out a good crowd control with a knockup of the Jeet Kundo, get shields, even poke a little bit. It's a little bit better for Cho to act as like a front line compared to Kaja that really is pick-off focused. By the way, if we learned anything from this series is that yes, if you're an EXP laner, you can definitely still rush the Thunderbelt.
Yeah.
Sanford did that in this game, and this is a Kali that went for Tank Emblem, Concussive Blast, Thrill, and Wilderness Blessing. So the times that you were thinking, why does this Khalid hurt? Well, I'd answer with the same response as, even I don't know. Because that's a defensive Khalid with just a Thunderbelt as a quote-unquote damage item.
Probably just reminds me of the R-Lot. It's just the nature of the hero being kind of painful every now and then. And I feel like even though we were mentioning how this would be such a huge responsibility on the shoulders of Nibor because he would serve as probably the only front, and he did have a hard time, it also felt like Light had so much responsibility to carry out. I don't know if it was entirely a reactive pick to just secure the Kaja because you had no ways to answer the 1-1, but then it didn't really do what was needed of it as well because of, like, just again how you mentioned, JP and Sanford was giving so much information and setting things up for Benny Cutie and even Sanji in that entire game. So a lot of conditions weren't met for RSG Philippines, but ultimately I feel like they were also faced against they were backed against the wall in terms of the drafting that TLPH showed us.
That was Wolf.
What did he do?
And that was a hand heart. For a second, I thought I was going to throw hands to the dude passing behind me, but no, he threw this up. Not another thing I was thinking. Week 8 start match. Which should it be?
You can decide if it's going to be either FNOP, FCAP, TLPH. Oh, wait.
These are all bangers.
Wait. RORA Blacklist,
Banger.
Omega Fnatic Onic.
Banger.
You know, just be the ones to decide because I cannot decide based on the options I'm presented with right now.
Because we already saw FNOP versus FCAP. I feel like other teams would be...
We also saw FCAP and TLPH.
Yeah, as a
previously,
star
so-
match. So, I mean, again... You know, if this season ends... if FNOP versus FCAP is the last game FNOP will play to potentially, you know, go undefeated this season...
Maybe it should be.
Maybe that should be it. I don't know. Check out the schedules, y'all. Search MPLPH on your favorite browsing site. There's only one. It rhymes with poodle. Search it there.
But
Look at our schedule and vote
Yeah.
for your star match.
If any, the only thing I'm sure of is that the last match of the entire regular season is Falcons AP Brand and Team Liquid Philippines.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's another option you might want to consider. It's all up to you. You'd be the ones to decide what will be the star match for week number 8. But week number 8's still next week. It's happening after day number 2 and day number 3 of this week. And now we have one remaining match for this day. But before we head into that, that's Aurora MLBB and TNC. We'll be heading into a short break.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP racing, may reset up Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, malakas ang Pinas We are laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve lacking MVP. No surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Ulat lang. Ay, mga kasi ko. Wala. Hindi na-clear lahat. Tangke.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 14. You just heard the mic check for the previously concluded bout between Liquid Philippines and RSG PH. Dan Leo Kabang here at your service with JC Naisu Rezabek. Bring you the action for this next upcoming matchup. It's Aurora versus TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, and you know, it's a match that, I don't know, I think a lot of people are just going to say they're going to expect RORA to come out winning. I think TNC, they've proven what they can to the season, but, you know, obviously now that we're at this point, you want to just still see them get that first win. Like, I would personally love to see them get that first win, but you can see, to referencing what you just heard on the mic check there, Sanford leads TLPH past RSG. They step closer to the playoffs.
Yep, not quite the secured slot just yet, but because of his antics as a Khalid, slowly but surely they are moving on through. They're now tied up with Aurora MLBB, smack dab right in the middle of our standings. Both teams racing for that playoff spot, which I think is safe to say, after this best of 3, if Aurora wins,
yeah,
they get their slot.
They do, yep. They just need that 7 there to get there with a Smart Mega, of course. And so a lot of people, I guess, if you're an Aurora MLBB fan, and I know there's a lot here right now in attendance and
around the world.
Yeah, and around the world, their chances are probably looking pretty good. Like, if you guys are just put it, you know, head-to-head here.
I mean, again, a team that has gone toe-to-toe and even some wins over the best of the best in the league right now, going up against TNC, who as mentioned, has yet to win a single series in this season. What else do they have left in the tank? Again, as poetic as it is, a phoenix rises from the ashes, and I think it's safe to say they have been down in the ashes. Maybe today they blind the light and make it through for a dub. Be a spoiler to Aurora's playoffs spot. Real quick, let me remind everyone that Akai's 8th anniversary exclusive skin, Marvelous Maestro, Spawn Effect, Killing Notification, Avatar Border, Battle Mode, and more epic skins are waiting for you.
Kagura's brand new epic skin will also be available for free starting on October 18th. Don't miss out. I know we still got some time for the Kagura skin, but hey, make sure you guys go ahead and get the anniversary stuff right now because there's a whole lot for you guys. And also, just a side note, because some of you guys might have missed it, I believe for this weekend or maybe for the rest of the regular season, depending on how long, obviously we're doing the anniversary thing, there's always codes.
Yep.
So even in-game, there's codes for you guys.
So you're not going to want to miss it. And you're going to want to be playing a lot of MLBB games over the next couple of weekends. Real quick, let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan to break down this bout.
1, 2, 3. No.
1, 2.
No, you messed it. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. By the way, thank you, casters, and welcome once again to the Infinix Game Tambayan together with Brigida and Renmar, where in a short bit we'll be witnessing TNC versus Aurora MLBB. But before we head into that, based on earlier results, we have to head into this match taking into consideration what TNC Pro Team has to do for them to remain in playoffs contention.
Sweep. Simple as that. Simple to say, hard to execute. But yeah, the only way that they can retain their playoffs dreams is if they sweep Aurora today. And that is the case because RSG Philippines was able to take 1 point away from TLPH earlier.
Yeah, very close series, especially for the first 2 games.
Yeah.
And for the third game, we've seen just how dominant Team Liquid played with another new surprise. And
they brought out your 1-1.
My 1-1, welcome back once again. A lot of surprises coming in, especially in the second half of this regular season. But I think we have a special guest for today. So let's welcome Deadeye from MPL Singapore.
What's up? How are you there, Deadeye? Hello.
Hello.
It's so nice to
Hello,
have
guys.
you
Hello,
here. Deadeye, again, ikinagagalak namin na makasama ka. Also, we are together with the English panel. That's Brigida and
Hey, guys.
Cruz over there. Hello, guys. Wonderful time that you guys have going on there. Pero again, Deadeye, we just want to say congratulations on making it as one of the talents for MPL Singapore. I am sure that you are making all of the Philippines proud, and I'm sure na ang dami ring mga ganap dyan, right? How are things going for you right now?
Pwede tayo mag-Taglish, no?
Oh, pwede.
Yeah,
go for it.
Yeah, very overwhelming. Until now, actually, Hans, I'm still really cannot believe that I'm in the talent of MPL SG here. And of course, big thanks, first and foremost, of course, to Coach Leo. I've been under his wing sa kanyang program like sa Madrigal Project. Because of that foundation, actually, I was able to reach this kind of height. So thank you so much. Coach Leo, hopefully you're watching and hopefully you're proud of me as well.
Aww.
And big shout out as well to my wife. No, actually, guys, truth be told, I'm actually ready to give up. Pero sabi ng misis ko, no, you can still do it because I'm working here as an OFW here in Singapore and hirap i-balance yung casting at saka work, right?
Oh.
But sabi ni misis, sige, you can do it. Okay, and then, yeah, fast forward, here we are, still very lucky to be in this spot right now.
We are so proud of you. We've seen your journey right from the start at sobrang natutuwa kami na, you know, even there are even Filipinos, usually Filipino import player lang eh. Ikaw caster ka. So it's really nice to see you here.
Yes.
I just want to give major love then sa ating English panel, guys. You have some questions there for Deadeye?
Yes, hi Deadeye. It's so nice to meet you
Hello.
virtually. And for the English panel at least, I know you've already mentioned kanina like how you really pursued or stayed here despite all the challenges. But we're just really curious, how exactly did you end up as a talent for MPL Singapore?
Okay, so actually I was active during pandemic as a caster and everyone knows that I've been in the professional scene as well. However, post-pandemic, as a family man, ang hirap, it's really difficult to sustain unless you have the salary of Coach Wolf, no? So, so post-pandemic, I was offered again to come back here in Singapore to do full-time job. So there you go. So I messaged actually Abstract. Big shout out to Abstract. He's a talent of MPLSG.
Oh.
And so, Abstract, I'm here in Singapore. I just want to have a autograph. But then, hey, wait, you're a caster, right? Under Coach Leo? Oh, yeah. I have a sidekick, sabi niya. Okay. So we had a inter-school event that I didn't know. Actually, that was already my ticket to the MPLSG. Sid, after this one, give me your portfolio, give me your casting reel. I'll send it to MPLSG for the upcoming season. So there you go. I just received a GC from MPLSG Season 8, and they say, MPLSG, that's the title of GC, added you. Is this real? Is this real, really? Then I message up, is this a scam? there's so many online scammers, you know. And then he messaged me, and then we met together, and he said, Sid, congratulations. Goodness. Yeah, the journey, guys. The journey is just, as you can see here in the video, this is my first day and my casting here in MPL Singapore season 8, of course, courtesy of Zanway Productions. You know, I'm having fun. As you can see in the video, guys, I'm really having fun. And I thought I'll be pressured as the new guy, of course. But, you know, the talents, the production team, they're very welcoming. They help me improve. This is my first time as well tri-casting. As you can see, patay yung ilaw. We just make fun. It was really fun to having this kind of family, you know. So with this, I'm really grateful as well for MPLSG team family for taking care of me very well.
I'm so glad that, you know, MPL Singapore is really taking care of you. But, you know, we're gonna shift a little bit towards MPLSG and focus at the matter at hand. Because just in case this is TNC versus Aurora.
Yes.
And in case, you know, you missed it, Aurora is one series away from making it to the playoffs. TNC is trying to fight for their fight for their life. Technically, what do you think should both of the teams do para maipagpatuloy pa rin nila yung kanilang kampanya for the playoffs?
Okay, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I think TNC themselves are having a difficult time right now. Of course, despite idol kasi Coach Wolf, they have a great support system there. But with their current run in the tournament, I do believe they'll be having a difficulty here. And they have to win 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, against Aurora, right? So it's a really difficult fit because Aurora right now is looking good. Nandiyan yung idol ko, yung Red J as well. So, man, TNC, it's going to be a miracle run. If they are going to win this series against Aurora, then great. But Aurora is still looking good here. I'm not sure, though. Aurora will be having the best of this match against TNC.
All right, so you mentioned a lot for TNC struggling and that this might be a very difficult ask for them to sweep this so that they can continue their hope for the playoffs run. So one very little thing, if you're analyzing this game right now, if you're on the desk right now, what would be the one thing that you'd want to point out that TNC needs to do so that they can potentially sweep the series against Aurora? What's your main area of focus here? It can be a position, it can be a player. Who do you want to stick out here and focus on for TNC Pro Team?
Okay, I'm not really pretty sure because of the previous match, we have seen merong 1-1, no? Many shake-ups, many surprises picks. But this time around, TNC must stick to their guns here. It's not really experimentation anymore. If they are comfortable to use such heroes, they will use it. And I think Coach Wolf on the support staff will do it this way. It's really going to be a comfortable picks here against Aurora this time around. No more experimentations.
I get you.
All right, I like that. No more experimentations. Wala nang, kumbaga, wala nang intro-intro. Kami rin, wala nang intro-intro para sa'yo, Deadeye. Prediction for this match. Who do you think is gonna be getting the victory? Sorry, man. I had to get, sorry. Kailangan may score.
Putting me in the spots. Yeah, it's gonna be 2-0 for Aurora for me. Coach Wolf, big shout out to you, idol. I'm a fan.
It's just making sure. But again, Deadeye has already given, his thoughts. Para rin sa ating audience, alright? Pwede nyo ring ilabas ang inyong mga bias. So just in case, malalaman natin yan in just a bit. But I feel like, for now, it is time to say goodbye to Deadeye. I am sure na a lot of people have learned so much from you. Deadeye, maraming salamat once again. And, we'll probably see you next time. And for the English panel, Brigida and Mar, I guess we're gonna go back to duty again.
See you guys.
See you, Deadeye.
Bye.
See you, Renmar.
We'll be right here doing our jobs.
Bye.
Dito lang.
And
right
we're back.
here. And we're back.
And we're doing our jobs again.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was so cute for Deadeye sharing his background, the way he made it to MPL Singapore after just taking a chance. So you learn a lot. You might just really not want to miss taking some opportunities that are presented directly.
Sometimes all you need, it seems like, is the love of a great partner to push you to the next level.
Yeah.
And in Deadeye's case, to push you to go to the MPL.
Oh, congrats and good luck to our fellow Filipino at MPL Singapore right now. But as mentioned earlier by the Filipino broadcast panel host Hans Galleria, it's also time that you guys show your support. So similar to how we've been doing it for all the previous series, who do you think will win this match? Is it Aurora MLBB or TNC? It's time to vote now via the online poll. And of course, the panelists will have to answer this as well.
Just say it.
Okay, mine's Aurora.
Aurora, I'll be that guy. For the sake of a good story, for the sake of a potential miracle run, even though I agreed with Deadeye, this most likely will be a 2-0 for Aurora. Just put TNC up there.
All right, so
put TNC up there for me.
We'll have different votes this time. Oh wait, have we updated our bias board?
We need to update it. So
the-
now I have 5
Okay,
correct.
so now I'll have 3 dinosaurs here.
Did you?
I acted out the.
Did you just act? Can you wait? Sorry, I didn't see that. Can you do that again, please?
I just did that. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
It's a dinosaur.
I'll have 3 dinosaurs now, and you'll have 4 pandas.
5.
Wait. Really?
Yeah. But we also have to update for Leo and Naisu because they also have their predictions because we have like a spreadsheet that we put in our predictions. So yeah, for Ingan also need to update for Rockhart. So yeah, it's our good old little bias board.
And
did you say what consequence you're gonna do if you lost this?
I think we haven't decided on it yet.
Yeah, I think we gotta make it official for like the playoffs or something.
Yes, and align with the Filipino broadcast at least on whatever the consequence might just be. But if you also watch the previous series, I think you witnessed the numerous recalls spammed by TLPH.
Hell
So
yeah.
it's not just them; it's a lot, or the other MPLPH teams also having their own specialized recalls. So those are all available now, and you will be able to represent your favorite teams in the most unique way possible. So don't forget to log in the game and get yours now. It's ongoing for a very long time, but at least it will take 1,000 diamonds to secure each. So choose wisely on whichever recall you want to get first. This is the Team Liquid recall that the entire team was spamming earlier.
I'm not gonna tell you exactly what to get. All I'm gonna say is hop into the game, go to preparation, and then go to the area with recalls.
Yeah.
So that you can see which one is best to spam. You can just spam it in the preview, even if you don't own it, so you can see which one is the best one to spam.
Yeah, you just.
But I will tell you, TLPH, Fnatic, Onyx Philippines, they're pretty good, guys.
Yeah.
They're pretty good to spam.
Even those from Dewa and other teams, I think they're pretty decent. Like they look good. The animations, even I think RSG it looks well. Decide for yourselves. We each have our own taste, but those are a lot of MPL, PH, and even ID recalls that you can potentially get for yourselves and spam in game. So don't forget to check that out as we slowly go back to the last series we'll be watching for today, Aurora versus TNC. It is a must sweep for TNC Pro Team if they want to remain for playoffs contention, but Aurora MLBB, they can go to the playoffs if they get this win. So let's see who will be playing for both of these teams and how will we be ending this final series. Let's head over to our team intros.
This is our final match of the day.
and our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and JJ. Turn up the lights in here, baby, because they are ready to take that spot in the playoffs today. Give it up for Aurora! To fulfill the promise of the Phoenix rising again from the ashes, there's no backing down now. Let's cheer our loudest for TNC Pro Team! And their coaches. For the side of Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. For TNC Pro Team, Coach Wolf.
It's time for the face-off. Hatred, Yue, step forward. Hatred, paano mo babawian ang Auroras? Ano ang palag mo?
Gagalingan namin kasi gagalingan rin nila eh.
Yue, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang katapat mo? Ano ang palag mo?
Spread love, not hate.
Palag kang palag, fist bump. The light of the Auroras or the fire from the Phoenix. Let's enter the Lanadon panel. Pasok.
I don't think there's any translation needed for that. Spread love, not hate, according to Yue, the mid lane magician. And this is Aurora MLBB, again, one match away from securing their playoff spot.
Yeah, Yue needs to... I was about to say another thing I just realized would sound off. But yeah, Yue will definitely need to continue his aggression here. If he ends up with either the Valentina, the Zask, if it's possible for him. But then you also see teams respecting the Vexana, the Aurora. Yue is so all around. And so he needs to be careful because I think TNC Pro Team will want to hunt him down.
And the version of TNC Pro Team we're seeing right now is one that reminds us of their previous versions way back in the beginning of the regular season. It's Hatred and SDZYZ back in action here for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, Hatred needs to go against what Yue said. He needs to spread hate all over Aurora. Yeah, let's go with that. If Yue is going to be aggressive, Hatred needs to be aggressive. That's always been Hatred's most glowing quality.
Yep.
His aggression.
Yeah.
Last year for TNC Pro Team, this year it's just the aggression that he shows is absolutely top-notch.
Yeah, and the fun thing, it's also, I guess, the versatility that Hatred can offer as a mid laner here, especially now that we're seeing so many new heroes being introduced to us. Previously, when Hatred was able or showed himself up, he was one of the first to bring out the Gusion mid lane. So
yeah, I'm thinking about Gusion too.
Right, I can't tell what other plans the TNC Pro Team have in mind at this point, but for the Infinix keys to victory for Aurora MLBB, let Renegade soar higher than the Phoenix. Renegade with the new haircut, by the way. TNC, play like you have nothing to lose. We all know TNC, when it comes to this point, they do tend to perform really well, and for both, contest the Mathilda.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team, again, ultimate strength is early to mid-game. Escalera, well, when on that Mathilda, they play really well, they rotate really well. So, Aurora would want to contest that, and if possible,
make sure the Matilda ends up in the hands of RENERG, which has proven to be tried and tested up against a team like TNC Pro Team that, of course, like everyone else, likes to pick those assassins. RENERG has shown to be the assassin of assassins when he plays at Matilda with how he shut down Carl TZ on the Ling as a Matilda in the last time Aurora faced Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, and I wonder how different this version of TNC is going to be from the previous versions, which were the ones to introduce the entire Matilda Faramis duo, those who were slightly leaning towards how they really execute the team fights. Because in their previous lineup, one thing that remains a question to me is their ability to sustain the aggression and the dominance that they really deploy in the early stages. Like, it isn't new to us how they fail to often convert these early game advantages into direct, let's say, objectives, even turrets. But then Aurora MLBB is one that is known to be capable of that. Their difference in terms of average game time is just 10 seconds. So they have really close conditions or playstyles that we might really want to consider heading into this match. And now, Aurora side selection priority win rate, oh wow, it's 50%. It's 50-50 for them.
Yeah, for Aurora, I think they really just have to go into this and show TNC Pro Team that they did great. They improved their early game. It was RENERG himself who mentioned that, I forgot who they faced off against, but it was they themselves who said, our early game is one of our weaknesses right now. We need to improve it. In their latest matches, they have improved that. So TNC Pro Team need to be careful, make sure that RENERG especially does not end up with the heroes that can really set the tempo. And as we are now here in the draft, you see as Aurora would prioritize the Ling, surprising to me in this current metagame. But TNC Pro Team respond with getting the Cho and the Khalid. It was Aurora themselves who banned out the Matilda, so that's not going to be an option for them. It's a great first two picks for TNC Pro Team.
Well, this is interesting. I feel like the Khalid doesn't differ much in the way like a Terizla is being carried out, and Heads is known to be one of the like the Terizla for Heads at least is one of the best or the most comfortable heroes he's ever played, and now he's going to show us the Khalid. So the Terizla instead that we've been mentioning goes into the hands of Edward this time. So both cores for Aurora MLBB have been revealed. What? This is such a quick draft.
Yeah.
The first phase passed by so fast.
Yeah, they're just drafting fast. I mean, knowing the tendency here of Coach Itamax, Coach Itamax has gone up against, was rivals with these group of players for a very long time. And back in Season 9, it was Demon Kite and RSG that he faced. For a good amount of his career, he had to try to draft and outplay against Edward and now even RENERG, Yue, Doming, those variations. So if you add to that the factor of like, if you go back at the previous casts of Wolf, he could, similar to a lot of the analysts here in MPL Philippines, you could easily call out or predict the picks of teams like Aurora, the coach master of the basics, the coach Bonchan staff. Then it's no surprise that they're drafting into this so quickly. It seems like everything that in their game plan is happening right now.
Yeah. I wonder if now we could potentially see the Julian being flexed since it's Hatred going into the mid lane here for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah.
It might be good for them to secure a different jungler depending on the approach that they want to do, because based on the picks that TNC Pro Team are showing so far, they might just want to amplify their early game presence. This is a Khalid and a True, so it might be Demon Kite being the target for the early game here for TNC Pro Team.
A good ban here on the Angelo by TNC Pro Team. I think one of their problems again really is going to be the pick of Yue. The Valentina will still be open alongside his favorites, the Vexana, Aurora. But don't forget, one of the best heroes that Yue has played and has shown great gameplay with a great comeback is Lilia. Because if you look at the lineup of TNC Pro Team, I wouldn't be surprised if once again they win the early game. But if they can't end it, it might be because Yue ended up with a Lilia.
And that's going to be a problem here. And all of those are still available for Yue if they do want to ensure that they at least have ways to defend and I guess prolong this game for TNC or against TNC Pro Team. So now, what a win rate coming in here for Doming whenever he gets his hands on the Harris.
Undefeated.
This reminds me of like how you mentioned the Sanji Luyi being
Yeah.
on 100%, but now it was open for Aurora MLBB.
Yeah, that's why you can afford to pick up a mid laner that might be actually a bit more control-minded if you want to catch him. I think, yeah, they're flexing the idea of a Julian flex. What if we might just end up seeing Hatred end up with a Gushen, you know? Or maybe a crazy fighter mid. What if we don't even see the Escalera pick? What if this is an EXP? Oh, wait, no, excuse me.
What if it's a Rome Khalid?
Yeah. You know what? No, I'm going to have to check myself on that. What if this is a mid-Joe? They pick up like, I don't know, Raphael or something?
Okay.
Or Ernestus?
I would have said Golcho, but then there's a clause, so never mind. But there are a lot of other opportunities still possible here for
but
TNC Pro Team.
if we follow Deadeye's advice and no experimentation, then the most basic thing that you can go for is a jungle Julia, and then go for your normal mage. Vatina gets picked up. I would like them to consider picking up either a Lilia, if they want a bit more crowd control, Aurora over the Vexana. However, they will be giving the Aurora ult to the Valentina.
Yeah.
So that's something they really have to consider.
And so we will also find the answer as to whether this is indeed going to be a Julian jungle for Kaizen.
Yeah.
Because I remember Kaizen prioritizing the Nolan whenever possible. But again, yeah, the Nolan's banned out,
yeah.
so there aren't any possibilities.
Hayabusa's still open, actually. So if ever they decide to flex the Julian into the mid lane, they still have the Hayabusa available.
Wait.
Who's that?
Oh, it is the
It is
Aurora.
Aurora, yeah.
Alright, so following Deadeye's advice, they stick with the standard drafting, the comfort picks here for TNC Pro Team. And I remember Hatred also being able to show us the Aurora already previously when they played earlier into this regular season. But so far, looking at it, the early game potential remains here for TNC. And I think we're already seeing it here in the draft index. They're double the amount, the values of the early to mid game potential against Aurora MLBB.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. This is as TNC as you could get. Crowd control, the push, early to mid game. That's very TNC. But then if you look at the late game, RORA might bring it there.
Let's see what happens in game number 1 of TNC and Aurora. Casters, take it away.
And away we shall. Welcome to the land of Dawn. Game 1 in a best of 3. Aurora MLBB versus TNC Pro Team. Leo here at your service alongside Naisu.
Here we go.
I hate how the draft just fits their character, man. I hate it.
For both of them?
It's too perfect.
Well, you know what? I think, the panel, I liked with some of the ideas they were going through here and what it's ended up doing now for TNC. And part of that is just, I think going back to the keys to victory, play like you have nothing left to lose. And historically, we've seen TNC in that position where when they do kind of have that off their shoulders, they play their best. And it's unfortunate that, at this point, it's like, remember what they have to do here. They have to sweep this, right?
That's right. Every game 1 means we'll end the night quick. And if TNC have their way, that's what's going to happen. Luckily, again, as previously mentioned, they have the draft on their side. Now check this out. Whoa!
Whoa! Already early damage. Good flicker, though.
Changing.
Good flicker from Edward, as you were saying.
Looking at that draft, lane per lane, let's start with the XP lane. Again, Escalera, what's up, Escalera?
I don't know if you're going to get a chance. First blood going to the hands of Renegade. So, yeah, Escalera, I mean, he was just trying to do what we usually see Cho do.
I don't think he got the memo. They got a little too aggressive down bottom. They're like, Jomi, we're going out. What?
Whoa.
Jomi, I said, we're going out!
Now they're looking for more under the turret. Heads does take a couple shots.
He's fine.
From themselves, and now joining the fight. Demon Kite's there, looking for Heads. Does get the flicker out, so Heads is going to keep alive for now. But at least they get on the board.
All right, you know what? I'll double down. XP lane and mid lane. Because you can kind of count Heads as a part of that mid game. All right, that mid lane, rather. And now, gold-wise, I'd give a slight advantage to Doming. Doming is... you know what? I have to do it now, live on broadcast. I have to apologize to Doming. I don't appreciate him as much as I should. He's a diamond in the rough, and I don't sing his praises hard enough. And now look at this. Demon Kite and Doming force out a blazing duet.
Yeah, force that out. And I think it's just one of those things where Doming is just a little more low-key than a lot of the gold laners. Hold on. In the jungle, there's the freeze. Renegade is going to get taken out.
My boy.
Hatred helps cap that out. So TNC finding another kill on the board.
I mean, they sent 4 dudes.
Yeah, they did. They used a lot.
They used a lot, and here's the thing. They didn't commit to stealing away the buff. I wonder how bad that's going to bite them in the behind.
Yeah.
Because look, like,
they got the objective. They got the turtle, you know, and
eventually
pick up the kill.
And so far, I think, yes. I think the TNC are now back in the driver's seat. Can't confirm. So save for the gold lane, TNC win every lane from there.
I'm going to go back to what you were saying there. What do you think it is about Doming? Is it just, hold on, Escalera, hold that thought. He's looking for the kick. Won't be able to find it. There's the response coming through. They jump in, they get the flicker out, and on the defense, TNC, no one falls. So I mean, this gold lane itself has been very action-based already.
By themselves.
By themselves.
They are an island at this point, and I think it's in those moments I can truly appreciate Doming. Weirdly enough, more than I can appreciate him in team fights. Because he doesn't get to the point where in team fights are automatically won when he comes in without weathering the first 5 or 6 minutes. And I think that's where the magic of Doming lies. That's where I think again, much to my own misgiving, do not give him enough credit. Because he holds it down so well.
Like he just scraps in the goal.
He just scraps. That's why he gets to the point of being called Pal Doming, which is in English just a rich guy.
A rich guy.
Rich Doming.
I remember even Doming Nation before
There
when he was playing the Claude.
So how do you establish a Doming Nation? You gather your resources. You invest in the right funds.
That's true.
And now that benefits the rest of Aurora. And they're going to need that. They're going to need that insurance policy because TNC is not going to let up.
They're not, because Escalera is jumping in
Nice
with
kick.
the kick. Going to find the mark. Renegade already taken out. Good response, TNC. Momentum in their favor. Edward is around the corner. Doesn't have the flicker, though, but is going to get forced out of the area. Does still wait for the team to get back. Gives the information. We'll get the flicker out from Heads. Penalty zone already expended as well, and Escalera quite low. Demon Kai waiting impatiently to try to take the turtle, but he won't as SD secures that one.
All right. Let's talk about TNC, and I think we're skirting a major fact here.
Tell us.
It's a new mid-duo.
Yeah.
It's a new trio, technically. You have Hate and SD. That's my boys, J-Lord and Daniel Chu.
Yep.
It's been a while since we last see play.
Mid lane. He's going to stay alive still. We've seen this time and time again, but in the mid lane, they're still going for more as SD is going to drop. Renegade will go down as well, so they trade the roam for a jungle. Going back to it, yes, it is a little bit of a different TNC than what people have seen for the previous weeks.
And here's my theory. The fact why in the past 5 minutes alone we've seen back and forth, aggressive or not, TNC think twice about how they approach is because of this new duo. We were so used to Kaizen and Lancy winning the early game. Oh, Doming!
Doming 1 versus 2 takes the brunt of the damage. Domin forced under it and will stay alive. Even going aggressive just to force Escalera back a little bit more.
See?
He does it, man. He's a scrapper.
See? That's what I'm talking about. Look, he sent the 2 dudes back. And he's not done.
He wasn't done.
All right.
Sends Escalera too.
So here's what I'm saying, right? The aggression that Hatred and SD have might be a different kind of aggression that Heads, Escalera, and Kozin are used to. So that's why they could have definitely gone like 7-2 or 6-3. You know what I mean? Like just change those numbers a wee bit, grow this lead to about 1,000, and then maybe convert to better objectives earlier on, like not just 2 turtles. But I might be nitpicking, but that's what we're reading. That's what we're seeing from the new duo.
And not only that, but like we have seen time and time again where TNC gets the control of the early game. You know, like they are locking in some objectives. They lock in some of those early team fights. But it's always that transition into that mid to late game where usually whatever iteration of TNC we've seen has struggled and had to adjust from.
So now maybe they might have a new Achilles heel or a new speed bump to deal with. But also, it might not even be something to worry about because it's close here. TNC about 200 up, given over the last turtle to Aurora. And it's not like it's a sudden turn. It's more a consistent build-up that we're looking at TNC do here. Heads!
Demon Kai going for Heads. Already the Sandstorm going to use. He backs off, respects the fact that Heads does have good damage and can just heal up as he did with the guard. So now it looks like they go ahead and trade turrets. Tier 1 on the top for TNC, and then Tier one on the bottom for RORA.
Take it back, Joseph.
Oh, no,
it's
tier
also
2?
tier 2!
Oh, he's got enough damage on it. I don't think they're going to be able to stop him in time. It looks like he'll go back, though.
He's thinking twice because he can't see
Escalera?
much. And there's a kick.
Goes with a kick on Edward. Gets the Frigid Glacier to help out with the fight, but Edward getting locked down. Won't be able to escape. Renegade and Domeng trying to join the fight. They'll be able to find Kozin, but he BMI's off to safety. Demon Kite now on the hunt. We'll be able to find him. Clashes down. Picks up the kill, so it's still a trade for a trade.
Counting their blessings for them. TNC, luckily, Kozin didn't spend the flicker. I think he knew. He knew as soon as he saw the Tempest of Blaze land on top of him. Oh,
I'm done.
He didn't click the flicker anymore. So with that said, TNC, they're trading. They're getting objectives on the way out, but they're coming at such high costs that now Aurora has the lead. This is about 500, 600 gold.
Yep.
Up now at 8 minutes, and we have a Lord spawning in the lower quarter at 30. And check this out.
Wow.
SD is the player with the most played games under TNC Pro Team. He's played 151, Joseph, holding 472 kills, which is the most total kills amongst those stats.
And you know, with that, like, you got to remember, throwing it, what was the season like? Season 9?
Season 8 is the first time TNC ever became a franchise in MLBB.
Okay, so, and I remember season 9 specifically when SD really made a name for himself. Back when the jungle emblem was Demon Slayer, was it?
Homie made Demon Slayer, Mage Slayer a thing.
Yeah.
Which now eventually became Veteran Hunter, Season Hunter. That's his legacy.
That's his legacy right there. And now this fight for the first Lord of the game, under half health right now. Escalera looking for that angle, heads on the opposite side they go in. Edward already jumping in with the penalty zone, now going to fight, break it out. Kozin has to use the Blazing Do-It already. Once again, Escalera's going to fall, but Demon Kite will get the Lord, and now they turn on heads. He tries to get out, but he can't. Renegade is the only one to fall from RORA, so they get just about everything from that fight.
And I see how TNC tried. They really did, sending heads back in to get the flank. But the problem with that, the issue is, this is not your damage type Khalid.
Yeah.
He was trying to hunt down for soft targets in the back, but instead got rope-a-doped and could have definitely been the front line to help heal. But apparently Aurora were able to deal with that. They were happy with what happened. And eventually, wait, was that Seal?
I believe Demon Kite got it, yep.
With a Grand Theft Orange. Aurora just taking TNC's lunch money.
Ends up getting that, and this is always that switch. For some reason, at this point in the game, now top side, Tempest Blade's already used 2 penalties over there. Demon Kite does get taken out, but they're just fighting under the turret. So it's a double for heads. Really aggressive play from RORA.
It's what they needed to do to push down tier 2 in mid and bottom as well. Aurora understand and knew what they were doing. To be honest, better if Demon Kite didn't die, but too late. They were there anyways. And that gave a lead over to Aurora, about 2,500 gold, a good chunk of it on the mid lane, and a good wee bit of it as well on the jungle. So if you're looking at Demon Kite, sure, 2, 1, and 3, compared to SE's 2, 3, 4, you still see a little bit of the DNA in SD, right? You see a little bit of that old utility jungle.
Yeah.
Bro, that was even before utility jungle was
that
a
was
thing.
before, yeah, I was going to say.
He made it a thing.
That was, so when you all started that was on the Karina, wasn't it?
That was on the Karina, and then slowly the Lancelot, then the Akai.
And then we transitioned into the Eternal Fredrins.
And then 6 months later is the Fredrin. So folks, if you guys don't know, this is MLBB history. I'm thinking like February, March of 2022.
2022,
That is the height of utility junglers, and it's this man's fault right here. It's him and his coaches back then, which is the legendary Ren.
Yeah.
Who's now the coach of Team Spirit
Team
from
Spirit.
the ECA, from the MCC.
And you know, for SD, like SDZYZ, the way that he jungles has obviously an effect on when we always talk about that mid lane trio and how this all plays a part. He's got a different style than what people are used to seeing, and it does work in a lot of cases. But against a team like RORA right now with this lineup, there's other things that aren't working for them. Even if SDZYZ just goes in for enhanced chains and is able to pop off some damage, and then they follow it up with hatred, that is how they find the success. The problem with the team fights that they're going against is sometimes when Heads wants to be the initiator, sometimes he has to actually get out of there with the Raging Sandstorm instead. And you can see he kind of layers this up by now picking up a winner's crown.
Yep, so if Aurora are able to skirt around heads and dodge that part of the process, TNC has to kind of MacGyver their way to a good team fight. And for all those kids who don't know what MacGyvering is, just imagine Fortnite and then you're just building, just build your way towards a winning position. Like, that's what it means for
Just
TNC.
fast build.
Yeah, so just fast build, whatever. I can't believe
Old
I used
school
that.
Fortnite.
I can't believe I used that pun. Like, no one's going to get it. Anyways, looking back, this is an enhanced story we're staring at, approaching a 13-minute mark, and it's slowed down. Aurora no longer as aggressive as they used to be, at least for the past 5 minutes. I think they're respecting the fact that maybe Heads is learning. Because as soon as they get them skirt around Heads, it should be fine.
As long as they spot him out, and then Aurora anticipates where is Heads going to go with the Raging Sandstorm, they can actually avoid it, but also keep an eye on Escalera, because there's the kick we were just talking about into the Raging Sandstorm. Still under it all. Escalera goes down. The fighting power is there. Demon Kite looking for his own angle as he chases into the backside, looking for the triple. Gets the passive out, and Heads is stuck as well. Demon Kite already gets the triple, and Yue will try to catch up and just delay Heads from getting back to defend.
Them boys are now in the base. They're breaking through the mid. Joseph, I think it's endable.
RORA, I sit on the base, and Heads goes down as well. Yue picks up the kill, and the team RORA will pick up game number 1.
The Northern Lights pierce through and punish TNC's slip up. I mean, they tried. Escalada got an amazing kick, and that was going to be
into the Sandstorm, by the way.
Possibly the best setup you could get as a lineup that works that way, but I could have sworn Demon Guy was supposed to be dead, but he got away with it. Bring it up, Renmar, break it down over there. The Infinix game them buying for us.
Woo! Things ended so quickly.
Yep.
For that game number 1 between Aurora MLBB and TNC Pro Team. And I'd agree with the casters. They really try. I think even for the entirety of that game, TNC felt like they were being a little bit more careful with their decisions. Yes, there was an intention to be very aggressive, but not to the point that they'd risk a potential, I'd say, snowball instead in the hands of Aurora MLBB.
Yeah, I think one of the best ways that we can put it is that if you look at the wins of Aurora, as we look at the game MVP Demon Kite, they really waited in the sense that their ability layering was always on point. But it's not everyone tossing their ultimates at the exact same time. There's a window of opportunity that if you get that Ling crowd controlled and comboed, there's always a window that the Ling will be able to tempest the blades on out of there. Early on, we saw that TNC, again, typical TNC things. But they always hit a point at around after the 5th minute, to be more specific, around the 7 to 8 minute mark, something switches. As if instead of them being the ones to initiate, they're trying to think of a little bit more counter. Now, at that point, yes, you get the Ling, but layer your abilities a little bit better because there are other heroes other than the Ling that you have to deal with when they enter. They blew all their abilities at once. Some got wasted because the Demon Kite was able to tempest the blades up. And at the end of the day, it was just Aurora from every position. Once it got to the team fight, just played better.
I agree. Haven't paid enough attention to the other heroes here for Aurora MLBB, which, by the way, I think managed the laning really well. Particularly Domeng against Kozen. You would understand why he was able to dish out that amount of damage when all of the members of TNC were too focused on Demon Kite. And as you've mentioned, unfortunately wasting a huge part of their resources, and that just almost cost them. No, it didn't almost cost them. It did cost them the game.
Yeah, because when you look at the sequencing for Aurora, wherein because when they're team fighting, one of the biggest conditions that they have is the ultimate of the Ling, right? So TNC Pro Team, if they just did enough to pop that Tempest of Blades early, but then necessarily not
try to kill the lane, that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Because once you pop the templates of the blades out of the lane, you're good.
Yeah, that's
now you can turn your focus to the other members of Aurora.
That's a different way to look at it. A lot of times, or we all know how that tends to be the workaround for majority of the teams who aren't really at the or taking hold of the advantage. Just take out one major resource, which for TNC probably at the time was the Tempest of Blades, and that could have been it. But I guess they really just wanted to take him out completely, or there were probably a lot of factors that we have to take into consideration for TNC at the time. But then, yeah, Aurora gets the first game of the series, and I think even despite Renegade being the recipient or on the receiving end of a lot of the punishes from TNC or engages even most of the time, it's a similar story. It's the same situation. It still applies that, yeah, you put in so much attention for the first few minutes Renegade that you didn't even notice the other members of Aurora MLBB gradually getting their items, their gold. So I think it was really clean execution once again from Aurora MLBB. Statistically, especially from the previous games TNC has been playing, you would compare that they're relatively close.
Yeah.
But then it did seem like despite the surprise new lineup deployed here by TNC, Aurora just knew how to do things by the book for this game number 1.
Yeah, and Aurora are a team that have the DNA of really just waiting for your right time. If you lose the early game, these players have had a long history of making comebacks. First Lord, second Lord, and then turning the game around from there. So if you look at Aurora, this is like a good showcase of some of their best defensive strengths in the macro and their offensive strengths in the micro. Their understanding of the timing as individual players, when to pop their specific abilities at the right time, how well they can do laning to, if they're not going to win the lane, they're going to minimize the wins of their opponents. Then when it gets to the macro, if they lost the early, they know how to layer their abilities and team fight well and conserve the right abilities, mark the right heroes and opponents to maximize their team fighting.
Yep, so you might just also really want to take Aurora MLBB by surprise in a way that they won't be able to calculate and micromanage all of those things which we see them do, because they're a team who's very systematic in their approach and how they play the game. And that's for TNC Pro Team that we hopefully would be seeing in the next games, that they really do the keys to victory, that don't think of anything else, just play your game. And for those watching us right now, I know we're all looking forward to the next game, but if you want to win up to 90,000 diamonds, you can visit us here at the MPL Arena and post your live experience on Facebook and TikTok with the hashtags MPL S14 Live Experience. Don't forget to make your posts public and to tag the official pages of MPL Philippines so we can check who will be the recipient of these 90,000 diamonds.
I think I've seen like a couple of people already post on the MLBB PHNet Facebook group that they won and did get the 90,000 diamonds.
That's a lot. I wonder.
Imagine just posting a selfie. You could post a selfie in the bathroom of Green Sun during MPL. As long as it's like, a family-friendly selfie, of course. Of course. And get 90K.
Yeah, or maybe even at the booth. Who knows? Depends. And I know we're at the second to the last week of the regular season and playoffs is coming near. But a lot of you have questions about the playoffs, and let's watch this short video to hopefully answer most of those questions.
Liquid Echo!
It's all for that. You saw it.
This is the trophy. You're seeing it right in front of you.
It's going to be here. It's going to be here.
It's so close. You know what? I always remember how we invite those who might not be residing in the Philippines to visit us here if ever they do want to. Playoffs is again coming near.
It's heavy.
And you know what's the great part? Is that the playoffs will be situated once again at a hotel.
Yeah.
So if ever you're coming from somewhere far away, you want to watch the playoffs, then it should be no problem because it's still happening here at Green Sun Hotel Makati.
Yeah, and there it is. Our details. October 16 to 20 are the official dates of the MPL Philippines playoffs. Tickets are now going to be on sale starting September 28th. It is...
Wait, why
is
did
it
I look at
28
my
today?
wrist? I don't have a...
Is it September 28th today? Tomorrow. Tickets go on sale tomorrow. Early bird prices there, regular prices there, and if you're able to catch the interviews earlier, there are lucky fans who can win match one, day one tickets. So, now's your time. Come to MPL Philippines. You might get free playoffs tickets. Do that. And you made a great point. The venue is in a hotel. So imagine, after watching the first day of the playoffs, maybe you go out to enjoy yourself in Makati, one of the best nightlife spots in the Philippines.
Yeah.
And then you wake up pretty late because, I don't know, you partied way too hard, but then you go straight downstairs, hopefully after taking a shower, to watch MPL Philippines playoffs.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's near the airport. So regardless of where you come from, you can literally head straight to the venue for the playoffs, even before the playoffs.
It's like 30 minutes from the airport, even quicker, right?
Not even.
Not
think
even?
Maybe 20?
Yeah.
Around that. So
around 15 to 20 minutes.
It's a huge advantage for those who really want to watch the playoffs on site. There are a lot of things you have to watch out for. If you do come visit here, there are meet and greets with the teams, the players themselves. There are meet and greets with the talents. There are fun Siklaban games, and there are booths that you definitely have to check out because you know the teams, aside from the recalls, they have their own interesting and special merch that I wish I could personally collect.
And there's going to be a lot more activities as well during the playoffs. We're going to be expanding the offers we have available for you fans in terms of how you can enjoy experience here live on site in Green San Makati.
And speaking of the ways you can enjoy, this is one of them. It's the smart gameplay pose. So they just have to copy the pose that they're seeing on screen and potentially win a redeemable in-game code. So come on, do the Demon Kite pose. And the accurate opening of the mouth. We're so particular once again.
They're both pretty good. They're both pretty good.
I can't
having a hard time
decide.
selecting.
I can't decide between them. Oh, wow.
Can both of them win? The Filipino panel.
I'm sure they hear it.
Yeah, hopefully you guys hear it. They're having way too much fun right now with them. Yeah. Hey! That guy knows his stuff.
Yeah.
That guy knows his stuff.
And as I said last week, go keep rizzing. Just keep rizzing.
Yeah. Follow Brigida's advice. Just keep rizzing.
Congratulations.
Your turn. Do it.
Keep rizzing.
No, do it. Do it. Do the Demon Guy pose.
Oh, the demon. I thought the rizzing. Okay. Rah!
There we go.
Can you do it too?
All right, so I feel like for this next one, TNC Pro Team need to recalibrate just a little bit. I mean, they're already, if I'm not mistaken, they're out of playoffs contention.
Yep.
So now let's just hope for the best.
Yeah, and for Aurora MLBB, they're one step away from securing their playoff spot. So shout out to all the Auroras watching at KMC SM North EDSA for this match versus TNC Pro Team. This is so fun. Aurora MLBB has a lot of watch parties going on every single week. I think last time they were in one of the biggest universities here in the Philippines. They had a watch party at Ateneo, the Manila University.
That's your uni, right?
It is my university.
I'm so proud. Just because you guys have a bigger lot than actual trees, unlike us in DLSU.
Oh, so we're talking about that. Oh no,
We've already discussed. We're from rival universities.
we are.
Except during my time, we still had horse carriages, I guess.
Oh, really?
No, of course
not. Oh, I mean,
I was already burning myself a little bit, and you burned me even more.
if you said dinosaurs, I would have.
No, come on, dinosaurs, no.
Okay.
Dinosaurs can't read. Come on, we gotta think.
Okay. But shout outs to all the Auroras watching at KMC SM North EDSA. We hope you're having fun there, especially as you're one win away from securing your playoff spot. And side selection update, TNC this time will be picking the blue side. All right. Earlier, we've seen the quick exchange of picks, and some of the priorities coming in from TNC were, if I'm not mistaken, the Khalid.
Yep.
Right?
No, whatever TNC decides to go for, just commit.
Yep.
Just commit. If there's a play, do it. If it looks shaky, do it. Because now, especially in this meta, if you try to be overly systematic about things, it's not going to go well. The best teams are calculated But you see each individual player take calculated risks. Junglers, the gold, the even, the mid, the XP, roam. So whatever you draft TNC Pro Team ends up here, most likely it's going to be a lineup that can have a really great early game as well. Just keep going.
Yeah, I'd probably also want to see them securing the winning matchups, the lane matchups.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think that's why they banned out the Harith.
I agree. So it would be of greater help if it were just the early game, the mid trios that they were really focusing on to deliver for the early game. But it would also mean a lot for them to go toe-to-toe against their laning matchup, the gold lane and the XP lane. I think earlier there was an attempt to deny or shut down Edward, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But then Edward actually served as one of the pillars of how Aurora MLBB were able to regain the advantage for that game earlier. So it wasn't entirely successful if it were just that we're talking about. But Aurora MLBB also decided to ban the link for themselves. Interesting. And now TNC Pro Team. The Phoveus is open.
Yeah, I'm okay with Phoveus first pick here. However, with the Nolan Haya, Phoveus might not actually have enough. Let's see. In terms of the heroes, they still have dashes.
Yeah, I doubt Aurora MLBB is the type. No, I know Edward is one of those XP laners who still likes to use the R lot.
Yeah.
Similar to Swanford, but in this situation,
I think we've learned already that just don't pick Arlot into a Phoveus. It's not impossible, but the Phoveus, you're helping the Phoveus.
And the Matilda is open though here for Aurora.
Oh, and there it is.
And they decide to pick it up. Okay. So at least there's a dash.
Yeah. It's a lot of dashes.
That's a lot.
But at the same time, they could easily rectify that with a good, strong single target crowd control, AoE, or just have the right amount of damage. Honestly, they could go utility jungler here for Aurora. They can go Bane. Alpha.
Balmond, please!
You know what?
What?
No.
You know what?
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm
don't wanna
already.
shut it down.
Yeah, I'm already happy with seeing the 1-1 today. Maybe for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Who knows? But
So are they still gonna get the Faramis here because it's open? But the Valentina is there, so nope. I like it.
And
Ruby Roam.
is it gonna be a roam?
It has to be. There's no other picks left that they can put.
That's right.
It
Unless
can't be
it's a gold. But
No, you can't. The only way that can be a Ruby Gold is if they put the Julian in the mid and pick a strong basic attack scaling hero in the jungle.
Yeah, that's true. And look at the win rate for Renegade on this Matilda.
Almost 65%.
It's 60 above is a great number.
That's crazy. 80% kill participation and 8 assists per game on average. That's a great stat line.
So he's very reliable if it were just based on that. And so far, a lot of magic damage coming in for Aurora, but I think we could say the same for TNC Pro Team so far.
Yeah, well, it's mainly the Phoveus. I mean, the Julian. The scaling of the Phoveus is like physical, and the magic damage abilities, if I'm not mistaken, are only skill 2 and a bit of skill 1. The second proc? Maybe I'm mistaken.
I wonder what the gold laners are going to be for Aurora, MLBB, and TNC. They took out the Harith, but the Claude, that's still available here.
Good man.
Wow. Taking out the Louis even here for Hatred.
Yeah.
Might it just be time for something different? Oh wow, they took out the Alpha!
Good call. Very good call.
What's
Again, they
next?
can go utility. You can take out the Bane too.
Yeah, take out the Bane.
Hayabusa, Ling, Fanny, all gone. Nolan, gone too. Take out the Bane.
So many junglers are out.
Yeah.
For
Happy birthday, Caleb!
Oh, happy birthday! Wait, 11. Wait, 7? Oh yeah.
11.
He's 11 years old. He turned 11 years old today. Happy birthday to you. That's so cute. He's celebrating his birthday at the MPL arena.
Yeah.
Watching I guess he's supporting Aurora. He's at the Aurora side. What that would be such a cute birthday gift if they got into the playoffs.
Yeah, okay.
So
That's going to
happy.
be great.
All right. Okay.
I think we just saw our 3,000 diamond winner already. Come on, it's his birthday.
Wait, there's a thing about birthday boys and winning. Diamonds are not just even diamonds. But wait, it's not the Bane. It's the X-Mark being banned out here for TNC Pro Team. All right.
I get it, but at the same time, the Bane is better against the lineup of TNC.
Yeah, it answers so much.
But then I feel like Aurora know that, so they might think something else. You know what? I wouldn't be so mad about a Bauman pickup.
Yes! Come on!
I said it earlier, I joked about it, but I get it. It's Bauman or a Bane?
Bauman or a Bane.
It's my 2 cents.
Yep. I mean, the only remaining assassins at this point are the Fanny,
Saving
the
it for
Fanny's
later.
gone. So it's really just what? There aren't any assassins left as much. The Amon, what the Amon?
Yeah, and you don't want to give the Lancelot.
We can't sue you. We can't use Suyu yet.
No, you can't use Suyu until the
Not
playoffs.
yet. All right.
So that's either a Balmond, a Bane, or
something else.
Wait, there was a hero on the tip of my tongue. I just I forgot it.
What is it? What is it? So is it an assassin?
I can't
Is it a
remember. You're
player?
pressuring me. I really can't remember. Not assassin.
Okay.
I don't know. I think for TNC, let's look at TNC. What? Go for Claude.
Oh.
They need mid. They need more control.
Okay, wait. I'd say
Vexana.
either Claude or.
What is it?
Oh wait, that's an Iksha.
Iksha. Ooh. Oh, then just pick up Bane.
Okay, then just pick up Bane. Fine. I'm fine with Bane. How about you just give us the Bauman?
Give us the Balmond, yeah.
How about you just give us the Bauman?
Really just want to see the Balmond.
Come on.
I mean, history, statistics, all of that show that it's most likely going to be a Bane.
Yes, yeah.
Right? If not that,
okay,
then it's gonna, if they're really thinking about it, it's something else.
No,
it's
a Paquito! It's a Paquito!
We were talking about this earlier too. Oh. You can actually bring Paquito back in this meta.
Oh,
but against a Phobius and a Ruby and a Vexana, if Paquito wins this, Demon Kite played one of the best Paquito games of his life. And hopefully we get to see the AP Bren champion, finals MVP skin.
Yeah, I mean, it did show up earlier. But that's a huge gap between the early to mid game potential once again for TNC.
Yeah.
So they'll have to hold it.
But one thing we have to look at, if we look at the early to late game potentials, yes, that's all TNC. But the important part is actually the damage and survival potential, which trumps for Aurora.
Feels like an intense matchup. I wonder what's gonna happen. Let's get over to our casters, Leo and Naisu.
With Aurora on match point,
Welcome
they debut
to Mobile
another
Legends.
pick. This time, the Paquito in the jungle. Welcome to this second game in this best of 3. Leo and Naisu bringing you the action. Joseph, no one saw this coming.
The 1-2.
That's the 1-2.
That's the 1-2.
When was the last time we saw a Paquito?
Man.
I remember it was hot in like 2022, 2023. Like when a Link would land, he would get beaten down by a Paquito.
Yeah, and I feel like it was like then it became like a niche pick almost for certain junglers. Demon Kite was one of them.
Yeah.
So, like me being a Demon Kite fan, like I'm not too surprised that he actually brought this to the table.
You know he can.
Yeah, but because just the fact that we don't see it too often, and like the panel said, the main point of that is the lineup that they're against. I mean, we can't deny the index that we saw and the numbers and everything else, but that's part of the equation here is like, how is this going to play out for Demon Kite, especially the fact that you have so much also survivability in essence from TNC's lineup.
And he's got to get in there. So what's the goal for him? To knock out Hatred? To punch Kozin into the ground? Edward getting a little bit of flack here from SD and Heads. Look at this, the answer. Oh.
There's some fire back. Oh,
Renegade!
Has a little bit of shield to help out. Edward goes in. SD's going to be fine too, though. Gets out with the hand swords.
He almost hurt my boy. Anyways, for those of y'all who want to try to do this, Demon Kite is rocking Assassin Emblem,
Yeah.
Thrill, Season Hunter, and the Burst, the
Lethal
Ignition.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll see. Again, that's the mindset. If I were to step into his head, his brain, as a potential Bane player, and then suddenly he just switches over to the Paquito, I'm like, that's what he wants to do. He just wants to kill Kozin, wants to kill Hatred, but how does he get there? That's the question. How does he get there?
And I think maybe that's part of the equation too here is the fact that like once you know, and depending on how the timing works, like Demon Kite can actually put enough pressure on Kozin so that, you know, you interrupt even the full barrage here. Fight for the turtle though. TNC controlling it. SD will go ahead and cap that out. The fight's still going to break out though. Eternal Guard already dropped down as well. Primal Wrath popped out. It looks like RORA is just going to go ahead and retreat from the fight. They couldn't get the objective, so no one goes down at all.
The Phoenix Army asserts dominance. Again, they have the numbers advantage. Big body block in that Eternal Guard. And still, the highlight of this story is that Paquito on Demon Kite. You see in that moment, right? You saw in that little pit, bro. They couldn't come in.
They couldn't.
Because if they committed, if Demon Kite punched in, used his combo, he would have to commit into it. If no one gets knocked out, he's basically dead. Because even Renegade can't save him. Renegade at this point isn't as chunky yet. It doesn't provide as much shields.
Maybe when Renegade gets the Flask of the Oasis, like it might change that dynamic a little bit. But also it weighs on the fact that you have to let Edward probably be the one to set things up, or depending on what UA takes too, right? Like UA most likely is going to be taking the Eternal Guard for himself, and maybe that's part of that front line, you know, plan for RORA here. But don't forget, we do have codes for you guys.
Here we go, Miss Legends. Type it in. That is the title of it. Whoa! Whoa!
Renegade. Go back to it. You guys type Miss Legends in.
Drew first blood on the. Anyways, that's a new mini-series debuting on TikTok, starring
some famous people here, right?
Yeah. Whoa, wait, Domang!
Domang right now on the
4v1.
turret.
Joseph, this is a 4v1.
This is a tough situation to be in here. Domang trying his best. Will pop off some damage, but gets zoned out, zoned in. UA joins the fight. Who's he going to drop the Eternal Guard on? Drops it down right on the mark, but the rest of the team a little bit too late. You can see Demon Kite deep into enemy territory.
Go for a steal here.
What's he going to go
just
for
a
here?
Flank.
Level 7 holding on, full stacks here. Goes in, gets the flicker out from Escalera. They get knocked up with the enhanced chains. Now SD on the run. Atrid as well goes in and finds Renegade again.
That's a second kill on the Hitman. Suddenly he becomes the mark. TNC now up by 1,000 gold, and another turtle spawns in the same spot they scored it from earlier here in this game. And still yet nothing from Demon Kite's Paquito.
Yeah.
Am I impatient? On behalf of everyone watching, am I impatient, or is there a master plan to this?
You know, that's a good question right now, though. Look at what he's got to deal with. Full barrage already dropped down, tries to go on Hatred, will get taken out, though. So Renegade was trying to save him, but unfortunately, maybe you got to be a little more patient.
And now, Heads and Escalera just pushing them back. So far, it's all been TNC calling the shots 5 minutes in. 2 turtles scored and about 2,000 gold ahead. And now they're going to convert straight into that tier 1 up top. Joseph, it's frustrating. In that moment, you saw how Demon Kite put himself in that position. It's not like he just got caught out of the middle, just
He's like, I want to be here.
He chose to be in there, and he tried to go toe-to-toe against Kozin and Hatred.
Yeah.
And you know what that looked like? It looked like a 6'7" guy just holding his head up to a little dude. Just right? He couldn't get in. There just wasn't any range.
And that's so, I don't know if that's what we're going to keep on seeing, because that's why I was saying, you know, part of this whole Paquito thing for me in the jungle is contingent on a lot of the lineup from RORA. You know, they have to make things work, and that's why now you see even just the protection on the buffs, like they have to get that locked in.
And that means Aurora are going uphill. It's literally them going uphill, trying to build a bulk on a cut.
Yeah.
they're down on their macros, but why am I not seeing any gains? So right now, it's a miracle to me, honestly, that they're not down any bigger than 1,500. So that means they're finding farm elsewhere. Well, where is it? Domang's in trouble!
Rest of the team trying to get there, but even Renegade being there won't be quick enough. Domang just deleted very quickly. Again, the lead now is building quickly for TNC.
This is, Aurora have put themselves in a position where they're less than reactive. They are the hunted right now. They are prey to TNC, and TNC are going hunting. And it doesn't even need to be TNC going around like, you know, a pack of wolves. Perfect as that sounds.
A phoenix.
They're just going. They're going at 3-man, 2-man coalitions, and that's enough to isolate the rest of Aurora. Oh no! Again!
Man, Renegade, like, he is not having a game. This one, game 2, he can't even play.
This is gonna ruin his season stats. that's all turtles. That's all turtles going over to TNC.
All turtles. Everything else too, pretty much going to TNC right now. RORA doesn't have anything but one turret to work with. Demon Kite, you can see this heads being tanky enough to force him back on this Fovia. So still, RORA kind of looking for any type of, or any glimpse of positivity in this game so far.
You know what? Her friend from MPL RSG Deadeye did say, TNC, don't experiment anymore. You can't afford it.
Yeah.
He didn't say that for Aurora.
He didn't say that for
Apparently Aurora here are trying something. A jungle Paquito. That seems to be what they were going for, and I can't still paint a picture in my head. I can't see it. What it wants to do. Currently, Demon Kite's rocking a Hunter Strike and a Blade of Heptaseas. And oddly enough, how is he close to SD? Renegade's gonna. No, he's gonna survive.
He's okay that time.
He's fine. How is Demon Kite at the same farm as SD?
I mean, he has spent a lot of time just
cutting
farming,
through,
cutting
through the jungle. I guess all of those small camps went to him.
Yeah. Like, he's doing that, and so, you know, going back to the whole do I need just to be patient thing if you're sitting here rooting for Aurora, maybe that's the case. Maybe this lineup will really shine once they get to more so the late game than anything, because even, again, the roamer Renegade has had a hell of a start. Like, he hasn't been able to do much at all. He just picked up, I believe, the Flask of the Oasis just about a minute ago, so he's got that. Now trying to defend this mid lane. Look at the damage burst already on UA. Gets taken out. The full barrage dropped down already. Will clear out his Eternal Guard. And still eyes set on the mid turret, but down a member. Are they going to go for the Lord? Mid lane is still going for it. Going to knock them up. Demon Kite can't even withstand it either. And Domeng tries to run away, but it's just too much as it's a triple for Kozin and TNC. Full force right now in the mid lane.
TNC are in full control. Not a single kill conceded over by TNC. A single turret scored, yes, but nothing much past that. TNC up by 6,000 gold as they take the Lord. Here's an instant replay brought to us by Infinix. Look at this, the perfect position. Look at this. Look at it. Ooh. That was with love from hatred. J-Lord just channeling everything that happened in game 1 like into that one EG.
And I guess that's been the story every single time, and that's why you mentioned this back in the game when the game started. Like, you see them try to set something up like that, and then even Demon Kite, like, they just get stopped in their tracks where they can't even move. Like, they can't actually control their characters, and then they just get zoned in. Like, whether that's a full barrage or not, what do you do against that? Look at this. Conceal again. Escalera going for the pull, going to fight it under the turret. Takes a run of the damage himself, and now full barrage dropped down once again. RORA on the defense, still has to work through the Lord, holding on to the mid turret. They drop down their own Eternal Guard, and now facing for Heads. They'll force them back. One wheel, not enough though, as Heads gets away with his life.
Oh, look at this, the man-to-man. SD and Demon Kite. I don't think this is a fight SD wants to take, man. Again, oh, there's the main difference. Joseph, there's the main difference.
What is it?
2 levels.
2 levels.
Say what you will about the farm.
Look at the gold difference.
All right. Something tells me that was a little bit of a little oopsie earlier. Or just suddenly, because of the Lord take and because of that push, the true net worth reveals itself. 7,500 and about 2,000 between SD and DK. That's believable. Now that makes sense. All across the board, TNC are just far ahead.
And I'm trying to think here, TNC with this kind of lead, with this massive lead, there's no way. Oh, hold on. They're going to Escalera. Renegade just picked off really quickly again, time and time. And TNC now looking to maybe do a little bit more damage, maybe even initiate again.
Escalera don't have enough time for your explanations.
He doesn't have enough. I was going to say, with this kind of lead, at this point, with this lineup, this is unlosable. Knock up, full barrage right there. Again, Yue goes down and now fighting under the mid turret. They'll find another plus the turret. Demonkite and Domang trying to hold it off together, but Demonkite's already out of the picture. Domang as well, and Renegade is back. Another triple for Kozin, looking to cap out one more. Crystal's gonna be worked out. He gets the Maniac, and we go to a game 3.
The fire still burns. Despite their fate being sealed, TNC plays with heart and take us to game 3.
There we go. 2-3 game series going 3 games. You know what?
We're just catching up.
We're catching up. We're making up time for what happened in the previous weeks.
This is gonna be a treat. Let's see what Renmar and Brigada think of that jungle Paquito. Let's throw over to the Infinix game tambayan.
I'm looking at Renmar and seeing what his facial expression is to respond to what do we think of the Paquito jungle?
Could have been something else. I mean, okay, understand. If they ended up with a Bane,
yes.
Conceptually, yes, but they might have been lacking on the early to mid damage.
Yes, I
you bring in
agree.
the Paquito to potentially bring the early to mid damage, but then again, you're up against the Phoveus. You already had a lot of sources of dashes. You gave your last pick as another great source for the Phoveus. And TNC Pro Team, I'm just going to say, I'm glad y'all didn't mess that up.
Yes, look at Escalera.
You went into that game with a winning draft.
And I think TNC Pro Team, during that game, it just felt like they really had that common goal whenever they were looking for the engages, whenever they were looking out for targets. And for the first few minutes, definitely it was Doming that they wanted to shut down, that they were always on the lookout for. Doming reached a 0-2 standing, and right off the bat, our MVP highlights are starting with Doming as the first to fall here for Aurora MLBB.
Yeah, and they almost, it wasn't a complete, they almost egged Aurora. They almost egged Aurora. A team that is very close to reaching a playoff slot, who has taken down some of the biggest teams this season.
Yeah.
So for TNC Pro Team, it's like, again, this is like the most frustrating thing about someone who casts their game, or if you're a fan of TNC Pro Team, where it's like, you know they can do it. Majority of the time they go into games with really great drafts.
Yeah.
But see, common goal, as you mentioned, that's a great point. And if you don't hesitate, you just commit the play, just, you know what, just go for it.
Yeah.
Why is it this is always like this with TNC Pro Team? I'm sure in the back of the heads they know they're out of playoffs contention. Suddenly they play like gods.
And it's been the recurring storyline for TNC.
It's been like that since season 11.
I mean, why did it have to? Excuse me.
You see, it got to the point where y'all made Brigada breathless.
Why did it reach this point?
Why?
Like, it could have like came in a lot earlier, and we've seen them almost doing it, entering the second half, changing their jerseys, never wearing their black and orange jerseys again.
Yeah, and again, you gotta consider Aurora ended up with a signature Matilda for Renegade.
Yeah.
A really great, one of the signature picks of Edward this season, which is the Edith. A signature Valentino pickup. And you left them with just 2 deaths. So TNC, they do have the potential.
They do,
Most of the time, they do actually win the drafts. I'm not mad. I'm not even disappointed. I'm just like,
it's understandable. It's valid. I feel the same. And it was also during this game wherein I felt like they really put in a majority of their attention to ensuring the winning lanes, particularly their gold lane this time. Like Kozin getting 2 triple kills, even a Maniac towards the end. It just speaks volumes about how TNC Pro Team, they were able to focus and narrow down like who they really wanted to activate in this particular game. And I think this brings us back to, if not week 4, if not week 5, week 4, the way or the time wherein they introduced the entire Matilda Paramis combo, and that was a different mid jungler that they even used at the time. But then now we're seeing it a very similar playstyle for this lineup or this version of TNC Pro Team still working. And beating Aurora MLBB in this manner, a 60-2 kill score.
yeah, it's incredibly commendable. which makes everything get a little bit more frustrating. You know what? If TNC Pro Team can end up with an extra pick again, just go ahead. Some of the best performances that Kozen has shown off has been with that Matilda. And the one winning game that they had, they also won a game with the Nathan. So that might be one of the things there for TNC Pro Team. Have a gold laner that doesn't necessarily need to dive in the front, but is strong with staying in the back, has a strong crowd control space creation ability, or can damage from a really good range.
It didn't feel like the usual Aurora, really.
Yeah, they were shut down by really good rotations and gameplay from Escalera and Hatred. Gotta give credit where credit is due. Even SDZYZ, they were patient with the turtles, and then they were aggressive at the right times. That's the main thing with TNC Pro Team. Their aggression at the wrong time is what costs them in the mid to the late game. Their aggression at the right time in the early game is what gives them that reputation for being one of the most difficult teams to face against in the early to mid game.
And for one of the rare times and occasions that we see TNC really sustaining that early to mid game all the way to the point where they ended the game relatively early, we see that they still really have a chance of rising. But then, if only we could disregard the reality that after that 2-1 victory for earlier series TLPH against RSG, now it's really unfortunate to know that TNC, they're out of playoff contention. So we just circle back to the idea that it is really frustrating to see everything happen at this point.
I'm a frustrated TNC Pro Team supporter, man. Like a lot of people are in the comment section. You know what I realize about you guys in the comment section? When TNC Pro Team are winning, man, you guys analyze the hell out of them. This is so much praise. And then I get why you guys can get so, let's just say, aggressive when they're losing. Because it's not anger, it's disappointment. But we gotta give credit where credit is due. Escalera played a really great game on that Ruby. He was very on sync with Hatred and SDZYZ. Again, but we circle back. Why can't we get more of that? Why can't we get that consistently? Not just in the early to mid, but even in the mid to the late game.
And you know, he did vote for our TNC in the predictions earlier. He voted for TNC. I voted for Aurora. So that could have been his 6th Panda here in the bias board, and he's currently leading. He's currently leading the bias board.
Ta-da! This is the English stream bias board. Look at that.
It's updated, at least for me and Renmar.
Oh, let me just adjust raw cards here, right here. There we go.
See?
Look at all those pandas, y'all.
That's him. But he didn't. He chose to vote for TNC.
Nah, I'm gonna get my 7th. Wait, how many is that?
You're not.
3, 4, 5. I'm gonna get my 6th. I'm gonna get my 6th.
No, I already put your panda
2,
from
3.
earlier. That's 5 pandas.
No, but I'm gonna get my 6th. I predicted TNC.
Oh!
That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Anyway.
Thanks for your support.
Now I understand.
We have a skin spiel.
Yeah, let's go. Commemorating AP Brand's victorious M5 journey, the first ever Falcons our finals MVP skin is available. It was shown earlier, so don't forget to check that out. But now we're watching the 8th birthday. 8th MLBB birthday. Wait, is that a panda? Is that a... Huh? We were just talking about pandas earlier, and now we're seeing another one.
This is so trippy. What the hell is going on? Do you have to voice over this?
Yeah, we do have to voice over this. And this is...
It's me! No, that's Fuego. That's not me. But that ain't me, y'all. That ain't me. And we're not brothers and we're not cousins.
Yeah, but he's wearing a panda costume, and your emojis are pandas.
Yeah, I can't escape the allegations anymore. I am Fuego, and Fuego is Renmar.
So he's celebrating the 8th birthday of MLBB. I'm gonna clap with Fuego. Happy birthday, MLBB. And I think this is just a preview of a lot of what's to come, of all the events that are lined up.
Oh yeah, this is the celebration stream right now that we have on the official pages.
Yeah, this is on. Oh, actually, I think this is ongoing. So
yeah, it is ongoing.
Yeah,
so that's why we're there. Wow. Okay, now I can't escape it. We
really do look alike.
Happy birthday, MLBB. It's the 8th anniversary. Wow, it's been 8 years. Can you imagine?
You were... No, we're not going to do any age review. Oh, man, I was 20 when the game came out. Dang.
How old was I when I first started playing? I think I was in grade 9. But that didn't, mean the time wherein the game came out. I think I started season 5 or 4.
Around that time? Yeah. Oh.
Around that time? I am gonna check the most or the earliest seasonal skin I have in my account. But for now, yeah. Don't forget to check out AB Brand's victorious M5 Journey, the first ever finals MVP skin. Fist of Glory Paquito is now 30% off for first week direct sale purchase. Unlock the AP Brand Champion souvenir card to obtain Brody AP Brand Battle Emote, Elimination, Spawn, Recall Effect, and more. Now available in-game. Come and experience them in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's the first time we're ever having a finals MVP skin, 2 championship skins, so I really hope you do not let this pass. That's the Brody Super Marco previously cosplayed, and the Paquito that Flap didn't cosplay because according to Coach Ducky, he didn't have abs.
All right, yeah, he said that in the panel. No, we asked him, why didn't you get the Flap TZ to cosplay Paquito? It's because Flap TZ doesn't have abs. That is straight from Coach Ducky's mouth, yo. Look for the interview from last week.
Yeah, that was from last week.
That was last week.
That was all from Coach Ducky. By the way, who I'm looking forward to see what pants he'll be wearing for their next game. Because last time he was wearing cargo pants. And a lot of us know he always uses denim jeans. Yeah, cargo pants. He was
you're talking about Coach Ducky's pants.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the next game. And I was like, this game theme, wait, why are you looking forward to seeing who wears what kind of pants? Steel leg plates or what?
No.
You're talking about Coach Ducky.
All right. And now we can finally go back to the game. Game number 3.
What a trip, Brigada. What a trip.
Between Aurora MLBB and TNC Pro Team. Okay, finally, I can see Midnight rejoicing all the way from the Filipino panel, and it probably because Khalid is banned out here. For this last game, we're not seeing any Khalids.
Yeah, and a good ban here by TNC Pro Team, respecting the Harith of Domeng.
Is it the Phobias again? Oh, it's the Phobias again.
Ruh-roh.
And there's no Mathilda, by the way. So, unless
You know, I'm going to say now, they can go carry.
Wait, what? Oh,
or even Ninja. Or, you know what?
That was fast.
Pick Melissa.
Yeah.
I'm going to say now, pick Melissa, cousin.
Yeah.
Pick Melissa.
Would they want to
do not pick Melissa. Do not pick Melissa. No.
That was fast. That was so fast. Okay. I feel like the what's open here for the Firemas is still open even.
Yeah, that's the thing. They pick Firemas here. They have to ban Valentina later. Then they're gonna have to take out another. Are they okay with picking the Firemas into the Hayabusa?
I'm not entirely sure about that.
Yeah, because pro players do say that the Hayabusa is one of the counters to the Firemas, because if you just time it right, you can force the Nether Realm out early.
Yes, that's
but
true.
we have seen players, this season especially, not care about that.
But
So of course,
maybe not now.
Yeah, actually, when you're going up against a Phobius, it's almost a necessity that you go pick a carry. Something with really great true damage. Maybe even a Lunox to really burn
That's
that
true.
dude down.
And since there isn't any Harith anyway, or there's a Moskov, so there won't be any chances of either an Alice or another tanky matchup here, so they will be just going for the carry instead. And interesting, taking out the Lolita even after its nerfs.
I'm going to say this now. I think TNC need to steal away the Cho.
Actually, I think so too. It's a great answer to the Hayabusa, though it will make the Phobius happy somehow. But it's nothing new. Like, a lot of teams just pick heroes that would lessen the cooldown here for Phobius passive anyway. Okay, so wait, what's that?
Good ban of
What's
the
that?
Eve. Good ban, because we saw how carry gold laners will struggle up against the Eve. 80%?
80. Wait, am I seeing this right?
Yeah, you are.
It is 80%. What?
I have to check out the specific numbers for that. He has played 4 out of 5 games. He has won. That's terrifying.
What?
Not gonna lie.
Only lost once.
So I would understand if TNC are, if not the Cho, they might be stuck with picking up a Ruby for Escalera first.
Oh, yeah.
But I do really... It's tough. Do you steal away the Cho from Renegade? Do you take the Ruby so you can safely counter the Haya? Hatred's gonna be stuck with an Aurora.
Oh, that's a Tigreal.
Oh, Tigreal. Okay, that's so good. That's so good.
I was thinking of it. If not the Cho, if not like a single target hero, yeah, the Tigreal would work
Cho
pretty
Lilia.
well. But that leaves the Cho available for Renegade if ever they do want to pick that up. The Lilia is also available, as you've mentioned. There's no Vexana. The Aurora. I don't
If they pick, because if Aurora pick up something different, like let's say a Jawhead, that means they're thinking about the Ling potentially coming out. I think that's a Grok getting hovered though.
Wait, was that a Grok?
I still think it should be Cho though.
What's Yue? What's Yue picking?
Or just steal the Aurora already from Hatred also.
Oh wait, I'd be so surprised if this is a
Carmilla
Sicilian. No. Okay. So they use the Pyramus instead. Okay.
What's their mid?
There's an Edith though, and the Tigreal. But at least, if ever it does become a Purify Pyramus,
Is it just gonna be Aurora again? Might just end up being Aurora.
Aurora.
Yeah, they're deeply talking to Hate. Unless they're thinking something weird.
Hey, Gushua.
Like a Gushin, yeah. I was thinking about that too. I was like, Hate, you know what's our last game?
That's a Lilia. It is a Lilia.
Yeah, it is a Lilia.
They still have to stick by their early game identity.
Yeah. And at the same time, we need... I like it. If everything's get out of hand here, TNC have great wave clear.
Yep.
Aurora, their wave clear is a little bit riskier. They can get stuff out relatively quickly with the Ghost Bursters, but you still have to get within a certain amount of range.
I agree.
Escalera needs to play the best Tigreal game of his life. Escalera, Heads, Hatred... Escalera, Heads, and SDZYZ need to be so in sync if they want to win this. A near perfect level of execution from the Roamer, XP dishing out the crowd control at the right time, and the damage.
And look at that, a 3-man Purify for Aurora MLBB.
Aurora also understands they need to respect that Tig.
A lot of things to consider here. Let's see what'll happen. Let's head over to our casters, Leo and Naisu.
Pass. Anything can happen, I'll tell you that. Ready for game 3, here we go, the final bout in this best-of-3 series. Who's taking it home?
Welcome
Aurora
to Mobile
MLBB or is
Legends.
TNC Pro Team scoring their first dub? Joseph, I gotta tell you now, I'm liking the adjustment. This is a powerful lineup that Aurora are bringing, especially since now the Hitman adds another hero to his arsenal.
Another hero, honestly, as much as we talked about it, I thought you were going to say because there isn't a Paquito jungle in the hands of
I'm trying to forget. I'm trying to forget.
Well, that's true. And as we take a look at the emblems and everything else, hold on, already, of course, some early action Domeng has to deal with. The rest of the team is going to kind of give him some support here with this 2 versus 1 right now. Renegade, speaking of the Carmilla, how is this going to work with the lineup that they brought for this game 3?
I mean, the only other time I remember Carmilla showing up in the roam here was in the hands of Smart Omega. Chaknu used it in a victory. So with that said, Aurora are playing with a lot of AoE, right? You have Edward, you have Yue, and Domeng, I think just to take care of stragglers. But as it is, without that full combo, without these large-scale engagements, they can only hope that DK does this? What?
So we're actually going to go for Escalera. Oh, whoa!
Force it out of Flicker!
Forced out of Flicker. I think even Escalera was getting a little worried there.
You know what? That's a TKO. I'll call it now. The fact that if for the next the next Lord at least for sure.
Next turtle, yeah.
Next turtle rather. Escalera doesn't have a Flicker.
He doesn't have a Flicker, and so they can at least play around that fact. And you know, I think it was Renmar that mentioned. You know, Escalera's gonna have to play the best Tigreal game of his life so far. If they want to go ahead and get to this first match victory.
And it's not just because of the overload on the Purify, which plays a part, for sure. Turtle started up here by Renegade SDZYZ. It adds to the fact that the Carmilla, the way her ult works, is she wants everyone clumped up. And how do you respond to an implosion, right? It's all clumping up. It's all following through. And if Renegade presses the Purify, answers back, which he did just now. Then definitely already Aurora has a built-in clapback to
Yeah,
TNC.
because only difference is right now he doesn't have the Crystal Blood. He doesn't have the ultimate, right?
Not
He's
yet.
not level 4 just yet. So they can kind of delay things that they want. That's exactly why also this turtle is taking a little bit longer to be secured right now. TNC knows this, and they're going to try to go ahead and secure this right away. Jim Kai making his way up there too, but he might be a little bit too late for this as they already go. SD will get the turtle. Curse of Blood already dropped down too. Now they're going to have to force the fight. There's the implosion we were talking about. They pull off the Nether Realm as well.
Bang.
Hatred already goes down, and now they're looking for more as Escalera falls as well. Heads still has that Primal Wrath form, so he is fine. So they trade Turtle for the 2 kills for RORA.
That little creep saved Head's life. If there was no minion, if there was no jungle creep over there, all those shadow kills would have gone on Heads. But as it is, Aurora happy with the 2 kills. They were willing to trade the turtle for sure. And now SD making up for some lost times. Going to Little Wanderer, stealing away that small camp. And we just saw but a preview of what an amazing COB might look like from the Hitman.
And that's going to be a part of why I would say that even Renmar was saying, you know, that, yeah, you're going to have to play just a phenomenal Tigreal game because of the fact that there is that countermeasure when the Carmilla is there and playing its part. And that's the thing. You know, just like we've seen for the entirety of the season, Domang is just going to go stay in the lane. Hold on. Once again, there's the implosion. They catch out Renegade. So even Demonkai and Yue just kind of watching that happen. They can't even respond.
Nothing. And because the Carmilla isn't really even that chunky of a tank.
Yeah.
She's more of a support. So, yeah, say what you will about Escalera having to overload on CC and then try to finesse where he uses his skills. But as long as Aurora does not have Renegade ready and the COB don't land, that's GG. Like it won't even look close.
Whoa. So they use the Curse of Blood there. They go try to make a play. Not going to happen. I guess earlier, too, Renegade even used, he even purified. So it's all part of, like, TNC's layering. Like, as long as they layer their utility that they have for this lineup, then they can solve the Renegade problem.
And there's 2 layers to watch out for. Number 1, or 3 technically, the COB, Curse of Blood, and the Purify. And then as well, the Netherrealm. Let's see how the turtle goes!
They're going to go right here for Demonkai. Escalera finds the mark. Netherrealm goes down as well. Spirit Destruction to join the fight. SD will get the turtle. Infernal Pursuit's going to be able to find SD. And now the fight breaking down. Into the jungle they go. Still, the Infernal Pursuit off of the target. Goes in trouble as well. Double for Yue. Was looking for more from Heads and Hatred. But right now, they're just going to cut off the minions and focus on this Tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
I don't know about you, but that looks like deja vu. It's the same turtle trade for a collapse. And this value exponentially goes up for Aurora, and they didn't even need to wait for Renegade. Again, I guess I have to eat my words now. It doesn't always just have to come from Renegade. Sometimes Aurora will time out TNC skills, and it's not like TNC didn't land any good skills. If anything,
they started that.
Escalera had the perfect implosion. He isolated Demonkai, gave the turtle over to SD.
Yep.
But what was the follow-through? What was the long game?
Yeah.
Aurora, I guess, was looking beyond the horizon and beat him to the punch.
Again, the play here for Aurora, utilizing this Curse of Blood like we see here under the turret. Infernal Pursuit again. The whole team now joining the fight on the top side. Oh, SD not going to get the combo he was looking for there.
That was a little too much asking across that that wall.
That's pretty thick.
Oh, well, truth be told, I think he was expecting Yue. Yue did move around there.
He did move.
So how awesome would it have been to have caught Yue there, force out a Purify. But regardless, TNC down about 2,000 gold, but it's nothing lethal. In my opinion, I think you could still bounce back. And how do you do that? How do you start? Number 1, you work on the lanes. Work on giving Kozen a safe place to farm away. Ooh.
Okay, here it is. SD once again under fire. Has the rest of the team help him out. They were waiting for him, though, as Demonkai picks up the kill. Still TNC on the retreat. Not sure if they even want to stay here too long. Already down SD. Before all that, I was going to say at least Hatred. Like, I don't know if you saw the gold difference there, but Hatred actually farming up really well. and he could, especially when he gets those 2 items locked in on this Lilia, could play a part in some of these team fights breaking out right now. But they're just trying to control the bleeding, it looks like, trying not to lose this tier 2 heads. Already brought down to a quarter of the health.
They're doing fine. So good so far for a team that has lost every major engagement in this 7.5-minute game. And they eventually got what they were looking for. TNC pushing down bottom.
Yep.
It was eventually traded out for top, though. Let's look at that situation on Hatred. Ooh, he's still down about 1,000. On his way to his second item, which is looking like Ice Queen Wand. So he already has the book, already has the Enchanted Talisman. But what's that going to do? Best case scenario, that's going to force Renegade to think about his engage.
Yeah. He's going to have to. But he's playing pretty upfront. So he's saying, Escalera, grab me right here. Netherrealm's already going to be used. Domang just around the corner, forcing the rest of the team back. Woo! Still looking for more. Good thing for heads. He had the Primal Wrath, all for the purple buff too. Just how much damage and pressure is being put on from RORA.
How much? All of it.
All of it.
I'll tell you now. And because of that engagement, because of how much effort and resources TNC put into taking that purple, they couldn't defend. That puts their tier 2 down 6 feet underground, bottom lane. And that should definitely help in this first Lord take, spawning in the upper quarter in about 40 seconds. Joseph, long lane control out of TNC's hands right now. I'm looking at their lineup. None of them can quickly rotate. So every move they make from here on in, especially since Aurora is snowballing out of control, is a major decision.
You're almost forced to just also, like, for the most part, stay together, and that's why you see Kozin even just traveling around with Hatred, because, like I said, Hatred, once he gets maybe the 2 items on the Lilia, that'll help if he's going Ice Queen 1 next for the slow, but there it is. It's picked up. SD!
SD!
Gonna be in trouble. Gets out with the enhanced sword again.
He's fine.
So he's finding, he's trying to farm up, man. He's just trying to find what he can.
He's struggling. He's down 2 levels.
Down 2 levels. So he wants to be in a position to actually dance for the Lord, but I don't think he's going to get there.
Dancing for the Lord, I'd say, isn't out of the question, but it's still a risky thought. Already started up Doming here, wailing away. Slight advantage to Aurora, 4,000 gold ahead. This is tough. Where's Kozin? Does he have a security detail with him?
See if they can do it. Hatred playing his part. This is what I was saying. He's actually a good enough threat. Even has the black shoes to bait out Aurora if he needs to. But right now, they're just kind of staring off at each other.
That's right. Because again, even Hatred has to deal with a range situation, right? He overextends a wee bit, he's going to have to be forced to use his flicker. So right now, it looks like Aurora wants to cross the threshold, go into the point of no return. Look at this, Lord here, down to a fifth of its health.
You're going to bring down. There it is already. The initiation heads in trouble. Primal Wrath flickers out. Renegade's the first to fall, but it's a little bit too late as SD goes down as well. Still going. Edward finally going down. They go in. Domang using the Spear of Destruction to follow up and just zone out the rest of TNC. They lost their jungler. They'll lose the Lord as well. RORA picks that one up.
All right. So far, they effectively traded Edward for the Lord. Because Renegade's SD was going to be a long-term trade anyways.
Yeah.
So eventually, they told Edward, hey, I'm on Jing Jing. Stand your ground. All right, just force them to pay attention to you. If you die, but we're getting the Lord. And Aurora did get that. But now, looking at what that damage exchange looked like, I'm trying to think maybe TNC can hold out. Wait, what's the? Yeah, you know what? TNC have solid wave clear. I'll tell you now, their wave clear here. Since you have Kozin, you have Hatred, and a little bit of SD, I'd give it like a 4 out of 5. Like, this is okay.
We'll see if it is going to be okay. Already Primal Wrath used, trying to clear out this Lord. They should be able to clear it out, trying to hold on to the base turrets. TNC already handles the top. Black Shoes used as well. And also Holy Crystal picked up by SD. So TNC still on the defense, still there, keeps the base turrets up.
I told you so, right? A TNC can defend in their base close to all day, right?
Probably the next, honestly, the next 2 Lords.
Even in the next, all right, pushing it.
Okay,
two Lords
next
is
Lord.
pushing
Let
it.
me say next Lord.
Next Lord, and because of that, all right, I'm thinking long term now. If they allow for that next Lord to be free, that means they're looking for something elsewhere. That means they can farm up, put some gold on Kozin, put some gold on SD, who is, by the way, I think SD and Hatred need some farm. These boys are
they're starving, man.
They are bone thin right now. You need
Put some meat on those
Put a little bit
bones.
of meat on them. Then maybe. But here's what's dangerous. As SD and Hatred build up, you get a Radiant Armor and Edward and Renegade just the same.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll say that. Maybe even a Rose Gold Meteor Doming. So it's not as easy to say that the scaling is equivalent and that it's relative.
And so if you're TNC, and you know that, all right, we at least have enough time to let's say, even the next Lord, we can just scrap as much as we need to get as much gold and meat on our bones that we need to.
Without dying.
Without dying, hopefully. Because look at that. There's respectable damage there. They go in with the implosion, able to find one. Yue goes down. Now they might be looking for more. Escalera already under the half health point. Infernal Pursuit again. Demon Kite's taken out of the picture. They're turning it around a little bit further. Infernal Pursuit again. But Edward's the problem as he picks up some himself. And Domang already using the Spear of Destruction. Yue part of the fight again, joining it because of the passive from the Faramis. So in exchange, the 2 for 2.
Heads and Hatred for Edward and Demon Kite. Say what you will about how difficult it was for TNC to actually get that and how they overextended a wee bit and it took a little bit of Aurora's hesitation for the fight to end. I'll say it's a win for TNC. The fact that they were able to step toe-to-toe against an opponent that was 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead. Yeah. So this is what I was talking about, that damage that they're capable of doing, their team fighting prowess, they have it in them. It's just a matter of finding the spot now. We talked about skipping on the Lord. Joseph, I'll tell you now, maybe it's even contestable.
I think it looks like it's contestable right now. TNC giving the go signal, going for a Renegade. SD will get the Lord. There's the implosion, but Domang has the Nether Realm to help him out. And now they're going to break out into the jungle. But TNC, that's exactly what they wanted to do. So they buy themselves a little more time.
Denying the enhanced Lord, saving themselves the wrath of these enhanced minions, and of course getting, I guess, time. They traded SD and Escalera for time.
Yeah. But, like, is it enough of the time that they need here? They can still clear things out pretty well, but look at this.
You know what? I get how you can't replace time, but...
Oh, Hatred.
Wait, what?
Already Black Shoes, too. He's in trouble. Yue will pick up the kill. The Shadow Kill used as well, and they push in as the Lord goes down. So RORA, they didn't want to deal with any of that.
And I was just about to say, time is only as good as what you use it for. I'm not so sure if TNC accounted for the fact that they would lose Hatred along the way. And I don't know what caused Hatred to not be able to flicker out of that situation. Maybe it was just where they were.
Yeah.
Black Shoes didn't help him any because he did press it down.
Yeah.
So I think that's a wash. I think that Lord didn't really do what I think TNC wanted it to do.
It didn't do too much, but what it did do is it keeps them in the game a little bit longer.
It's not a plus for TNC.
It's like a...
Wasn't a minus for Aurora either.
Oh, what? This is, though, Nether Realm right here. Going to force them back into the fight. They get the couple flickers out, too. And Escalera's in trouble. Domang unleashing on the team as TNC will fall apart. A big pickup here. Triple for Domang. And now it's Grim. SD all alone here against the force of RORA. They take out the top turret and set their eyes on the base. And SD will do what he can to try to keep it into the game. Clears the minions out before he's finally taken out in exchange. And that's going to be it as RORA takes the series 2-1.
The Northern Lights shine bright on this Friday night. Ladies and gentlemen, Aurora take the series 2-1. Is that playoffs?
I think that's playoffs. They got that point. They needed 7. I know we'll get that confirmation, but hey, I'm pretty sure that's the point that they needed, man.
And you know what? What a story it is. We got playoffs while playing Jungle Paquito.
That's
You hide it behind the fact that you lost that game, but still.
You know what? Respectable. Demon Kite, hey, you wanted to try it? I'm sure you probably asked Coach.
And Coach said yes.
Coach said yes. And they tried it out because this is obviously game 3, very different for them.
Yep, GGWell played the TNC, played their hearts out, punished Aurora in that experimental pick with much gusto. GGWell played, TNC yet to score a win in Season 14. And if the writing's on the wall and the line on the sand has been drawn, I think that is their playoffs dream shut down.
Yeah, very, very rough for them, but hopefully they can learn something from it.
will be throwing over to the Phoenix Army on stage. They're joined by Mara Aquino for a few words.
TNC, dahil sa pagkatalo today, they will not be entering the playoffs. Coach Wolf? Wolf, it's been such a tough season. Pero regardless what the results are, nandito ang Phoenix Army supporting TNC Pro Team, cheering for your name, and always there behind your back, supporting you all the way. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga fans nyo at sumusuporta sa inyo?
First of all, thank you. Sobrang laki po ng effect nyo sa amin, lalo na pag mga sobrang down na down lang kami. Kayo po yung nagbibigay sa amin ng strength. And to me personally, kung hindi man namin ako ngayon season 14, 15 sure yan, all the way. Buong taon next year sa amin yan. Sa atin yan.
Thank you, Wolf. It's such a tough first season for you. We're wishing for your success. We believe in you and TNC Pro Team. Heads up. Face the world straight in the eye. Because no matter what, we are still proud of you and we will wish for your success in the future. Everybody, when I say TNC, you say always rise. TNC! Always rise! You may now take your bow. We will always support every single team here in the MPL Philippines. And now, the winning team, Aurora MLBB. Congratulations, Aurora MLBB. Ranijay, playoff secured na kayo. How does it feel na pasok ka sa playoffs with your brand new team doing well in your first season?
Siyempre, una-una, sobrang saya namin kasi siyempre bago kaming team, tas bago kaming org. Tas yun, hindi kami agad nalaglag sa playoffs. So, pero hindi pa to yung namin goal namin. Kasi goal namin mag-M6 tsaka mag-champion.
That's a very great goal. At sa pinapakita nyo, very possible yan. Si Yue naman. Yue! Dahil playoffs, actually, alam mo, nababaliw talaga pag there's something about your name. Ano ulit? Tignan mo, pag ikaw yung nakahawak na mic, talagang napapump up lahat ng mga tao. Dahil playoff secured na kayo, sino ba yung isang koponan na talagang you're looking forward to facing in the playoffs?
Siguro po sa tingin ko dalawa kasi nasa
Dalawa? Sige, dalawa!
Feeling ko Bren tsaka F-Nop po.
Bren tsaka F-Nop, why? Bakit silang dalawa?
Kasi po kumbaga parang sila yung pinaka-top contenders dito sa TLPH.
Who do you think will give you a harder time between the two?
Parehas po.
Just pick one. Yung talagang feeling mo mas mahihirapan kayo.
Siguro Bren, kasi lagi kami pinapahirapan pag kalaban namin sila.
Oh, world champs eh! And now, i-announce natin ang ating MVP. Let me hear some names! Sino? Narinig ko. Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP, isigaw nyo! Yue, express mo kung gaano ka kasaya na you guys have entered the playoff as the Aurora MLBB. Uy, feelings mo to, hindi feelings ng iba. Nagko-call a friend tayo. May shot caller dito. Tinutulungan na siya ni Edward. Tingnan na natin kung ano mga masasabi ni Yue. Nagkakaroon pa siya ng maraming information dito at malapit na siya sumagot.
Ano po feeling ko? Ano po, masarap sa feeling kasi kumbaga ito yung ito po yung first playoffs ng Team Auroras na magkakasama kami. Ayun po. Tsaka ayun masaya. Tsaka salamat sa mga sumusuporta na sa amin. Tsaka not guys so much party at supportan nyo kami sa mga, sa yung MPL namin. Tsaka yung MPL po namin.
Ayan! Ang galing talaga ng suporta ng kanyang mga teammates. Kahit sa pagsasalita at sa pagsagot, nandun ang kanyang teammates all the way. And now, it's time to announce our lucky fan na mananalo ng 3,000 diamonds and tickets to Day 1 Match 1 of the playoffs. Come on up! Hello! Ang cute mo naman. What's your name?
Caleb.
Caleb! Caleb, first time mo ba manood ng MPL?
Opo.
First time. Sinong kasama mo dito?
Si Mami po, dinala niya po kasi ako dahil po birthday ko po ngayon.
Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday. Today your birthday?
Nung Wednesday pa po.
So, ito yung birthday present mo.
Opo, birthday present ko po ngayon.
Caleb, anong birthday wish mo?
Wish ko po na gumanda po yung grades ko at ma-meet po yung idol ko.
Saktong-sakto. Maybe we could make that come true today. Sino ang idol mo?
Si Edward po.
Edward! Okay, tabi tayo kay Edward. Eto na, katapat mo na yung idol mo. First of all, bakit si Edward?
Kasi po, pogi po siya.
Oo nga naman. Agree! Pogi nga. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa idol mong poging Edward?
Paano po maging katulad niyo?
Ayun! Ayun, okay, Edward. Gusto niyang maging katulad mo. Ano ang payo mo? 11 ka? 11?
Opo.
Ano ang payo mo sa 11-year-old Caleb para maging katulad mo? Paano nga ba?
Mag-aral ka mabuti para makamit mo yung mga pangarap mo. Magiging pogi ka nun sa maraming tao pag nakagraduate ka.
Ayun, mag-aral ka ng mabuti. Congratulations! Nanalo ka ng 3,000 diamonds, ticket para sa Day 1, Match 1 ng ating playoffs. At ngayon, katabi mo na ang iyong idol na napaka-pogi naman talaga na si Edward. Now, you're gonna take a bow with them. Are you nervous?
Malamig po.
Malamig. Okay. Edward, okay lang ba you hold his hand and you guide him all the way out? Happy birthday. Wait, when I say Caleb, sabihin natin lahat, happy birthday. Caleb! Happy birthday, Caleb! Aurora MLBB, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations! There's something about Edward na talagang nakakahanga. At agree naman ang lahat na siya ay super pogi. At sa kanyang advice, mag-aral nga ng mabuti para ma-meet ang inyong mga dreams. And you know what? Aurora MLBB is one step closer to meeting their dreams. We're gonna break down that game for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok!
Happy birthday, Caleb! And congratulations to Aurora MLBB for making it to the playoffs. We now have 4 teams who already made it to the playoffs. Now we're just missing 2. But let's break down that previous game. Before anything else, it's Yue on the Faramis, who we initially mentioned could be a pick for TNC, but now it's Aurora MLBB who picked it up and apparently is the MVP.
Yeah, and we talked about this in Game 1, that Aurora, one of their best qualities is their layering of abilities in team fights. They don't necessarily just use all their abilities in one go. They each individually have a good idea of when to use it at the right time. You need that especially for a Faramis, and that's what Yue had. But at the same time, what Yue had was a Carmilla paired with it. Faramis, Carmilla, Hayabusa. The damage amplification that is provided by the Curse of Blood links that will amplify the damage of the Ghost Bursters, the Hayabusa's ultimate, in terms of sharing it to other targets in a team fight, it was just a big help. And along with that, to put it simply, dude's really good at timing the nether realm.
Yes, really. You don't normally see this level of gameplay, and I did feel like TNC, they really fought for it. Like at one point, they nearly turned things around, and it was something that we would also expect of them given their lineup. They had the Lilia in their hands, they had sufficient wave clear, and long enough, they were able to prolong the game long enough. But then, of course, knowing how well Aurora MLBB just tends to structure their team fights and their overall approach, you have to give it to them. Another surprise shown to us by the Hitman, the Carmilla. When we thought it was paired with a Sicilian, it's a Paramis. Similar concept and idea. And that game went by so quickly for Aurora MLBB as they secured their match point.
When you said similar concept and idea, I was thinking, yeah, they're both dead anyway. But no, I get you in terms of how fast you can quickly deal damage with that skill too. And it's tough, honestly, to get into a right area of team fighting, especially for the Julian, which is why I understood why SDZYZ, it really looked like he was so careful. And during the times he'd finally enter a fight, he'll be like, hey, I'm here. Hey, I'm gone. What happened to my health? And Kozen really had to be careful in terms of where he's going to be positioning, because the Curse of Blood, the area of effect of that is deceptively large.
Yeah.
So you can't fault TNC. It's more of just like, it's a great pick. You know, if I was sitting beside the man who decided to pick that right now, I'd be praising. I'd tell him, you know what? You're great.
I know.
You're handsome and you're a great coach.
It's not just the triple purify that gave a lot of problems here for TNC Pro Team. No, it's not just that. It's the Paramis and the Carmilla that suddenly made its debut together here for Aurora MLBB, which is also why I think Escalera had too much to think about whenever he was going or planning to throw out the implosion against Aurora MLBB, because they always have a way to deal with that. And I think one of the major turnaround points was during the last few minutes of the game, wherein they attempted to burst down Renegade when he was just trying to peek into the bush, but then they lacked damage, and Renegade had enough time to put out the Curse of Blood, which was just a sign for that consecutive rampage showed to us by Aurora MLBB prior to completely ending the game. So props to, I really like to commend TNC for what they were able to show. Still brought us to a game number 3. But then Aurora, now that they're officially in the playoffs, they just added to the list of teams that you really have to watch out for.
I'll take this moment to say, Epics, Legends, when I pick Carmilla in my RG, please don't judge me, come on. There's a reason. Carmilla's good.
And we've seen it in action. Aurora MLBB made it work. And you mentioned earlier, if you were sitting beside the man who picked that, you'd want to praise him, you'd want to say so much. And now you're right beside Coach MTB.
Yes, hello. Hello, guys.
Welcome to the Infinix game Tambayan, and congratulations because you made it. You're now in the playoffs. Now, I'd like to ask first. Okay. Like, I'm so curious about the idea behind the Paquito in game number 2. Like, what do you have to say about it? Like, why did you decide to deploy the Paquito at that moment?
Right now, because it's already the playoffs is coming, and for us, regular season is just the testing ground to test every strategies that we have, because we don't want to enter the playoffs that we're not ready. So picking everything right now is really one of the things that we do. So risking a game, maybe sometimes we lose a match, but that's I think the sacrifice that we need to do in order to find our or to increase our hero pool. Most likely.
Okay, so admittedly, you already knew like picking it up was somewhat risky already at that
scenario. Even before the game or the match, even during our scrims, we already try to do those risky picks, and we try to, if it works, and then we'll try it in MPL. So we're not lucky that it didn't work here.
So that's why it felt like they spent some time trying to lock in their final pick. So they were actually debating whether or not, but then the call was to risk, so that of course it's a chance to grow, it's a chance to explore. But let's listen in what were going on between the comments of Aurora MLBB during that game.
Hindi na makakawin. Kaya kalma lang para. Tangking ko na to, Ra.
Go. Nice one, boys. Nice one, Rod. Nice one. Nice. Ay, huwag na. Okay then.
Siyempre.
Gimana na to?
Ay, kalma.
5-man freeze.
Apat to, ulti eh. Nice one, Rod. Nice one, Jay. Nice one, Meg.
I love like one of the most, or if not the most distinguishable voice there was Rena J's.
I know.
So a lot of international viewers, because here in the Philippines we praise Rena J a lot, and our international viewers would wonder, who's the hitman? What is he? So many good things about him. So coming from you, coach, what's it like working with Rena J, seeing him evolve as a roamer and as one of the main voices in Aurora?
I think Rene J as a roamer is really the thing that I think he's the one who really mastered the basics. From the time that I asked Rene J if he wanted to play as a roam, I think that was during MSC last year. I asked him if he wanted to play roam because I've seen him play.
Yeah.
Then from that time, I've been working with him to really understand how a roam works, or from the hero pools, from the shot calling, from everything. I think I already taught him the basics, and he was really the one who mastered it all.
Oh, that sounds so reassuring for Aurora MLBB to be led by a person who mastered the basics himself, dubs as the one who mastered the basics.
And I'm curious, I mean, you've had history of being able to work with Oh My Venus.
Yeah.
So was there a lot of Oh My Venus influence in terms of like how you taught Rena J? Did you try to somewhat tell Rena J, hey, I worked with Oh My Venus, that this is what she does so well? So was there any like connection to that?
I think there's a lot of influence, especially for the utility heroes, because master of the utility is really V. So everything that we need, even me myself, everything I needed to learn on how to use the utility heroes is because of V. So I really that's one of the things that I put to Rene J, or I taught Rene J. So that's why he was able to master both roam types. I think it's really few players who can really do those things that Rene J is doing. He can play tank, he can play support, he can play a lot of things. So yeah, I think hands down to Rene J.
I see. And it's nice to see them actually working together. They're both under Aurora MLBB, but it seemed like Rene J mastered his own style and flavor, which is very flexible, very versatile. He can go either the heel man, he can be either the hitman. And props to Coach Master the Basics for helping him as well. And Aurora MLBB, surprisingly, with their debut season being this strong and formidable. So we can only like imagine how would they be performing now that they're in the playoffs. And of course, they'll be attempting to climb a little bit more in terms of getting the upper bracket and all that. But thank you so much for all that you've shared for today. I've learned so much. And I've heard how calm they. So before you leave, one last thing: are they really usually that calm when it comes to their comms? They're just so calm and collected. They're just
that's one of the things that I really want them to apply, because sometimes if the players are really too hype, or I think they're shouting, they're really looking at the enemies, they tend to focus on those things instead of focusing on the game. That's why I told them to even after the game, let's just calm. Let's just be calm.
All right. Now we know. Now we know. That's what Coach MTB shares to Aurora MLBB. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Coach.
We're so happy to have you here, and it's time you celebrate and enjoy with Aurora MLBB. Congratulations on making it to the playoffs. And now let's check out the Infinix Pansiklaban standings. Updated Infinix Pansiklaban standings here. So far, the results of this day are very similar to the results that happened to the teams themselves. So the Cavaliers win 1-0 against the Raiders, and the Auroras win 1-0 against the Phoenix Army.
Ooh, this sort of mirrors our results from last season. Like, look at that top three. The Bees, the Cavs.
Actually, I like how you pointed that out. So
somewhat.
Now you know how different Season 14 is, how competitive it is, and aside from the new point system, of course. And speaking of the new point system, now we're seeing a different blinking color in our standings, and that's red for TNC Pro Team, because again, they are officially out of playoffs contention. But we have another team making it to the playoffs, and that's Aurora MLBB. So we're just looking at Team Liquid Philippines, RSG Philippines, and Blacklist International.
Yeah, the race is now really intense because if at the bottom half, it's who is gonna slip and miss their playoff slot. In the upper portion, in the greens, it's which one of them are gonna make it into the top two. No team right now is fully secured in the top two.
True.
So we'll see what happens.
And it feels so intense because like Blacklist and RSG's points, they're just so close. I think they're just one game apart. And that doesn't even entirely matter. It's really the points. It's really the net games, but it is what it is. Such a competitive season. It's hyped, and I cannot wait to see what day number 2 and 3 will be showing us. That has been it for the Infinix Game Tambayan. Once again, I am Brigida, and this has been Renmar. We'll be updating our bias board in a bit, but for now, we'll be throwing it over to our host to officially close this day, Mara Aquino.
Today's matches open the possibilities of the days to come. We now welcome Aurora MLBB into the playoffs. But we're still searching for 2 more teams to fill in those slots. So baka malaman na natin yan bukas. So join us again tomorrow here in the MPL Arena. Once again, ako po si Mara Aquino. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the TLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Lakas ng Pinas!